Chapter 20. He was in a nightmare of his own making. Jack had never felt that truth more keenly than now, when bloody Mary Chase had marched them into Lambeth Palace, never mind his protests that this was all for naught. After giving him the brisk order to go the bloody hell home if you're so against it, she'd ignored him. The very idea of sending Chase in here alone curdled his insides. Cold sweat dripped down his spine and tickled the backs of his ears as they were led into a murky drawing room. The last time he'd paid the palace a visit, he'd been huddled on the stone-cold floor of the crypts, hugging that dank ground as if it were his salvation. Looking back, he could not fathom why he'd had the faith to seek sanctuary here. Nothing in his young life ought to have given him that hope. Yet he'd come, and John Michael Tallant had been destroyed that dark day. The very proper footman closed the door behind them, effectively entombing them in the drawing-room. Damn it, but he couldn't breathe in here. The room was too dark, the heavy velvet curtains drawn almost closed, a silly practice to protect the furniture and artwork. What good was art when one couldn't see it? Chase moved idly about the room, a rustle of satin and crinoline. She'd dressed to perfection for this meeting, the wine-coloured satin of her gown stunning yet restrained. The gown offered little in the way of adornment, simply a wide band of pleating around the hem and the edges of her gathered overskirt. A nice trick to convey humility, save that the clean lines of her bodice merely emphasized her graceful curves and made a man long to linger. The darkness here muted the golden brown of her hair, so prettily coiled at the back of her head, and turned her creamy skin a shade of unnatural white. She appeared a painting just then, only alive by the virtue of her glittering gaze. In some sick way, he was glad for her presence. It did not make a lick of sense, but when she was near, the world was real, not some strange play that he viewed from afar, and that gave him a certain strength. If he could face this, he could face anything, because of her. Chase. He did not know why her name slipped from his lips, or what he would even say now that he'd called for her attention. He stiffened further when her lazy gaze settled on him. What is it? Yes, Jack. What is so important that you had to call out to her? Furious heat worked over his skin, and he struggled not to squirm like a lad. Clearing his throat, he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Would you like to talk about it? She stared back at him as though he'd gone mad. She'd be right, he thought bitterly. About what? She asked, her smooth brow wrinkling. Your vile temper of late, which is really saying something, I should add. Well, he'd walked into that one. No, Your little act of reciprocity by reconnaissance? One delicate brow lifted a fraction as her golden eyes pinned him. He had wondered what she thought of his watching over her, and whether she'd mention it. The devil had clearly crept into Jack, for he'd been unable to resist going to her home and making sure she was safe and well. Nor had he moved when he'd seen her coming to the window. Madman that he was, he'd wanted her to see him, wanted to know what she'd do. Nothing, it seemed. It did not help matters that Chase had cooled on him. She'd retreated straight back into that thick shell of hers where he meant precisely nothing, and anything he said was met with a bland reply. Actually, he ground out, I was referring to the other night. Christ, his collar was strangling him. Look, Chase, the things I said about you and Lucy and Here, she hissed, her eyes suddenly sparking. You want to discuss that here, now? I was simply going to— For pity's sake, she snapped. I used him too. She took a quelling breath, a slow rise of her breast before letting it go. "I used Lucien to keep others away. I don't know much of men, and what interaction I've had, well—" Her slim shoulders lifted. "It has not endeared me to them." The thick bronze fans of her lashes swept down, hiding her eyes, and she said no more. Ugly, twisting guilt hit Jack straight in his heart. "I'm sorry. That was all I was going to say." He'd been jealous and guilty, a bad combination. Her wide brow wrinkled. "Sorry? For the way I've treated you?" His hands clenched. "It was badly done, and I've no excuse." None that he wanted to give, at any rate. "But there are good men, Chase. One day you shall— God, would the floor please open up and swallow him? You'll find one who treats you as you deserve." He wanted it to be him, so badly his chest hurt. Chase ducked her head, her lips soft and beguiling. "I know there are good men in the world, Talent." She looked at him then, looked right into him, and he swore he bled inside. "Such as Ian Ranulph?" "Right." "When I saw how he treated Daisy, I knew it was time for me to leave Lucien and our false front. I knew it was time for me to search for something more." It struck him like a stone. Mary Chase was looking for someone to love. The very idea of her linked to another, of seeing them day in and day out, made him perversely cold. He'd leave London when that happened. Leave bloody Europe. She looked so forlorn just then. Every word he'd ever said crushed down upon him. Regret was his constant companion, but never more so than now. "Chase." He hesitated, then said what he must. "You accused me of thinking you'd be better off dead. I've never believed that. Never." His chest swelled, rising up as if his whole body protested the very idea. Her wide, stunned gaze crashed over him as he finished his thought. "We are partners now. Should it come down to the choice between my life and yours, I will sacrifice mine, without question." Her lips parted, a shocked circle of pink. "But why?" "Because yours holds all the promise that mine lost long ago. And because he'd die anyway should she be lost to this world." Happiness bloomed over her face, so utterly lovely and glowing that he did not know what to do with himself. She looked at him as if he'd just become her knight with banners flying, as if she was seeing him anew, or perhaps for the first time. Jack was caught in that look, the net drawing tight around him. His whole body answered, boiling with persistent want. It rushed about him, a violent tumult that set his equilibrium rolling. Words filled his head. Yes, thank God you finally see me, and no, I am not what you think. I am not that hero. He could not speak. He could not move, caught as he was. Before he could stop it, two images of her were before him. A lovely woman in the full blush of health, and a crushed and bleeding wretch upon a wet pavement. They crashed over him with brutal force. He almost staggered. She would not forgive him if she really knew what he and his friends had done. He could not live with her. He could not live without her. Jack knew he was being selfish, but there it was. And so he drove the wedge in deeper, reminding her of all the reasons she should go on seeing him just as a man, one she'd be better off disliking. He turned away from her, an abrupt cut she'd feel. When he spoke, his voice was decidedly cool. He would have congratulated himself for it, save that self-loathing got in the way. "It was foolish to come here. I know you like to think of yourself as an investigator, Chase, but you really have no notion of what you are doing." He could almost feel the joy gust out of her, deflating like the last gasp of an aeronautical balloon. "My, but you like to flog the dead horse, Talent." Her voice was once more that cold, crisp sliver of ice that had defined their arguments of old. Jack let that frost of her ire numb him further. "And you are a dog with a bone. What is it about this meeting that has you so out of sorts?" "Out of sorts," he muttered. Now that he'd picked a fight with Chase, his fear returned tenfold. "I merely protest the waste of time." Jack thrust his fists deep within the wells of his pockets. The shaking within him grew, his heart thrumming against his throat. He reminded himself that he'd gained 1.5 feet of height and nearly 5 stone of weight since that black day. He'd gone from ignorant boy to bitter man. Perhaps he wouldn't be recognized. Mary watched Talent's shoulders hunch and the wall he erected against the world come back up. Her mind had gone foggy. Die? For her? Was there anyone she'd be willing to die for, when she'd fought so hard for the right to live? Damn him! No matter where she looked, where she went, Jack Talent was lurking in the shadows of her mind. There was something about him that made her want to learn more, pry open his protective casing and see what made him tick. Mary feared she would never understand him. He set her world upside down and inside out, and he made her ashamed. She'd been looking for signs of his guilt, wanting to find them at some point. The man who would die for her. Mary turned from the sight of him and glanced at the ornate porcelain wall clock depicting Adam's downfall in the Garden of Eden. The minute hand pointed between Eve's pale breast and the golden apple resting on her outstretched palm. "Nearly a quarter hour has passed," she murmured, annoyed at waiting, annoyed at Talent. "They'll keep us waiting for 20 minutes at the least." Tension coiled about Talent like a snake, but his tone was subdued, almost resigned now on the heels of his former snappishness. "How do you know?" Mary did not want to stay in this place any longer than necessary. Gilt furnishings and silk-lined walls spoke of luxury. The rough-hewn floorboards beneath the priceless Holbein carpet spoke of humility. But past all the declaratives so carefully orchestrated throughout the room, an air of quiet menace lurked. Or perhaps she was simply being fanciful. Talent glanced at her, his features stark. Standard procedure. His lip curled in an ugly smile. "My guess would be that it forces one to think on their sins." As soon as the words had left his lips, the dark humour in his expression deflated, and he abruptly turned to inspect the drawn curtains. "No doubt we are to fall upon our knees and beg for forgiveness the moment he enters." "I've yet to encounter a soul capable of casting that first stone," she said smartly. He gave a snort of dry amusement, so soft she almost missed it. His fluctuating mood disturbed Mary. Strangely, she felt as though she needed to remain here for Talent's sake, as if he needed that small protection. They stood apart, each lost in thoughts as time dragged along with a loud tick, tick, tick that had Mary's neck tensing further and further. "How is it that you know the standard procedure for the palace?" she blurted out when she could take no more. Talent pivoted on one heel. His thick brows slowly lifted, as if he found her slightly daft, or perhaps he merely searched for a reasonable response when there was none. She wouldn't get to know, for his hand came up in the age-old gesture for silence, though she hadn't said a word. "He's coming." Talent's expression went utterly devoid of emotion. A moment later she heard the footsteps, and Talent grew even more withdrawn, his skin the colour of death. The massive double doors opened, and Mr. Anthony Goring, Archbishop of Canterbury, walked in. Mary wasn't certain what she'd expected, but the man who entered was not it. Tall and lean, he walked with command. A thick shock of snow-white hair swept back from a high brow. There was something about his large, square jaw and strong, blunt nose, and when he set his eyes on her, that sense of having seen him before grew. While his hair was white, his brows remained brown and framed dark eyes that snapped with cunning intelligence. It was only when he drew near and took her hand did she realize that his eyes were not brown, but a deep forest green, surrounded by thick lashes. "Oh!" she exclaimed, struck by their singular hue. He smiled kindly. "That is not the usual response I receive when meeting guests, but quite lovely all the same." Mary flushed to her toes. She hadn't meant to say a thing, but those eyes struck a chord within her, and her instincts clamoured for her to think clearly and stop fiddling about with niceties. The Archbishop straightened, a smile still hovering about his lips. "Ah, but it is far too dark in this room, is it not?" He reached out to a small lamp resting upon a side table. With a click, bright white light illuminated the space around them. The Archbishop beamed. "An incandescent lamp. Isn't it glorious? I do so love modern advancements. It is my mission to see the whole of the palace wired for electricity within the year." A surprising and extravagant expense, to say the least. But Mary merely murmured her agreement and let him guide her to a seat. She glanced at Talent, who stood hovering in the shadows, his face white and his teeth bared. The Archbishop noticed her attention straying and followed it. The Archbishop's benign expression crashed, revealing one of disgusted horror. Another second, and it shifted to icy cold disdain. It happened within a blink of the eye, yet Mary took it all in and noted a similar change overcome Talent. Only his expression went from careful blankness to utter rage. His green eyes glowed with it, the square hinge of his jaw bulging as if he ground his teeth together. A terrible tension thickened the air as the two men glared at each other. Talent was bigger, pure brawn, and topped the other man by 5 inches. But facing off, she could see the similarities in their features, cut from the same model, only Talent's was harder, his life experience having given him a rough edge. "You dare return here?" The Archbishop's tone was pure frost. Talent cocked his head and regarded him. It was almost indolent the way he took his time, but there was no mistaking the way he held his body in tight readiness. "I did not think you'd recognize me." The Archbishop's lip curled. "You've the look of her." The coldness in his eyes grew frigid. Her male counterpart. A grotesque version of all that was good and true. Talent took a hard step in his direction before halting. His fists curled, the corner of one eye twitching. "You ought to know depravity when you see it." His voice was almost controlled, almost normal. "Having practiced it before." "Enough!" The Archbishop smacked an open palm against his thigh. "Get out, spawn! Go back to the darkness from which you came!" "Stop!" Mary could hear no more. Both men flinched as though they'd forgotten she was there. She tried for a reasonable tone. "Surely we can all come—" "Miss," interrupted the Archbishop, "I am going to assume you know not with what you've come in contact. However, I implore you to come with me for your safety." "Mr. Talent is not a thing," she said incredulously. A growl rumbled in Talent's chest at that moment. Mary stepped closer to him, but kept her gaze upon the Archbishop, who looked at her with false patience. "Your Grace, I do not understand what lies between you and my partner, but surely—" "What lies between His Grace and me," Talent cut in sharply, "is murder." The Archbishop went livid red. "Murder is the killing of a human. Otherwise it is simply a necessary extermination." Talent sprang with a roar, tackling the elder man and crashing to the floor with him. "Talent!" She hurried over, her heavy, voluminous skirts hampering her progress. Any moment now guards would come. His life would be ruined. But Talent was past hearing. He hauled the Archbishop up, and the man's head bobbled, even as fervent prayers rattled from his pale lips. He cast upon them the fierceness of his anger, wrath, and indignation and trouble by sending evil angels among them. "Prayer will not help you," Talent shouted over him. "He made a way to his anger. He spared not their soul from death, but gave their life over to the pestilence." Talent bared his teeth, his fists curling into the man's cassock. "You were supposed to help. You were supposed to save us all. You destroyed my family." His voice broke. "No, you did, with your unnaturalness." Spittle flew as the Archbishop snarled up at him. "You killed your mother, your father." "Why, stop there," Talent snapped. "Perhaps you'd like to see how I exterminate." Long claws began to grow from his fingertips, his teeth dropping to fangs. Mary did not know what he'd become, nor did she care. She rushed headlong to him. "Talent! Stop this!" He did not take notice of her. Neither did the Archbishop, who glared up at Talent, defiant, but so very fragile and human when compared to Talent's raw strength. "Do your worst. My soul is pure." A bark of cold laughter rang out, and Talent's claws grew. A shimmer wavered over his form, his control breaking into a shift. "We shall see." Chapter 21. Mary moved as through a fog. She was barely aware of leaving that dark, dreadful room. Talent had been ready to slice into the Archbishop. It was only when she'd cupped his cheek that he'd stopped, springing backward at the contact, his eyes wild upon her and without a hint of recognition. His broad chest had heaved on a fast pant, and then his gaze had cleared, and he'd given a vicious curse and fled. Guards came. A commotion broke out around her. Shouts and accusations abounded. She moved through them, and no one stopped her. As she left, the battered Archbishop had called for silence, telling his staff to go about as they had been. Odd, but she did not care what prompted his incongruous actions. Her mind was on Jack Talent. Mary's ears buzzed, and her bones hummed. One thought consumed her. He'd die for her. Jack Talent's fierce declaration clamoured about in Mary's head like the ringing of bells as she rushed from the palace, still hampered by her damned skirts and too tight corset. A fierce need welled up within her breast. To touch him, to wrap her arms about his big, strong body and give it shelter. To tell him that he too had promise, he just didn't see it. She found him by the high brick wall that surrounded the palace. He faced away from her, leaning against the wall, forearms braced upon it as if to hold himself up. The broad expanse of his back heaved with each quick breath he took. She hurried forward just as he struck the wall, bits of red brick flying up from the force of his fist. "Talent!" He did not heed, but kept punishing the wall, pounding brick into fine red dust. Blood sprayed from his knuckles. Mary grabbed his arm, her touch halting him so quickly that she swung forward into him. Talent bared his teeth, and small fangs gleamed, his eyes wild. Sweat pebbled the pale skin along his temples, and his bloodied hands shook. "Do not!" He stalked away, only to turn about and stride the other way, a man caged within his mind. "Leave me," he ground out. "I cannot." She took a step closer to him. He was a wild thing now, his fingers opening and closing into fists, the whites of his eyes growing redder. "Talent! Just go!" "No!" He stopped his pacing and simply stared as though he couldn't understand her resistance. His stillness was an illusion, for he vibrated, his nostrils flaring as he breathed in hard pants. Mary edged closer and lowered her voice. "Talk to me." He shook his head before running his hand through his hair to clutch the short ends and hold them tight, his muscles bunching and his body trembling. She licked her dry lips. "Like it or not, I am your partner. I will not leave you. Not like this." She feared he'd be well and truly lost if she did. Mary knew that level of rage and fear. It took hold of her soul and shook it to its core. It sucked a person down into nightmares and blackness. He cursed, rocking a bit where he stood, and turned away from her, as if he couldn't bear the sight of her. Slowly, as if approaching a cornered and injured animal, she eased forward. He stiffened at her approach, his head shaking back and forth in negation. Mary ignored it. "Take my hand." She held it out, waiting. He did not answer, and she came closer, enough to scent his sweat and fear, enough to see the clenching of his jaw and the blood oozing over his knuckles. "Jack," she whispered. The sound of his name appeared to stir him, but still he would not move. "Come with me." Knowing patience was needed, she simply stood close to him, her hand out and open. Moving as if half frozen, Talent's hand descended from where it had been pulling at his hair. The touch of his hand against hers was such a relief that she almost closed her eyes in thanks. Careful of his wounds, she closed her fingers over his. Immediately he responded, clasping their hands together in a comfortable hold. Quietly she led him out of the courtyard and then into the waiting carriage. He did not try to pull away as they moved down the streets, nor did he speak. They simply sat side by side, linked by their hands. The coach rocked in time with Jack's heaving innards. He stared at the filth littered upon the hack's floor. A button lay there, cracked on one edge. His skin pricked with cold sweat, but at his side was warmth. Mary. She held on to him. She hadn't left, damn her. As much as he wanted to let her go, jump from the coach, and run away until he could catch a normal breath, he held on to her, too. Thankfully, she did not speak as they made their way to God knew where. But the questions would be coming. She always wanted to know more. He couldn't give her what she wanted. Hell, he refused to think about it a second longer. Memories were acid to his insides. Black rage hovered at the edges of his sight. Hell's bells, just seeing that bastard. He flinched. His soul screamed for justice. Go back. Finish him. A soft touch stayed his jerking movements, her thumb brushing over his split knuckles. Jack took a shallow breath. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He should not have gone today, and bollocks to his pride. The coach rolled to a stop, and Mary descended before he could make himself move to assist her. They were at the end of a small crooked lane, an older pocket of London, so very dark, with squat wooden houses leaning against each other for support. Hard-packed dirt competed with broken cobbles, and in grimy windows, shadows moved. Despite the gloom, Mary's step was lively. She tugged him along, and he realized that she once again had caught up his hand in hers. The embrace felt good, as if he should settle in and stay there. Mary led them to an ancient Tudor-style house, its windows comprised of dark bottle glass and heavy lead lattices. The battered wood and iron door swung open with ease. He blinked, his eyes adjusting to the dimness, the heady scent of roasting meat making his mouth water, even as the smoky interior had his eyes stinging. It was a tavern, though the patrons appeared to be more interested in eating than drinking. Several tables were filled, men and, surprisingly, women hunched over their meals while conversing in low tones. Heavy green bottles of wine sat on many a table, though a barmaid wove through the crowd, distributing pints of ale as she went. At the far end of the room, a large fire roared in the massive stone hearth. An older woman worked at a grill set up over the fire, and the hiss of sizzling meat grew higher as she flipped thick steaks. Jack swallowed hard at the scent it gave off. Even soul-sick, he yearned for a bite. A few nodded to Mary in greeting as she towed Jack along to a dark corner table. Deftly, she removed her cloak and hat, hanging them upon a hook. His flesh jumped as she smoothed her hands over his chest and eased his coat away. Her touch was fleeting, perfunctory, and still his heart banged against his ribs and his body grew greedy for more, even as she turned to hang his coat, even as she guided him into a chair and then took her own. "What is this place?" His throat was raw, his words coming out rough yet weak. He did not like to be around others. It made him twitchy. But the feel of the place soothed. The murmur of voices, content and constant, and the scent of meat in the air settled him in small ways. A lamp illuminated the table and bathed Mary's features with golden light. Safe. She glanced around, and he did too. There was something about the patrons. They all appeared fairly young, healthy, attractive. He sat up straighter, becoming aware of the soft whirring sound that filled the room. Hearts. Many clockwork hearts. Gim. Jack gave a small start of surprise. Gim did not, to his knowledge, congregate en masse. Like shifters, they were solitary creatures, and as objects of suspicion, they tended to keep to the shadows of the underworld. Jack slid his gaze away as a few men glared at him. He wouldn't cause trouble for Mary. Not here. Not when she was looking at him with expectation. Her eyes gleamed like polished topaz. "Our refuge," she signalled to the barmaid, "and home to some of the best food in the city." She grinned, and his breath caught. "Likely because the cook is French." "I'm not hungry," he muttered. She treated that as the lie it was, and ordered them supper when the barmaid arrived. Jack took the opportunity to watch the two men sitting at the opposite wall as they tuned their fiddles. The gentle strains of the instruments relaxed him further. They did not speak, and when the barmaid set down 2 platters of sizzling beefsteaks, they ate their meals. Oddly, the silence was not uncomfortable. Mary appeared in no hurry and seemed to enjoy her food. As for Jack, with each bite of the juicy grilled meat, a bit more warmth spread through him. A flagon of wine appeared before him, and he poured for Chase before helping himself. Slowly his shoulders eased, and the jitters that racked his body quieted. "Will you tell me now?" Her voice cut through their shared silence. He took his time finishing his bite. It did not ease the hard thump of his heart against his ribs, or the way his fingers suddenly went cold. Nor could he avoid her indefinitely. Nastiness might have put her off, but she'd stayed with him, had given him comfort. Gripping his cutlery as though it were a lifeline, Jack finally lifted his head to face her. Talent slowly chewed his food, as if considering how to answer without giving too much away. In perfect honesty, she'd expected him to snap at her, divert her somehow, but he simply took a sip of wine and then set his glass down. Not here. He glanced at the crowd around them, and the flickering lamplight played with his rough-hewn features, making them loom larger than life one moment and then shrink away the next. His gaze snapped back to hers. Will you come somewhere with me? Anywhere you want. How frightening to realize that despite her fears and their old history, she'd spoken the absolute truth. She would follow him anywhere. They did not speak as he led them to St. Paul's. Deep below the cathedral was a hidden door beneath the crypts that led to SOS headquarters. Thus, regulators had access to St. Paul's at all hours. Not that the church knew of this, but it proved useful on occasion. In the blue twilight, the cathedral rose up around them, the space at once reverent yet haunting. They'd learned the art of walking without being detected, and thus only the soft pattern of her breath made a sound. He guided her to the north tower and the geometric staircase. A work of genius. The stone staircase hugged the cylindrical limestone tower's wall, suspended without visible supports. It was a thing of beauty, swirling above like a nautilus. Their steps chuffed as they ascended, the black latticed handrail cold beneath Mary's hand. At her elbow, Talent's agitation was palpable, a twitching, buzzing energy that affected her heart rate. She'd seen the capitulation in his eyes. He would tell her his truth, and she found herself fearing the answers. They exited onto the triforium, an elegant balcony that overlooked the cathedral's main chapel. I come here sometimes, he said after a moment, his voice a soft echo off the limestone. As if it choked him, he wrenched off his cravat and collar and tossed them to the side before taking a big breath. Then he leaned his forearms against the rail and stared at the floor below. No matter how I have avoided it, my upbringing has infected me. He frowned down at his clenched hands. And I find this place soothing. A lump rose in her throat. It is a good place to think, and my mother never brought us to church. He made a sound of dry amusement, then his body tightened even further. He is my uncle. The Archbishop. It was only due to years of training that she kept her voice modulated, yet she had seen the resemblance between them, and the man had called Talent spawn. His upper lip twitched with a sneer. The very one. He gave her a measured look. You understand that shifters start the change at the end of their first decade? Yes. He glanced back at her, his eyes nearly black and glittering with rage. You've no idea. One moment you are a normal child, and then comes the pain. So intense that you scream and writhe on the floor. You don't understand. You've never felt this sort of agony. His nostrils flared. The next moment you're running on 4 legs, not knowing how you got that way, or what you even are. You think perhaps it's a dream. A child doesn't think about such things in terms of madness or possession. He simply wants help, for his mother and father to comfort him, wake him from the dream. The corner of his lip curled as he studied the cathedral floor below. My father almost killed me the first time. I'd turned into a panther. One moment I was studying a picture book about the exotic animals of the Orient. The next, I'm crashing about the house, running from my father's shotgun. The bitter smile upon his face grew. He winged me. Here. He pointed to his left shoulder. And then, when I was bleeding on the ground, I turned back. It was not pleasant, my parents' reaction. All sound faded down to the pumping of her heart and the low rumble of his voice. They thought I was possessed. A choked snort broke from him. I do not blame them. I would too. Perhaps, Mary thought, clutching her hands together beneath the shelter of her cloak, but she understood the pain in his voice. Logic was very well and good, but it meant nothing in the face of a parent's betrayal. When those who ought to protect turned against you, the wound left behind did not easily heal. For years she had bled from such wounds. Gently as she could, she asked the question burning within her. There wasn't another shifter in your family? She wasn't sure how else to phrase the question, but the fact remained that no supernatural springs from the sea fully formed in a clamshell. I don't know. If there was one, he or she certainly didn't make it known. All I can tell you is that I looked like... A small, bitter hiss left him. You heard that bastard. Of the look of my mum. His lips compressed, and for a long moment he said nothing. After it happened, my parents thought I might be a changeling, the devil's child left in place of theirs. Likely that's true. Talent studied his large fists resting on the carved limestone, and his voice grew detached. My mother insisted we seek out her brother for help, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Emerald green eyes were suddenly upon her. The bloody saint of the family, my only hope. Silence descended, and Mary fought not to reach out to him. He wouldn't want that. Regardless, her hand trembled with the need. Talent's agitation and pain unsettled her far more deeply than she would have liked to admit. Years, he ground out. Whippings, kneeling on rice, endless praying. Years. A growl rumbled in his throat. Fangs touched the smooth curve of his bottom lip. He shivered, then blinked. On a breath, he was calmer, ice-cold now. She killed herself. When he didn't say anything more, Mary found her own voice, a cracked and painful thing. Your mother? A quick nod. She'd failed, you see, to take the devil from me. When father found her... His lashes swept down. He beat me to within an inch of my life, shot me point blank, then he turned his gun on himself. A gurgling sound filled the air. Mary realized it was her own cry. Talent did not seem to notice. Didn't realize a simple bullet wouldn't keep me down. How old? Her heart spun and pumped with painful force. He met her gaze, and his was dead. 13. Jack. She didn't say a word. She would not do that to him. And when I went to that bastard for help, his fangs erupted again, his irises going wild and animalistic. He shot me too, called me Satan's spawn, had them toss me into an alley. Wild eyes flashed in the dimness, Talent's fists opening and closing as he struggled, his breath hissing between clenched teeth. Mary's soul cried for him. Then with a sigh, he sank to the ground and rested his arms upon his knees, his head pressed into his forearms. I can't stand living in my own skin some days, he said, not moving. The nightmares. I close my eyes and I'm staked to a wall. Shit, Chase. A violent shiver racked his body. I thought—" She licked her lips. "I thought that Lena destroyed them." A bitter snort rang out. "And then left me hanging there? Hardly. I was Lena's guest for all of one day. Her little minions took my blood, polite as you please, and went about their business. Then the necks came." His jaw worked, as if he was trying to find the words. When they came, they were stilted and rough. They played her, letting her think she was in control of her pets. And well, they used me right thoroughly, didn't they? Quietly she sank down next to him, but she didn't touch him. She knew that sick, dark feeling. And when it came, the physical touch of another could make her snap. He said nothing more. He did not even move, but merely sat frozen. "Are you the Bishop of Charing Cross?" He flinched, and Mary pressed on. "The time for secrets has passed. If we are to remain partners, I need to know." It made perfect sense that an agent as skilled as Talent hadn't yet solved this case, and that he wouldn't want her on it. Talent's lips flattened. Then he destroyed her last bit of hope. "Yes." Mary sucked in a sharp breath. He heard it and angled his head toward the sound, but did not face her. "Or I was." Talent squeezed his fingers over his eyes. "In the beginning, but the shifters, I did not kill them, nor have I harmed any innocents." "Why did you do it?" Mary suspected, but she needed to hear it from him. The sound of his harsh breathing filled the silence, and his shoulders trembled. "They were the ones, Mary. I cannot live knowing that they do." Mary cursed those beings to hell for the torture. He glared up at the arched ceiling high above. "I've lost myself," he whispered, "and don't know how to get it back." "You are coming back." Her voice was cracked and too loud. Mary swallowed and spoke again. "You are not a mindless killer." "But I want to be." The confession was soft. Talent ran his thumb along the claws that had formed on his hand. "If I'm mindless, then I won't remember." They sat quiet for a long moment. Then he stirred, a small movement that brought their shoulders into contact. The hard muscles along his arm flexed, then eased. Leaning against her, Talent rested his back against the railing and stared ahead. He took a long breath. "I hate that it was you who found me." His whisper was so raw that it scraped against her skin. "Hate that you saw me that way." "I know," she whispered back. She hated it too, though not for his reasons. Blinking rapidly, Mary leaned into him just a bit more, giving him her heat, shoring him up. Talent eased into the touch on a breath. "I see you, and—" He pressed his lips together for one sharp moment. "I remember." "Jack." Heartbroken, she let her head fall to his strong shoulder. Talent went stone still then, and on a sigh, rested his head against hers. For a long moment they simply sat in the cold peace of the church. "You came for me," he said on a sudden breath. "I thought I'd hang there forever, but you came, even though—" His chest hitched. "I'd done nothing to deserve your rescue. I've always been an utter ass to you." The hopeless bafflement in his voice pained her anew, as if he could not fathom the idea that she would help him. Mary plucked at a fold on her skirt. "When I realized they had you," she squeezed her eyes tight to fight the prickling heat of tears, "it was my fault." "What?" He turned his head, but she refused to lift hers. She couldn't look at him. "A demon took my blood, disguised himself as me to get to you. I ought to have been more vigilant. I ought to have suspected." His chest lifted and fell with a sigh. Hell, I didn't realize you thought that way. How could I not? Even now, guilt crushed her chest. Because it's stupid. Mary's head shot up, but his big hand gently eased it back down. You might as well blame the inspector and Mrs. Lane for bringing us into that situation, if that's your thinking. We both understood the danger when we sailed with them. She couldn't argue when he spoke so sensibly, even if her soul still protested. Let it go, merrily. Don't call me that. She said it more out of habit than annoyance, for his tone was not derogatory, but affectionate. A pregnant pause swelled between them, and then his soft voice closed the distance. But that is how I think of you, gliding over cool, still waters, a life of dreams and sweet merrymaking. His words pierced her, breaking into her clockwork heart and setting it off rhythm. Beside her he tensed and awkwardly cleared his throat. So, he said after a moment, you helped me due to misguided guilt. No. Mary turned her head a fraction, just enough that her cheek touched the rough wool of his coat sleeve. Talent's scent surrounded her, what was once an irritant now grounding her in ways she didn't want to examine. We might have been enemies, but you are not a bad man. I could never leave you to such a fate. Are we enemies still? The quiet query held a mix of caution and hope. A nerve twitched at the base of her throat. Were they enemies? They'd been at odds for so long, for reasons she didn't fully understand. Yet she could not keep away from him. Here they sat, curled into each other, and it felt good. Her lids grew heavy, as if she could sink into sleep, sink into him. She wanted to be here with him more than anywhere else. No. He let go of a long breath, as if he'd been holding it. You saved me, Mary. You. With dreamlike slowness she eased away and turned toward him. His head was bent, his expression a mixture of confusion and wariness, as if he thought she might leave. Their gazes met. A visible ripple went through him. Merrily. Then she saw what he'd only given her a glimpse of before. Need. So stark and pure that the hard marble beneath her seemed to dip and sway. A surge of something fierce went through her body. The strong column of his throat worked on a swallow, and his words came out raw. I didn't want to feel this. That she knew precisely what this was made her want to cry and to laugh at the same moment. Neither did I. He'd laid himself bare. She kept that knowledge close to her heart, and when she touched him, she did so gently, her fingertips skimming along his strong jaw. He held himself tight as new bedropes, but his breath left in a small exhalation as her fingers slid into his soft hair to cradle his skull. The wool of his coat whispered as he moved. His big hands cupped her cheeks as if she were blown sugar. Inches away, he stared at her, his gaze a living thing that thickened the air and sent heat and trepidation skittering along her needy flesh. His gaze lowered to her mouth. Such power in a look, the way it made her lips feel fuller, softer. And he responded, making a small sound as he came closer, his breath light and quick, his lids at half-mast. Do you know what it's like to have what you want most in the world constantly in front of you, he whispered, and never dare take it? Oh yes, she knew. How well she knew that sweet ache, and she'd been a fool to ignore it. If you never dare, she said, how will you know you are truly alive? His mouth trembled, a flit of a smile, and then his expression grew intent. He would kiss her now. She wanted it so badly that she shook inside. And yet... Mary tensed. Instantly Jack paused, his gaze flicking up to hers. The hot, languid air about them cooled and stilled as he pulled back. Mary wrapped a hand around his wrist, keeping him there. She took a shaking breath, the quivering feeling within her making her stomach ache. I don't... That is, I've seen it done, of course, but I gather seeing and doing are altogether... She winced, searching his face and wanting him to understand. I don't know how to kiss. He blinked once, his brows knitted. She knew what he was thinking. Impossible. Mary grimaced. Awareness of him washed over her, of the heat of his body and his strength, of the fact that, until this moment, they'd never faced each other in complete honesty. Her voice came out too rough. What need had I to kiss a man? Why, when I never wanted? She trailed off, her face flaming. The furrow deepened between Jack's eyes. I don't want to make hash of it, she said, so low she barely heard it herself. Light came into his eyes. Again the air changed. His power surrounded her, not threatening, but hot and heavy, like a welcome cover against the cold. His thumb whispered over the trembling corner of her mouth, and the touch lit along her skin. When he spoke, his voice was a soft rumble tempered by tenderness. A kiss, he said, is a conversation. Easing closer, he continued to speak as he caressed her cheeks with feather-light strokes of his thumbs. A first kiss, his lips neared hers, is an introduction. And then his mouth brushed against hers. The contact sparked, sharp and bright like lightning, yet his lips were soft, unexpectedly so. Her breath caught the same instant his did. Against her mouth he whispered, that was hello. His breath mingled with hers as he waited, his lips so close she could feel their warmth. For a moment she simply breathed him in, growing heady on the scent of him and the tight anticipation gathering in her belly. Then she understood. Nerves fluttering, she brushed her lips across his as he had done. Again his breath hitched, as if he too felt that same spark, that hot need. Her eyes drifted closed, and his voice poured over her like warm cream. This is... I'm Jack. Another brush of his lips, but slower now, clinging at the last touch. She liked that one better. The tightness within her spread down her thighs and up to her breasts. Mary tilted her head slightly as he had done, and repeated his kiss. Soft, slow. I'm Mary. Over too soon. From under lowered lashes, dark green eyes gleamed at her, and the corners of Jack's wicked mouth curved in a slight smile. He held that look as he came back for her, holding her where he wanted. This, a gentle nip at her bottom lip, is a nibble on her top lip. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Another soft nuzzle, his mouth moving along hers in a languorous glide. So very lovely. Her breath grew sharp and pained. She wanted to fall against him, grind her lips into his, so violent was her need. She held herself in check and gently, slowly followed his lead. Jack made a sound against her mouth. She eased her grip and slid her hand to his neck. A tremor rent along the muscles there, his skin dry and hot. Beneath her touch his pulse raced. His fingers threaded into her hair as he came at her again with the same steady deliberation, exploring her as she explored him. Their breathing grew unsteady and fast. Mary clung to him, her head growing light. One muscled arm wrapped around her waist, and he drew her across his thighs. Her breasts pressed against his chest, and she felt small, fragile, safe. Jack's heavy pant mingled with hers as he rasped, This is... I want you. His kiss deepened. The warm, slick tip of his tongue glided along the edges of her lips, coaxing them open. Mary shivered. She'd never felt the like, as though his tongue touched more than her mouth, as though it licked at the tips of her breasts, down her spine, between her legs. Whimpering, she opened her mouth wider, her fingers clutching the hard swell of his shoulder. He responded with a low groan, his tongue delving deeper, sliding and coaxing. And she ignited. Her chin bumped his in her greedy haste to kiss him. Mary twined her tongue with his, learning his taste, loving the way he trembled under her touch, and he surged against her, all desperation and heat. I want you. How I want you. He'd been her enemy, teased and taunted her, made her blind with rage, and he kissed her as if she were the only thing in existence, as if she were his existence. And it was perfect. Her world tilted, and then she was sinking onto the cold, hard floor. His warm, dense chest pressed against her, and his hot, clever mouth fed upon hers. She was dizzy again, her whole body trembling, her breath too short. Her breasts ached, and her skin burned. She could do nothing more than hold on to him as her old world crumbled about her. Jack! She needed more. His hand was at her hip, the other one under her head, holding her to him. The lines of his face were severe, almost harsh in the blue shadows. The look in his eyes was pained. I want you. His lips shaped the words against her. But I need you more. Blind need had her clawing at his shoulders, holding him as if he'd pull away. Her hands grasped his short, shorn locks, then lost purchase as he kissed his way along her cheek, down to the tender juncture of her shoulder. Something in him must have eased a bit, for he suddenly gentled. Soft lips pressed against her skin, scattering shivers down her spine. His breath gusted warm and humid into the well of her neck. Slowly, he said, as if speaking to himself. I can go slowly. He leaned against her, his fingers opening and closing on her hip, as if he fought with the impulse to let her go. You deserve slow care. Another shudder racked him. We deserve it. Mary wound her arms about his back and held him. Slow, fast, as long as it is with you, Jack. She'd never given proper voice to it, but the words were out, and she knew the truth. For better or worse, Jack Tallant was the only man she'd ever wanted, and she feared that he was the only man she'd ever want again. He lifted his head, his eyes dark and glittering. He studied her for a brief moment, and then he kissed her. It was no longer frantic, but something altogether different, something more. The tender claim behind it was a kick to her heart, and some small part of her feared it would stop altogether if he were to leave her just then. But he didn't. He merely kissed her again. It was no introduction, this kiss. He was telling her something new, something she couldn't quite understand. But she felt it. It was always you, Mary, he said. From the moment we met, it was you. Chapter 22. Kissing Mary Chase beneath him, soft, fragrant and pliant. In his arms. How had it happened? Jack's head reeled, and his thoughts scattered. It might have been a dream, but no. His dreams of hers had never felt this good. Her taste was not light and sweet as he'd imagined, but dark and smoky, rich and complex. She was whiskey and chocolate. God damn, but he shook like a lad as he tucked her lithe body close and kissed her gorgeous, luscious mouth. That she'd wanted his kiss, when she hadn't wanted any other, lit him with joy and lust until he scarcely functioned. She had no idea what it meant to him, for the truth was, He'd only kissed one other woman in his life, and she'd been paid by Ian to do it. Ian, who had declared that all men needed to be taught how to please women, and that a good tup would set him to rights. While Jack had enjoyed his lesson, it had never felt right, knowing that his partner had been bought and paid for. Then he'd met Mary, and he hadn't wanted any other. Mary. She was his flavour, the only taste he wanted to indulge. His body was heavy and tender. Pleasure washed over him in a hot, rolling wave as he feasted on her mouth slowly. So slowly that he ached. Sweat bloomed on his skin, making him shiver again. His fingertips glided along her fragile jaw as he licked her upper lip. He didn't allow his hands to explore lower. It would be over too soon that way. He'd fought this for so long. Now he planned to drown in her and enjoy every moment. She made a little sound of contentment every time he slid his tongue into her warm mouth, and his cock throbbed in response. He lost track of time, forgot where he was, as they lay in a languid, heated cocoon of their own making, simply kissing, as if it were the only thing in the world. Even so, his fingers soon found their way to the clasp of her cloak. The grey wool slid open, revealing a lining of shimmering bronze silk. He smiled against her mouth. "Why are you smiling?" A whisky voice to go with her whisky mouth. Like liquor, it went straight to his head. "Because I'm happy." Wholly, incandescently. He kissed her again, lingering. "Because you cannot resist this small luxury." He touched the cool silk. "You crave it." Her wide eyes crinkled at the corners. "Just as you do." Yes, because they were more alike than either of them had known, and she cared. She'd come for him on that dark day, not out of guilt or duty, but because she cared. Oftentimes he'd been tempted to ask what her motives had been, but base cowardliness had stayed his tongue. Now he knew. It felled him, made him want things he had no business wanting. He burrowed against her neck, inhaling her fragrance. "This spot," he whispered against her skin. "I've dreamed of this spot, of kissing it." He kissed her there, and she shuddered. Of licking it. His tongue slid over silken skin. Sucking. His breath came on hard and fast, his grip upon her growing tighter. Mary moaned, arching against him. He shivered, laving that heated spot. "God, I want to bite you here, Chase." Her gentle laugh vibrated against his mouth. "Do you know, Jack Talent, I think I've wanted you to bite me there for some time." Her voice lowered to utter softness. "I think I've always wanted it." Then she touched him, a small caress of his jaw as if he meant something to her, as if she could protect him with that simple hold. Jack lifted his head. Her eyes gleamed gold and bronze, wide open. His throat closed up, heat prickling behind his lids. A sharp blade of emotion scraped over his skin, down into his heart where it pierced deep. At that moment she owned him. She altered him, from blood to vein, to bone and sinew and flesh, reshaping what once had been into something new. Hers. He was hers now, irrevocably. It did not terrify him as he'd long thought it would. It made him feel strong, larger and more infinite. He had a purpose now, and he had a home. Her. Always her. He kissed her, frantic, deep. She knew the core of him, past all his blundering and foolishness. So bloody well. The feeling crescendoed, a perfect moment of clarity and peace, and then it crashed down around him, so painful and raw that he squeezed his eyes shut. because she might own him, but he would never own her. Gritting his teeth, he pulled back. His body protested, his arms moving too slowly, and his heart trying to pound free. "I can't." Just saying it cut into his throat, so he said it again. "I cannot do this to you." At first, Mary thought she'd misheard Jack. She was almost certain of it. Save he rolled away from her and sat up, bending his knees and putting his head in his hands. "I am the one, Mary." Instantly she went cold, her chest seizing. You're killing the shifters." He wrenched around to look at her over his shoulder, his brows drawn. "What?" Confusion melted, but he appeared more pained, his eyes red beneath those scowling brows. "No, not hell!" Jack stood and turned. She could only gape at his tall form looming over her, strong and glorious. He destroyed her concentration. As if realizing this as well, Jack muttered a curse and stepped away, his movements graceful and lithe. He was beautiful. And he was distressed, all those lovely, dense muscles along his fine frame twitching as he moved. Turning back to her, he stopped, his expression broken and helpless. He made a furtive gesture toward her, but halted. "Jack!" She caught hold of her skirts and stood as well. "Tell me what pains you." His chest lifted on a sigh, and then he turned to stone before her. Cold, distant Jack Talent was back. That, more than anything else, terrified her. "Mary, the night you died, I was there." "What? No. No, he wasn't one of the men who had hurt her. She remembered each leering face. They'd been older. Good God! Had he shifted into another identity? He couldn't possibly have. She'd killed them all. She struggled to breathe. "I killed you, Mary." His voice was deadwood. "I was driving the gin wagon." Her scattered thoughts stopped. Jack's haunted eyes stared back at her. "Me, Will, and another named Nicky. We'd stolen the wagon from a London gang. We worked for the Necks, Mary." She flinched. He'd worked for the Necks. His mouth flattened. "I was driving the wagon, urging the horses faster. You ran out of nowhere." Before her lay the gaping maw of the alleyway. Her feet slapped over the cobbles, wet and cold as she raced for it, for safety. She'd lost a shoe. Cold air hit her skin. Lamplight blinded her. The clatter of horses. She bobbled, her ankle twisting. And then the wagon racing down the lane. Oh, but Mary didn't want to remember that. Or what came moments later. A flash of wide, terrified eyes. A boy's. The big brown length of a horse's snout, and then the hit. So hard she didn't feel a thing at first, just a jumble of sounds, and then the pain, bright and blinding. She'd hoped she would feel peace. It had been so far from that. There had been nothing but regret. "I didn't stop," Jack said. "Not for a half block. Couldn't get the horses under control." He looked away, the tendons along his neck standing at attention. "Nicky said to keep going, but you were lying there." Jack ducked his head, and his lashes hid his eyes. "I knew what I'd done. I knew that if I left you there—" He bit his lip. "I was a liar, a thug, but I'd never killed a person." "How old were you?" She was surprised at the calm in her voice. Inside, she was numb. Perhaps so was he. His eyes were dry, clear and direct when he looked up. 14. "And you—" She fisted her overskirt, her palms cold and clammy. "You recognized me. It was but an instant. When, Jack? When did you realize I was the one you'd run over?" She didn't want to know. Mary. He stopped and started again, resigned. "Lucian's barge." She flinched, the blows striking her in the center of her breastbone. Slowly she gathered her cloak and wrapped it around her. Clutching it like a shield, she approached him. He stood perfectly still, his eyes on her face as she came to him. "All this time." She stopped before him. "From the moment you recognized me." For she could remember that moment too, the way he'd suddenly grown cold and distant. "I thought it was because of how Lucian and I were together." Her teeth clicked. "You made me think that," she ground out. "Made me feel like a whore." His gaze was impassive, as if he were merely listening, as if he weren't even there. She got closer, and her voice dropped. "When it was never that." "Oh, I hated seeing him touch you." His retort was a soft whip. "Never doubt that." So cold, so very Talent. "But that isn't why you recoiled," she snapped. "No! All this time, all these years of strife, it was out of guilt, for killing me." "Yes." Her hand met his face with a ringing slap. He didn't flinch, but she did. He broke her heart. "I would have forgiven you, Jack." She stepped away from him. "Isn't that ironic? I would have done it in an instant. You were a boy, a stupid, ignorant boy, and I ran into you, really." She laughed low and ugly before tossing a glare over her shoulder, back at his pale, implacable face. "What I cannot forgive is that you held your own guilt over me. For years, you made me feel as though I were in the wrong, deliberately." "Yes." Weaker now, a ghost of a whisper, pitiless, hollow. "Good God, I was so very wrong about you," she said. "I thought you were redeemable, that there was hope for you." "No, there was never any hope for me," he said. "Now you understand. There is only ugliness inside of me." Though her insides were shaking, she drew herself up and pretended that he hadn't just run over her anew. "You don't even care who you hurt." She got all the way to the stairs before he answered. "That is the only thing I do care about now, more than you'll ever know." But it was too late, and he didn't try to stop her. Chapter 23. Holly's new laboratory was a frigid cellar with low, arched ceilings that seemed to press down upon her. Stone and grit scuffed beneath her boots whenever she took a step, and the cold permeated her bones. She shivered once again, drawing her heavy smock coat closer, and the shackles around her wrists rattled. Holly ignored them. If she thought about how she was chained to the wall... She took a bracing breath. "Calm. Keep your wits, girl." That rotter Talent had at least thought to provide ample light by way of hundreds of candles in the 3 thick iron rings that hung from the ceiling. "Quite adequate for the 15th century, she muttered under her breath as she bent over the work table and studied the infernal device she'd just created. Holly had never been accused of being ignorant. This electric prod that bastard had forced her to create, she knew exactly what the device would do to any Gim who felt the business end of the thing, and it made her ill. Talent and Mary's dislike of each other was well known. Regulators were taking bets as to who would do the other in first. All in good fun, of course. As much as people tended to stay clear of Talent and his foul moods, no one truly thought he'd harm Mary. Holly's throat burned when she thought of him turning that weapon against Mary now, and Holly would be an accomplice. She wanted to scream, rage against the iron bars at the cellar door. Those iron bars clattered now, and she nearly jumped out of her skin. The man she knew as Jack Talent walked in. Only the moment he came closer, she realized it wasn't him at all. He had the look of Talent, true, similar eyes and build, but he'd shifted again, revealing a face pitted with decay. He wore no shirt, only rough trousers, and his torso was as ravaged as his face. The true horror, however, was the centre of his chest, where, beneath the exposed bones of his sternum and ribs, a shriveled and blackened heart beat weakly. A ringing sounded in Holly's ears, her head going both heavy and light. "The lovely Miss Evernight," he said with an evil smile, making the pockets of puckered raw flesh ooze pus. "Hard at work, I see. Excellent." The ringing grew louder, and her limbs numbed. Who are you?" "I am pleased you asked, my dear. You may call me Master." Something dangled in his hand and dripped upon the floor. He moved, holding his hand up higher, as if allowing her to get a better look. Holly was sorry when she did. Several clockwork hearts, still attached to arteries, dangled in his grip. Blood oozed from golden gears, and a drop landed on the ground with a splat. "I have another assignment for you." Jack stood before the glossy black door to Mary's flat. The large stone of regret that lay in his chest seemed to grow, pushing against his ribs and making each breath he took a painful effort. For a long moment he simply stared, noting the fine striations the painter's brush had left in the lacquer, and the tiny rust spots at the edge of the brass number 6 that hung on the door. For years they had tried to make him beg, to plead for forgiveness. He could all but feel those long-ago grains of rice boring once more into his knees, and the shafts of agony driving through his flesh. Jack had never begged. Not even when they'd nearly killed him. He swallowed hard, willing himself to move, to speak. This was different. This was necessary. He could do this, because he had to. His hand shook only a little as he lifted it and knocked on the unforgiven iron-plated door. The sound echoed in the empty hall. Nothing stirred. Blood rushed through his ears as he waited, but silence crushed down on his shoulders, and the stone within him grew heavier still. Jack cleared his throat, the sound over-loud to his senses. "Mary!" He cleared his throat again. "Mary, open the door!" Sweat bloomed over his skin as sharp pricks of sensation crawled down his neck. The memory of another door, the dark chasm of a hall at his back, threatened. His childish voice haunted him. "Mama, please!" Rough hands grasped his upper arms, yanking him back, and the door receding as they tugged him away. "Don't you be bothering the mistress any more, boy!" Jack blinked, forcing his focus on Mary's door. "Mary!" His fist slammed into the door, shaking it now. "Let me in! I made hash of it this morning. I should have explained." He could smell her. He smashed his fist against the thick iron. The empty hall pressed in on him, his blows on the door rattling and mocking. "I know you're there! I know!" Jack's chest heaved as he braced his forearms on the door. "I can hear you!" Her heart ticked and whirred, so loudly it might have been right on the other side. "I can feel you, Mary!" His throat worked painfully, his mouth too dry. "I've always felt you." His breath came out in a hard pant, his forehead pressing into the hard surface. "I always have, from the first." Still nothing, only her scent and the feel of her vibrating around his soul. He traced a scar in the door as he spoke past the tightness in his throat. "I was a bastard. Worse than that. A despicable idiot. An ass." He ground his forehead into the door until it hurt. "Whatever you want to call me, I agree." His hands flattened on the cool lacquer. "I know I ought to slink away like the dog that I am, but I can't. Shit." He ground his teeth and closed his eyes. It ought to be easy, saying the truth. It ought to be a balm to his soul. It wasn't. It hurt like hell. "I need you. I don't remotely deserve you, but—" He couldn't say any more. No matter how much he wanted to, his mouth didn't seem to obey. Wincing, he clenched his fists and tried again. "Mary, please, let me in. Let me protect you, or provide some comfort. I know you are hurting. I can feel that too." She did not come. Something black and hot and sick welled within him. He tasted blood. His breath seared his throat. "God damn it! Open the bloody door, Mary!" His fist slammed into it, again and again. The blows echoed around him. "I am not leaving, do you hear? I'm not going!" Two dents formed beneath his fists, and the thick iron creaked ominously, but still she did not come. Jack shoved off and paced, raking his fingers against his skull. His vision blurred, and on a curse, he slumped against the wall. "I don't know what to do to make it better," he said to no one in particular. God knew Mary didn't seem to be listening. "I don't know what to do, all right?" It was a shout now, directed to the implacable door. His Adam's apple bobbed as he looked up at the sooty hall lamp. "I've never known. I tried to stay away and make you hate me, because it seemed better." A short, bitter laugh left him. "It's not. God, it's not." He blinked down at his battered knuckles. "It's tearing me apart," he said quietly. "Every day for 4 years I felt like half a man, small, unfinished." He sighed. "No, that's not right." His fingers curled, digging into his knees. "The night I left you on those wet cobbles, I lost my soul. I left it with you, tarnished thing that it is." His head was unbearably heavy, and he rested it against his forearms, drawing himself up tight. "Every time I looked at you, I knew it, that I had become what they accused me of being. Soulless." He ought to go. She wasn't going to come out. Yet he had no place to go. He knew that now. There was no longer any place to hide from himself, or the knowledge that she was his happiness, his purpose. She had cracked him open, rent him in two, and the exposure was an agony he could not live with. "I don't know what to do." He wasn't sure if he actually spoke the words that clattered about in his head. His blood and uneven breathing roared in his ears, drowning everything else out. He didn't know how long he sat there, but a sense of emptiness eventually stole upon him, and he realized that she was no longer in her flat. She'd slipped out some other way, leaving him behind. The tiny ticking of Director Wilde's pocket watch filled the silence. Mary sat with her back so straight she feared it might crack, and stared at the rough surface of the meeting room wall. Someone, at some point in time, had covered the hewn stone with a thick layer of pale yellow paint. Combined with the lumpy texture of the wall, it called to mind bile. Her hands rested, unnaturally heavy, upon the folds of her drab wool skirt. She did not shake. She did not feel. It was better that way. The chair beneath Wilde's frame creaked as he sat up. "Where the devil is Master Talent?" he burst out. She swallowed once. "I do not know." Nor did she want to. The idea of facing him, hearing his voice, had her fingers going cold and her chest constricting. She was a coward, slipping out of her back exit, leaving Jack behind. His pain, so raw and exposed, had nearly destroyed her, but she hadn't been able to face him. He'd opened up an old wound, and his secrets had torn into ones that she'd kept too, ones she did not want to speak. "He's 20 minutes late," Wilde groused before pinning a hard stare on her. "Have you any progress to report, Mistress Chase?" "No." Her pulse thrummed an insistent "Tell him, tell him, tell him" against her throat. And what would she even say? Jack Talent is the bishop. He's a killer and a liar, and it is all I can do not to rise from this chair and go to him. Cold sweat trickled down her spine as Wilde's eyes bored into her and his mouth turned down at the corners. He broke their stare off with a harumph. "You are a font of information this morning, Mistress Chase." A surge of irritation and discomfort had her back trembling, but she didn't cower. Wilde's chair creaked as he leaned forward. "This case is charging downhill. I've been informed that Lord Derby has gone missing, which means yet another shifter may be dead. The bodies of the regulators assigned to watch over him were found in the mews behind his home," he went on in heated fervour. "Mistress Evernight is still missing. The Archbishop of bloody Canterbury has sent a complaint to the Queen, stating that Jack Talent attacked him." At this he paused to expel a hard breath. "And I have to wonder, what the bloody hell is going on?" Before Mary had the chance to reply, the door opened. Her entire body lurched within her skin, but it was merely Director James, who poked her head in and took a look around. The woman's thin face grew pinched, and her words came out clipped and cold. "A word, if you please, Wilde." "I am conducting a meeting, James. I realise, and if it weren't urgent, I would not have interrupted." Her dark brows rose as if to add, "Now would I?" Wilde sighed. "My apologies." He glanced at Mary. "Give us a moment, Mistress Chase." "Of course." On wooden limbs she rose and passed Director James, aware of the woman's cool eyes upon her. "And if Master Talent decides to grace us with his presence," called Wilde as she left, "do let us know." It would be the very first thing on her mind, Mary thought bitterly. Once out in the dim stone corridor, she paused and released a sigh. Bloody hell! The end of the hall opened to the common rooms. The chatter of her co-workers echoed along the walls, a happy sound that somehow managed to depress her. Not wanting to meet another person, she moved toward the small alcove just ahead, where Wilde liked to make delinquent regulators wait before he served punishment. She'd reached the alcove when a hand whipped out and grabbed her arm. In a blur she was against the wall, and then he was on her, for she knew it was he. His scent and the feel of his body was as familiar as instinct now. Jack. All around her. The warm press of his chest, the hard bracket of his arms on either side of her shoulders. Protest ended with his mouth fitting to hers. Not a kiss, but a method of silencing. She pushed against his mouth with hers, trying to buck him off. He was a mountain of strength and will. He sucked in a breath, and then tilted his head, adjusting the angle of his attack. Everything became soft, melting heat, his lips nuzzling, nipping, claiming, as if nothing else mattered but here and now. And she was defenseless against it, her mind spinning and her body humming. The rough tips of his fingers found the hinges of her jaw, and he coaxed open her mouth to let him in. Before she could protest, He swooped down, kissing her fiercely, not making a sound as he surged into her. Mary shuddered, unable to move, only to feel. They were too exposed. Laughter and conversation echoed against stone. The sound of footfalls that could be coming from any direction tightened her skin. Her fingers dug into the crisp lawn shirt on either side of his trim waist, and he grunted, a near soundless exhalation of air. His grip upon her grew more secure. They were chest to chest, Jack's heartbeat matching her own heart's mad rhythm. His hot breath mixed with hers as he drew away just enough to come at her again, plundering with soft, steady intent. And she took it, letting that slick, warm tongue invade and tangle with hers until her body grew fevered hot and needy. Someone beyond called out to a friend, the sound overly loud and plucking at her nerves. As if fearing her escape, Jack leaned farther into her, and the thick length of his cock bunted into the softness of her belly. Damn her black soul! She wanted to open her legs and guide him inside where he'd fill her emptiness. The very idea had her whimpering. "Shh," he whispered into her mouth, his fingertips tracing down her neck, an eruption of shivers breaking out in his wake. "Shh, just once more." He kissed her again, hot, silent and deep. The wet glide of his tongue traced her upper lip, then licked inside her mouth. She shivered, her nipples hard and pained against her bodice. As if he felt it, he sighed into her. "Mary, you won't talk to me, and I can't think of any other way to show you." Tears prickled behind her lids. How very much she wanted to tell him that it did not matter what he'd done. She wanted him. She would always want him, at the cost of her pride. Her movements were sluggish, her body protesting her will, but she turned aside, breaking his kiss. He did not move away, nor did she have it in her to push him off. They leaned into each other, her fingers still tangled in his shirt, and his lips brushing against her temple with every soft exhalation he took. Warm fingertips pressed into the sensitive skin of her neck, holding there as if to feel her pulse. His body shaking, he burrowed his nose into her hair as though seeking comfort. "Tell me how to make amends." Mary swallowed, her throat moving against his touch. I cannot." "I should have honoured you from the first moment we met. I know that now." His thumb caressed her neck, an awkward touch as though he fought against it. "Because I wanted to, so very badly. You are my world, even when I didn't want you to be." His world? He'd turned her world into a dark fog. He pierced her heart and made that rusty device feel tender and soft. And sad. Unbearably so. "You have to let me go." She did not think she could stand another moment of his regret. Not now. His fingers tensed, biting into her skin. "You might as well ask me to cut off a limb." His mouth touched her brow. "Honour, logic, whatever it is that good men have, is lost to me when I am with you. You're mine, and I am yours. You kissed me and everything changed." Mary's skin flushed. "You kissed me, and only because you didn't know how." Tenderness coloured his words and heated his breath. Of course he would make mention of that. His lips grazed her jaw. "You're an exceptionally quick study, however." She would not smile, nor would she yield. Mary turned her head. "I cannot ignore what you've done. And I cannot go back to pretending that you aren't my everything. I don't want to." She pushed at his chest to no avail. He held her fast. She released a breath and spoke into the warm hollow at his throat. "But I don't want you." His broad chest gave an abrupt jerk, as if she'd thrust a spike into him. Ye gods, she'd become so very proficient at lying. "I deserved that," he muttered, still not letting go. "But I didn't expect it to hurt so much." "This is merely lust talking," she said sharply. "Leave me be and it will die down." A hard, bitter laugh escaped him. "Lust, is it?" He turned his head and pressed his lips against the crest of her cheek. "Mary Chase, I want to tup you, hard and slow and all week long. I want to so badly that my cods ache and my heart hurts. But considering that I felt the same way for going on 4 years and have managed to survive, I think it's bloody well safe to say this isn't about lust." Just down the corridor, a door opened, and Wilde's voice drifted out. "Yes, Minerva, I understand perfectly. Did she say where Father was?" Slowly, Jack pulled back, and it felt as though he'd taken away her one support. Cold hit her chest, and she struggled to remain standing. His eyes met hers, and the devastation in his gaze slashed like a blade. She faced him head-on, refusing to soften. She was not in the wrong. He'd done this to them. As if he heard her thoughts, his expression tightened, and his golden skin faded to pale cream. Wilde's voice came again, so normal-sounding compared to the pain that rose between Mary and Jack. "No, I'll handle it," he said within his office. "Please, let me know when he returns." Jack glanced in that direction, then back to her. "I can't forgive and forget, Jack," she whispered. Dark shadows danced over his pained features. Without another word, he turned from her and moved away at the blurring speed of a supernatural in his prime. A moment later, Wilde appeared, his frown concerned. "Was that talent?" She could only stare at the now empty corridor, her body frozen. Wilde shook his head as if annoyed, then cut to the chase. "There's been an incident." "The bishop?" she managed. "I'm not certain." His gaze dimmed, going cold. "But I think you ought to see it." Chapter 24. It took a great deal of effort for a supernatural to become foxed, but Jack was going to give it a proper go. Hunched over a table in the coffee-house where he'd first dined with Mary, he wrapped his hands around a flagon of cheap whiskey and took another great swallow. It burned going down and tasted like hell, but the pleasant, numbing sensation that followed could not be argued with. Oblivion was welcome. He'd tried to explain, and she had ignored it, told her that she was his world, and she hadn't turned a hair. What else was he to do? A raw curse broke from him, and a few people turned their heads. Jack gave one fellow a good glare, but his attention was diverted as a young lady glided toward him. Her effortless walk reminded him of Mary's, though it was not as refined. No one eased through a space quite as well as Mary. The ethereal look of the woman, with her crystalline green eyes, announced her as a Gim before he even heard the telltale clicking of her heart. Jack vaguely recognized her as one of the new SOS recruits, though the style in which she wore her hair spoke of a generation 5 decades past. Odd how some of the immortals held on to the fashions of their youth. Her gaze settled over him with all the warmth of winter ice. "Master talent!" Disdain tainted her low voice. "Getting fuddled, are we?" "Hitting the benzene, if you want to be precise about it." He took another fiery drink and ignored the chit, but she did not move on. With a sigh, he slammed down his mug. "Mistress Totty, I presume." She gave a little sniff of acknowledgement. "Well," he prompted, "what do you want? As you can see, I'm busy." "Lucian Stone requests your presence without delay." "Does he? I'd best be running along then." Jack made no move to rise, but picked at a nail. Fucking stone. The day Jack answered his summons. The Gim before him huffed. "Mistress Chase is already headed to him," she said. Jack lurched up from the table, and Totty sneered as if she had expected his reaction. "They are at our tavern." A quiver took hold of her mouth. Rage. He knew the emotion well. "I believe you know the place." "I do." Her nostrils flared, and accusation ran high in her eyes. Jack frowned. What was she about? It was then that he truly took note of her greying pallor and the tremor in her hands. Not just rage, but fear as well. Jack stepped into her space and tried to ignore the increase in his heart rate and the worry. What the fuck happened? She lifted her chin. "Best you run along and find out, Talent." Then she turned and flounced away without a backward glance. It took him too long to find the damn tavern. His memory of driving to the place the last time was faulty at best, and his current agitation was high. He growled low in his throat, his vision going hazy for a moment. When he finally reached the tavern, he wrenched open the door, and the hinges screeched in protest. One step over the threshold and he halted in shock. In his building temper, he hadn't scented death, which was saying a lot considering the overwhelming stench that slapped his senses now. Blood splattered the walls, and bodies lay strewn about like rag dolls dropped in mid-play. Instantly, Jack went on full alert. Almost as quickly, he found her standing in the midst of the destruction, her glowing gaze focused on him. Despite the carnage, something deep inside him eased. She was well, and furious. Whether at him or the situation he could not tell, nor did he care. She was well. They stared at each other in silence. Defiance ran through Jack's veins. She might no longer want him, but he wasn't going away. Oh, he'd keep his distance if that's what she needed, but he was still her partner, whether she liked it or not. A slight movement at her side had him tensing. Lucian Stone glared back at him. "What happened?" Jack snapped. His breathing was too fast. The mere thought of Mary walking into this death house made him want to break things. Not much left to break. Lucian glanced at the carnage around him, and rage flared in his eyes before he dampened it. "Did you do this?" Jack's control broke. "The fuck I did!" He took a step in the Gim's direction. "Do not dare accuse me of this!" Lucian watched with cool detachment. That didn't mean he was unaffected. The dandy's face was pale and drawn. "As I understand it, you were the only outsider who knew of its location. And every damned Gim in London." One dark brow rose in cold contempt. "You think one of my kind did this to their own? Worse things have happened." "And Mercer?" Lucian studied Jack carefully. "He knew. I believe he was your informant, Mary." Mary nodded shortly before turning her gaze back to the room, the corners of her eyes tight and pained. "Mercer?" Jack's insides cooled even as his rage threatened to ignite once more. Lucian gave a small, humourless smile. "I believe he accused you of being this Bishop of Charing Cross." He tossed a chin in the direction of a body. Mercer lay on the floor, or what was left of him, which was not much. Jack took a step closer to Mary, his flesh rippling. The urge to shift loomed high, wild and hot. "You think I am capable of this?" Her expression was smooth as porcelain, her eyes glowing, but then she blinked and her slim shoulders slumped. "Of course I don't." Jack's brittle spine relaxed, He gave her a curt nod. "Nor did I particularly," said Lucian, "but one has to ask." He waved a tired hand around the bloody room. "Look at them," he said. "Tell us what you see." Jack drew back and glanced around. Each victim's shirt was torn open. A cross burned into each one's flesh, and their hearts had been ripped from their bodies. The smell underlay the lingering scent of roasting meat that had burnt down on the doused grill. Leaving the mechanical Mistress Chase behind, he went to one of the bodies. The poor bloke stared up at him in silent accusation, and Jack's stomach knotted. A gaping wound lay the man's throat open to the spine. Frowning, Jack bent closer. "The spine isn't severed." Stone arrived, and Jack stepped away to let him see. A moment later, Mary stood by his side. It was all Jack could do not to grab her and haul her into his arms, where she'd be safe. But she didn't pay him an ounce of attention. Her skirts rustled as she bent over the dead Gim and plucked a piece of paper that stuck out of his front coat pocket. "They are dead. They shall not live. They are deceased. They shall not rise. Therefore hast thou visited and destroyed them, and made all their memory to perish," she read aloud. A slow shiver ran through Jack's body. Was it coincidence or bad timing that this had occurred after he'd given the fiend his blood? The bastard had known Mercer, and from the torture that had been inflicted on the demon, it was safe to say he might have divulged the location of this place. "Well, the message is a bit more blunt this time," she said. He turned abruptly to face her, and Mary's gaze was steady on him. "A Bible quote was found in the area where Holly Evernight disappeared." "Why did you not tell me?" Her lips pressed together for a moment. "It slipped my mind." Jack snorted. "The demon we found at Pierce's house had a verse on him too." When Mary gave him a reproachful look, he smiled without humour. "Slipped my mind." Before she could reply, Jack moved to another victim. Blood had sprayed from this one's wound, wild and deep red. The old violinist. He'd clawed at the wood floor trying to escape. Saliva filled Jack's mouth, and he looked away. "When did you find them?" "Less than an hour past." Stone's celadon gaze moved to the body of a woman, and his mouth tightened. "Someone will pay for this." "One can hope." Plenty got away with murder and more. Not bothering to see Stone's reaction, Jack went to the old woman hunched by the stove. Burn marks marred her forearms from her struggle with her attacker. Blackening blood pooled beneath her. Jack straightened. "We have 3 human victims bled out and a room full of Gim. Cause of death unknown." "What do you mean?" Lucian asked. "I mean," he pointed at a body next to him, "their throats were cut and their hearts torn out, but it was done after death. Look at them. They hardly bled in comparison to the others, and they didn't fight. They're lying where they fell. Look at the humans. They fought." Understanding slowly dawned on Lucian's face. Jack wondered if, in the shock of finding so many of their kind murdered, Mary and Lucian hadn't fully studied the crime scene, only thought to accuse. Again, the shivering urge to go animal lit over his body. "Do you honestly think one man could take on an entire room of supernaturals and kill them all?" He wanted to spit. It was so absurd. "Somebody did," Stone murmured, his expression thoughtful as he stroked a hand over a young woman's head. The gesture struck Jack. Ian looked at his lads in the same manner. These Gim were Lucian's responsibility. Some of the anger went out of Jack. "Without a massive fight on his hands?" Jack shook his head slowly. Something killed them before they even understood the danger. Stone cursed as he looked at one young lad. Took their hearts with him. The killer doused the fire, Lucian observed quietly, as he looked at the black scorch marks that flared up 2 walls. Because he wanted us to see what he'd done, Jack said. Almost idly, Stone ran a finger along the edge of a table where one victim slumped back in his seat. Jack walked over to him. He's taken some victims with him. Jack pointed to the table. This has been set for 2, yet 1 remains. A quick glance around confirmed more empty table settings. 2, 3, 4, he counted, growing dread spreading through him as he did. There were more people dining in here than there are victims. Stone uttered a blue curse. I do believe you are correct. Jack! Mary's call from the back of the tavern had him hurrying to her. He stopped short. The body was crucified to the wall, much as he had been in those dark days. Naked and sagging against the iron spikes that held him fast was Anthony Goring, Archbishop of Canterbury. His throat had been cut, allowing blood to pour over his body in a grim wash of crimson. Bloody hell, Jack whispered, coming closer. A strange pang knocked Jack's chest and made his breath hitch. He didn't understand it. For most of his life, Goring had been the source of his greatest fears and his deepest anger. But now he felt something close to sorrow. Jack? Mary touched his arm, a hesitant gesture. Are you all right? Was he? Jack studied his uncle's body. So thin. The grey skin wrinkled and sagged a bit. Looking up at his uncle's lifeless eyes now, he only saw frailty and a waste of life. Yes, he said, realizing that he meant it. The memories of this man no longer had the ability to hurt him. In truth, they hadn't had that power for quite some time. Jack no longer wanted revenge. He wanted peace. He wanted what he'd experienced in Mary's arms before he'd gone and mucked everything up. It was all he needed. This wasn't just a message to the Gim, Mary said by his side. Turning with a grunt, Jack walked away from the body and she followed. He's playing with us, he said as he reached Stone once more. Jack forced himself to look at Mary. It hurt to do it. Hell, being in the same room hurt. When he spoke to her, his voice was hard. Whatever you feel about me, you aren't safe. No Gim is right now. Let me protect you. Mary's lashes lowered, her creamy cheeks pale. I shall take proper precautions. Stone turned away, as if to give them privacy, but not before Jack saw the satisfaction in his eyes, and Jack's teeth met with an audible click. God, but he wanted to rip the man's cods off and feed them to him. With him! Mary's lithe frame moved in a flash, her palms smacking into the centre of his chest with enough force to capture the whole of his attention. Don't you dare, she snapped, her eyes glowing pure gold. Never again! Do you hear? Her palms connected with his chest with another loud smack. Never again will you sneer or imply something untoward between Lucian and me. Mary! Jack's outstretched hand was slapped away. Do not marry me! She brushed a lock of her hair back from her face as she advanced on him. You seem to be suffering under a misunderstanding. My life is not your concern. If I go back to Lucian's barge and swive him senseless, it is none of your concern. Jack wanted to howl. The muscles along his back burned, and he feared those strange leathery wings would soon break through. Stop! It was more of a plea than anything. Fangs were growing in his mouth. Soon he would be smashing things. Please! All at once her expression turned sombre and tired. You say you wanted me from the first, that I was your world. Then where were you all these years? Right here, watching you, needing you, dying a little more every day. When I needed a friend, she went on, a kind word, a bit of support, it was Lucien who provided that. Where were you? Blood pooled in Jack's mouth, and he forced his fangs to recede. It took all he had not to look at Lucien, not to point his finger and shout the truth of her dear Lucien's culpability in this. That bloody, blackmailing bastard might have spoken up, but he didn't. Mary glared up at Jack, hurt and anger twisting her lovely features, and it twisted his heart. He couldn't do it. He would not hurt her further. If she believed Lucien was the only good and trustworthy man in her world, then he'd leave her that comfort, even if it tore him apart. When he did not answer, she made a soft, scoffing noise. As I thought. You say you are sorry, but that isn't a cure-all. Her lip trembled. Actions count too. The ground beneath him seemed to sway. He held steady by will alone. She took a deep breath, as if bracing herself. It is finished, Jack. Just go. Humiliating heat swept over him. Stone's presence, Mary's disappointment in him. The heat flared to pain. It was over then, and he'd lost. As you wish. Jack sat in a darkened corner of the cathedral. A slow ache washed over him, as though he'd been in battle.
I'd have thought this would be the last place you'd go to hide.
Jack nearly bolted out of his skin. In the dark calm of the cathedral, he ought to have heard anyone approach. Steeling himself, he turned toward the sound and found the same bastard who'd toppled the freight car on Mary. His hands fisted tight. I ought to rip your head off where you stand. The man laughed.
And yet you took what I offered. You went after Mercer.
Ugly memories slid through Jack. I did not finish him.
Weak.
Slowly Jack stood. You were the one who came after me, begging. A low snarl snapped through the darkness, and a set of red eyes gleamed.
You wish to play the game of begging.
That was one thing Jack had never done. Not even when he had wanted to die with every breath he took. He wasn't about to start now. The man's boot heels clicked against the marble as he took 2 steps closer. Again came the cold bunting of an unnatural fog. It drifted from the man's long, bulky cloak, seeping out from his sleeves and collar, billowing down around his legs. Jack had never seen the like. The faint scent of cold stone and rot rode on that fog, so like that of their surroundings that it wasn't any wonder Jack hadn't noticed his arrival.
You could be free from this quest for vengeance by ending it.
He cocked his head, those cold, slightly off eyes gliding over Jack in a way that made his blood congeal within his veins.
You could have the world in your hands.
Silky words slid through the dark.
Join me.
Jack shook his head. He'd had the world in his hands. For one shining moment, and then he'd ruined it. Not interested. I'm not playing that game. Not with you. I gave you blood. I won't give you any more.
Tell me, what did you think of my latest work?
Jack lunged, lashing out. His claws scraped against unyielding stone. On the other side of the room now, The man danced back, laughing. His smile glittered with white fangs. Holding his gaze, the man lifted his arm, and his hand caught the light of the moon, the gun he held glinting.
Predictable, Jack.
Jack laughed. A bloody gun? You think that will stop me?
Iron bullets are fairly painful, are they not?
They will hurt like the devil, he admitted. And so will my claws going through your neck, for I won't stop until it's torn from your head. The gun did not waver.
Have you not considered that I might have associates?
Steps sounded, and 2 figures dressed in hooded cassocks appeared. Regardless, Jack's arms twitched. Everything in him said to finish this, tear the bastard's head off. But he might fail, leaving Mary unprotected. Whatever the fiend was, he had speed and agility. His companions were not particularly large, nor could he see their faces, but when dealing with the supernatural, he could be up against unlimited power and not know until it was too late.
I see reason has finally drifted into your thick skull.
He grinned at Jack, and suddenly, with a shimmer, he was Jack. Fuck! Jack snarled, stepping forward. The man laughed.
Don't like that face much, do you?
He stared at Jack with something akin to mad pride, a strange look that had Jack's blood running cold.
You don't even know how perfect you are, the bastard said. I need more blood.
No. Jack's own face scowled back at him, but the man didn't say a word. And then understanding cleared Jack's mind. You can't take it, he said in wonder. You cannot take my blood without my permission. Before Jack could question or protest, the man flew forward and smashed into him. The hit crushed the bones of his shoulder and cracked his ribs. Sharp pain exploded through Jack's body as he slumped down the wall. The power behind the hit was like nothing he'd ever felt. He hadn't time to defend himself before hands hauled him up and iron was punching into his chest. Jack roared, his back bowing from the pain. Another stake slammed into his shoulder, pinning him against the limestone wall of the church. Maddened, he strained against the stakes holding him, not caring if it tore him in half. He would not be imprisoned again. A stake speared his gut. Jack retched, vomit and blood spilling over his front. Teeth chattering, he slumped. There was too much iron in him now, sapping his strength. Dimly, he heard a chuckle and forced his head up. A cold finger touched his face.
I might not be able to take your blood, but there are other things I can take from you, said the man. Make no mistake.
His face twisted into a frown.
But I rather think you'll want to hear what I have to say before you decide to deny me.
Before him, his tormentor shimmered again, and when he reformed, Jack convulsed against the iron spikes. His uncle, Anthony Goring, the Archbishop of Canterbury, reached out and gently stroked his cheek.
Hello again, John Michael.
You mad fuck!
That really ought to be Your Grace, you mad fuck,
the man interrupted with a shrug.
However, since we're family, I'll allow it.
He grinned again. Though he wore the face of Jack's uncle, open sores ravaged his face. His skin was sunken and rotting, giving off a putrid stink.
What? No kind words for your uncle?
When Jack sneered, he laughed.
There's gratitude for you. I was under the impression that you hated your uncle. Now he is gone.
Forgive me if I don't believe that was your motive in killing him, Jack ground out.
Ah, well, you are correct there, for it occurred to me that your uncle held a position of extreme power. It would be a waste not to use it."
A gleam lit the bastard's eyes, and Jack strained against the iron. Not a chance in hell was he letting this madman assume the identity of the Archbishop. His influence would be too great, for he would have the ear of the Queen and the people.
"Bit stupid of you,"
Jack said past the pain in his gut.
"To spill Goring's blood, demon. That glamour won't last for long without it."
"I don't need blood to shift, ignorant boy, nor am I a demon. I'm something more."
The man let his robes fall open. Blackening flesh hung on his bones, and in the center of his chest a massive hole gaped, a raw and ugly wound. Beyond the bone, gristle, and muscle, a pathetic and shriveled heart barely pumped.
"I am fallen. I am Amaros."
A fallen angel. Bloody perfect. Amaros closed his robe.
"I am decaying, but you are going to help me fix that."
"Don't see how."
Jack gave a wry look down at his gut, where a thick shaft of iron stuck out of him. It was agony, but he was damned if he'd let that show.
"I'm a bit hung up at the moment."
The sores along Amaros's neck gaped as he tilted his head and looked Jack over as though he were a piece of prime meat on a hook.
"I'm rotting away, unable to die, only to live in agony. For a millennium I've wasted away, and then I tasted you, Jack."
Cold fingers raked Jack's cheek, and he flinched, much to Amaros's delight.
Slowly I began to heal. Imagine my happiness when I thought that the blood of a shifter could heal me. But it was only you, your gloriously rich blood. It can heal me.
Through his pain, Jack choked out a laugh.
"Right, it's done a bang-up job."
A blow set Jack's teeth rattling and blood pooling in his mouth. With an exaggerated sigh, Amaros leaned against the spike in Jack's gut. Jack gnashed his teeth to hold in a scream. Amaros didn't miss the reaction, however, and sighed.
"Doesn't have to be like this. We can help each other."
"Your idea of help,"
Jack ground out through shallow breaths,
"is a little lacking, mate."
"But I have been helping. I was the one, you realize, who took you."
The fact that this putrid thing had been his main tormentor made Jack's skin crawl.
"And yet, when I might have tormented you further," Amaros went on, "I set you free from your captivity."
"Set me free?" Jack laughed. "I was saved, you deluded prat."
Slowly, Amaros shook his head, as if Jack were daft.
"I suppose it never occurred to you just why Mary Chase was able to waltz into that barge and rescue you. Without a fight, without one guard left to watch over you."
Jack swallowed against the thick lump in his throat. Bloody hell, but it made sense.
"Why let me go?"
"Because your blood was weakened by the iron needed to hold you captive. I needed you to heal, to grow strong."
He grinned his off-kilter grin again.
"But then I discovered what you are."
"Oh,"
Jack coughed, a loose and rattling sound deep within his chest. "Christ, that spike hurt."
"And what am I?"
"You are one of the Nephilim, the offspring of an angel and a human."
Jack stilled.
"You're bamming me."
"I do not know what that means."
Amaros's eyes gleamed darkly.
"Have you not paused to wonder why it is that you sprout wings when roused?"
"I am a shifter."
Jack knew he was being stubborn. Even so, He suddenly felt overset. Amaros uttered an annoyed snort.
Shifters, angels, and Nephilim can change appearance at will and are weakened by iron. And Nephilim do not show their true selves until they reach full maturity, which, by the look of you, did not happen until this year.
Jack was 26, but it was true. He had only just grown into his full strength, and he'd never sprouted wings until now.
"I don't believe it," Jack said.
"Neither did I at first. Your kind is rare. Before you, one had not been born in 2 millennia.
Amaros's expression turned earnest, save for the mad light in his eyes.
"Shrouded in myth, even for the supernaturals, only the fallen truly know your kind."
"My kind," Jack sneered.
"And you've decided to tell me this out of the goodness of your heart?"
"No, to whet your appetite. I can give you something that you've always wanted, your heritage, the name of your true family."
Jack's heartbeat thundered in his ears, but he remained silent.
"You think I don't see the hunger in your eyes," Amaros whispered. "You, the lost boy that no one wanted. You want to know, want to belong somewhere, even if you deny it with every breath."
There was a part of Jack that thirsted for what Amaros was offering. For too long he'd wandered, not belonging anywhere. The fallen's gaze grew soft, inviting trust.
"I gave you the names of your tormentors, did I not? Give me what I want, and I will give you that knowledge."
Jack looked into the fallen's eyes and saw an abyss. It would never end, the bargaining, the bartering of his pride. That the fallen seemed to believe his offer would negate all that had been done to Jack caused a bone-deep rage to rise to the surface. He bit down hard on his battered lip, and blood filled his mouth with a metallic flavour. And though a small, cold part of him shouted not to do it, Jack spit the blood into the fallen's face.
"That's all you'll get from me!"
It pebbled over Amaros's raw cheeks and dripped off the tip of his nose. Far from being annoyed, he closed his eyes and inhaled, his nostrils flaring.
"Then we are at an impasse. Or perhaps not."
Amaros's teeth flashed in a sick grin.
"Mary Chase."
Jack did not let a single muscle on his face move. Amaros would make him pay for Mary, and it would hurt. Jack's heart thundered hard enough to feel in his throat.
"You can't touch her, and I'll cut my own throat and bleed out before I let you get one drop."
His chest heaved, the movement tearing his flesh, and warm blood trickled over his skin, an all too familiar sensation. The fallen was silent, watching him with cool eyes.
"You saw what I did to those Gim."
He glanced at his cohorts. Jack had forgotten they were there. The 2 robed figures stepped closer.
"It took only a moment to kill every last one of them."
Jack strained against the spikes, wanting to lash out, but they held fast, and he sagged.
"Let him down," Amaros said.
Being pulled off the iron was as bad as being impaled. Jack slumped to the floor, his blood pumping out of him even as his flesh closed. Amaros stood over him.
"Choose, John Michael. Your blood, or the safety of every Gim in London."
The Gim. Not only Mary, but Daisy, and by extension everyone Jack loved. With a swirl of his black cloak,
Amorous turned to go. "Trafalgar Square, 1 hour. Otherwise, I'll start with Mary Chase."
Chapter 25. Dread. It had been his companion for years. Constancy did not diminish its power. No, it merely made it grow. How strange, then, that on the eve of seeing all his fears come to fruition, dread had lost its power over him. Jack was numb. No, not numb. He merely ached so badly that it blocked all other feelings out and made his limbs thick and heavy. Mary. Her name bloomed in his mind without his permission, and a thick twist of discomfort went through his chest. He'd never believed in love, never allowed himself to truly feel it. Not for his family, though he cared for them with a protectiveness that was fierce. And to have someone to call his own, someone who claimed him as hers? Never had he believed in that. Because if he couldn't love himself, how could he expect another to love him in return? But the folly in trying to curb one's emotions. It couldn't be done. It was a joke, a lesson in futility. No matter how many mind games one played, emotion, need, love had an insidious way of seeping in. And while Jack did not know how to love, he knew with painful clarity how it felt to be in love. Agonizing. He did not know what to do about that, but knew where he had to go. The butler let Jack into the library and closed the door. Jack stopped at the threshold as the 2 men within turned in unison to look at him. What a sight they made, each man occupying a deep leather armchair set up before the cheery fire. The light set an orange-gold cast to everything, turning one set of eyes aqua blue and the other to pale ice. And sprawling upon the chest of the blond man, like a lumpy sack of potatoes, lay the youngest male in the room, his tuft of baby hair a lick of flame against his father's fine tweed coat, now covered in drool. "Don't you two make the cosy couple?" Jack murmured. Ian Ranulph grinned, his canines gleaming bright, but his voice came out whisper-soft.
"If you wake this child, Jack Talent, I shall have your hide."
Jack moved on quiet feet to claim a spot on the ottoman just between the 2 men.
"I wouldn't dare," he said, keeping his voice low. "I've heard the little pisser screech too many times."
Ellis Lane was as vocal, if not more so, as his mum and aunts. A right charming devil he was. Winston Lane let out a small sigh as his head rested against the high back of his chair. "I do not even remember what an entire night's sleep feels like anymore." With infinite care, Jack reached out and laid his fingers on the curve of Ellis's nappy-padded bum.
"You want to know, want to belong somewhere."
Something inside him warmed and eased. Not enough, but it felt all right. "I take it Poppy is resting now." Slowly he gave Ellis a tender stroke, all the while aware of Ian's attention and the hopefulness of it. Jack's iced-over heart gave a kick of regret. Agreed Lane. "I shall shortly join her, now that my little songbird here is truly sleeping." His keen gaze darted between Jack and Ian, who sat quiet in his chair. The awkward heaviness of the room increased significantly. "In fact," Lane said, standing in one graceful move, "I think I shall do so now." Holding a big hand against his child's small body, he glanced down at Jack. "Good to see you, Jack." Lane left them, and though it was his house, he never questioned Jack's visit, as if he knew perfectly well that Jack wasn't here to see him. Jack rested his arms upon his knees and stared at the dancing flames. Ian's silent presence like a heavy hand upon his back. He wanted to speak, but found his voice had fled. "How did you know I was here?" Ian's soft query cracked out like a whip between them. Jack straightened. "Daisy said you and Lane like to play chess at this hour." The board lay in play just beside Jack, and it looked as if Ian was losing. Noting the direction of Jack's gaze, Ian made a snort of annoyance. "It's a bloody nightmare in the making. The ignominy of it. I have to defend my honour, but I swear, young Ellis is giving the bastard tips. I think it might be in the form of baby babble code." Jack's mouth twitched, but the dull, heavy ache returned. "I've made mistakes." At his side, Ian stirred, coming forward. "We all do." "No, not like this." Staring into the fire, he told Ian everything, of his ties with Will and the Necks, of trading blood for information, and of what he'd done to Mary. Just saying it was like regurgitating shredded glass. Jack's confession ended in ringing silence. The fire snapped as a log broke, and then Ian sighed. "Fuck me." A soft curse for the damned, but no condemnation, no mention of his idiocy, just, "I take it Miss Chase was rather, as she ought to be," Jack finished dully. He stared down at his clenched fists. Deep down, I knew that if I treated her badly enough, I'd ruin any hope of her forgiveness. I pushed her away. Jack closed his eyes. Hell, he excelled at pushing people away. It wasn't fear that she'd find out. I knew I didn't deserve her. Ian snorted, a wry sound. "I've yet to meet a man head over heels in love who believes himself worthy of his lady." Jack tried to smile, but couldn't. "I deserved what I've got, and Chase has made it quite clear that she wants nothing more to do with me." His knuckles turned white. "At any rate, I'm not here for advice. I will fix what I can, however I can." The image of submitting to Amoros loomed to the fore, and it took a moment to master his voice. "I'm here because I needed someone to talk to, and you are that person." Jack shut his mouth and blinked. Ian cleared his throat, a brusque, sharp sound. "Well, good." He cleared it again. "I am glad. That you did, I mean." He eyed Jack, and then spoke just as gruffly. "You're a man now." "And I wasn't before," Jack quipped. "No, you were a pup, trying to snarl his way past fear. Now you know better, and I'm bloody proud of you, you wee bugger." Hell, Jack lurched up, his heart throbbing in his throat and his eyes far too hot. He made to go, but halted and looked down at Ian, who sat frozen in his chair. Neither man looked directly at the other, each choosing some point in the vicinity of the other's chin or shoulder. Jack had been an ass. He'd known it, and Ian had never censored him, because he knew exactly why. Suddenly, it wasn't humiliating. It was a gift. Jack reached out and clamped a hand upon Ian's shoulder, an ungainly move, but necessary. Then he bent down and placed a kiss upon the top of his head. "Tagulagam erst ahir. I love you, Father." Ian sucked in a sharp breath, and his hand whipped up to grasp Jack's wrist in a grip so tight Jack's bones bent. They both stayed like that, Jack's hand wound into the fabric of Ian's shirt, and Ian with a death grip on Jack's wrist. Then, as if by silent agreement, they both let go. Jack turned and walked away, a bit lighter and a bit shaken. "Jack." He halted to find Ian standing in front of his chair, his eyes burning and bright. "I'm here for you," Ian said. "Always. You understand that?" Jack's chest constricted, dull pain giving way to sharp. He might never see Ian again. Not like this. Not if fate played its current hand. It was his turn to clear his throat. "That's why I came." A woman was sitting in the parlour chair, sitting by the empty hearth and waiting. Mary sighted her the moment she entered her flat. In the next breath, she had her baton in hand. "I heard that," said the woman, her voice crystal clear in the darkness. "You needn't bother with weapons. I have no interest in hurting you." Mary kept a light hold on her baton as she moved farther into the room. "All the same, I'll be leaving it in hand." Keeping her eyes on her guest, Mary lit the lamp by the door. Soft, golden light illuminated the small space. The woman blinked once at the sudden glow. She was beautiful, in a sharp sort of way. Narrow face, cold amber eyes, black hair. Her dress was highly fashionable, an indigo taffeta trimmed with crimson piping. Pale, elegant hands rested calmly in her lap. Just as Mary inspected her guest, she was treated to the same once-over. The woman's full lips curved in a satisfied smile. "You know, they said you were lovely. I do not think they did you justice. You have the face of an angel." "And the temper of the devil," Mary warned lightly, as if her insides weren't still trembling. A soft laugh. "Don't we all?" Mary took a step closer. She let her senses expand, scanning for hidden threats while keeping her eyes on the woman. "Who are they?" "My associates." The woman inclined her head, a graceful nod toward the small settee before her. "Do sit down." "How gracious of you to play hostess in my own home." Mary made her way over to the next lamp and turned it up. The corners of the woman's eyes crinkled. "Sanguis?" Mary asked her. Sanguis demons were notorious for their dislike of bright light. The woman's eyes narrowed further. "Clever girl." "The girl grew up long ago." Mary stopped and regarded her visitor. "State your business." She needed this woman out of her home before she completely lost her composure. She'd told Jack they were finished. It had hurt to hurt him. "You might as well ask me to cut off a limb." That was precisely what it felt like. When had he become an essential part of her? The woman shifted forward, a deliberate and calm movement designed to invite trust, and Mary set herself back on guard. "Since we know each other's intimate make-up," the woman said, "ought we not exchange names?" Pale lips curled again. "I am Miss Ada Moore." Mary leaned a hip against the arm of her settee, just as deliberately stating that she did not trust Miss Moore an inch. "I shall assume you know my name, Miss Moore. Your business, please." Moore rested her hands back in her lap, as proper as any governess. "I am here to make you an offer, and give a warning." Her tone was soft yet clipped. "I work for the Nex." She smiled a little. "I see by your expression that you have a decidedly prejudicial view of my organization." Decidedly. Mary worked day and night to run them to the ground. You can't have expected otherwise. Against the folds of her skirt, Mary eased her grip on her weapon, getting more comfortable with it. Cool amber eyes turned hard and pure black. "It would be a mistake to attack me, Miss Chase." and it would be a mistake to underestimate me." "Understood. Sit. We can talk." Mary remained standing. "What is your offer?" "You have a traitor in your midst," she said. "Your amiable partner, to be exact." "Talent?" Mary's blood stilled. "I do not believe you." True, Jack had just admitted to seeking revenge on demons. He'd even admitted to belonging to the Nex when he was younger. But had he ever truly left? She thought of Poppy's concern, and rather feared it would be quite easy to accuse Jack Talent of the ultimate betrayal now. Jack. Another spear of pain went through her. "Such loyalty," Moore snorted, "for a man who has been notoriously scornful of you." Moore's head tilted, sending the small curls of her fringe slanting over her brow. "How interesting." Mary forced herself not to react. "You have proof?" A gleeful light glowed in Ada Moore's eyes. "That is a given. You do realize that he is the Bishop of Charing Cross?" "Yes." It was almost amusing to witness the shock running over Moore's face. "Well, that is enlightening," Moore murmured at last. "If the Nex has known, why haven't you killed him?" The question coated her tongue with bitterness and turned her stomach, but she needed to understand. "Why come to me now?" "The situation is delicate. He is killing our agents, and he must be made accountable." Moore's expression grew pinched, and her hands clenched in her lap. "However, he is also under the protection of one of our top counsellors. This counsellor is not under Nex control. He does what he wants. And at the moment, he wants Talent alive, regardless of our concerns. They are working together for their own selfish ends." "And you cannot go over this man's head?" Mary asked incredulously. Moore grimaced. "He is not one we want to upset." "So you want me to take Talent out of the equation, and thus spare you the trouble of gaining this man's wrath?" Mary laughed. "Pardon me if I don't jump at the opportunity." "We do not want you to kill him. We want you to talk him out of his present course of action." Again Mary laughed. "Why on earth do you believe I would do such a thing, or that he would even listen? He might just as well kill me for what I know, if you are telling the truth." Moore smiled like the toad that had snared the fly. "Because you love him, just as he loves you." Love. Jack's taste was still in her mouth, his touch, his tender words, all of it was a ghost in Mary's head, haunting her. For one precious moment, Mary had begun to believe in love. Then Jack Talent had pulled the rug out from beneath her feet. "Come now, Miss Chase, it is written all over your skin." Mary focused on her present predicament. "You are grasping at straws. You have picked the wrong one. I have wanted to bring Talent down for 4 years. In fact, the way I feel about him right now, you'd do better asking me to kill him for you." Moore shrugged. "Then you get to play the part of good little regulator and turn him in, or kill him. It matters not to me." "If Mr. Talent loves me, as you say," and how it hurt to utter those words, "you could achieve the same result by simply threatening my life." Mary didn't want to give them ideas, but they had to have contemplated as much. She needed further information. "That approach would only serve to exacerbate the situation," said Moore. "This is quite simple. You shall either agree and talk him out of it, because if Mary was lying, and she did love Jack, she would do anything to save him from ruin." And Moore's smug expression said as much. "Or," she continued, You solve our problem for us. Regardless, we get what we want without any culpability. There were threads here going far beyond Mary's ken. Her mind raced forward. There is still the matter that you offer no proof of Mr. Tallant's wrongdoing. You understand, I have no reason to trust your word. Moore rose and swept her trailing skirts out of the way. Come with me, and you shall see your proof. Chapter 26. Deep in the darkest part of the shadows, Mary stood. A light rain had begun an hour ago, only to turn into a downpour. Now, despite her thick black cloak, her skin was damp and cold. No matter. She did not move, but watched and waited. Concentrating on her breathing kept her still, and every few minutes, lifting one and then the other foot just a fraction, kept her circulation flowing and her muscles alert. She feared it would be a long wait this night. Sensible humans were tucked up in taverns, sitting out the rain by drinking and carousing. And because their prey was inside, the scum that fed on them were tucked up as well, waiting. It seemed everyone waited. Water ran along her icy cheeks, beaded in her lashes, and clung to her lips. She did not move. He would not come. She knew it in her bones. It was only a matter of time and patience to prove Moore mistaken. Before her lay Trafalgar Square, abandoned save for a few industrious rats picking away at refuse that was scattered about. Residual light from the city cast an eerie blue-green glow along the glistening pavers and against wet brick buildings. "Soon," whispered Moore at her side. "Soon he will come." Mary quelled the urge to flee. She'd spied on Jack once before and had vowed never to do it again. Yet here she was. A twinge went through her body, and she almost turned away when she felt him. Not in a touch, but in the way the energy in the air shifted. Few would ever understand that the world was filled with frequencies of energy. Constant vibrations buffeted her spirit, and each being had a unique feel. Jack Tallant's was now more familiar to her than any. He approached from the east, his movement slow but steady. Darkness cloaked him, and she was too far away and too hidden to see his expression. Everything in her froze as he drew nearer. Would he sense her, as she did him? Scent her? However, he did not look left or right, but simply moved toward Nelson's column. Cold metal touched Mary's clenched fingers, and she flinched before she realized that Moore was trying to hand her something. A small pair of binoculars. Moore's voice was but a breath at her ear. "Watch." Heart cranking so slowly that her veins hurt, Mary eased the binoculars to her eyes. Tallant's face loomed large and clear. Pain and weariness lined his features. His once bright eyes were dead hollows. Another figure moved out of the shadows and headed toward Tallant. Tallant's entire frame stiffened, his expression wiped clean. The man stopped too close, his body leaning in. Mary's stomach clenched, her grip on the binoculars bruising. No words were exchanged. The man merely waited, the whole of his attention on Tallant. Tallant hesitated, his shoulders lifting on a deep breath. Then he pulled back his undone collar, exposing the tender column of his throat. A dizzying wave of nausea hit Mary so hard that she swallowed convulsively. He wouldn't. He couldn't. He'd die before giving up his blood. But he stood still, his gaze burning into the other man. A low laugh rolled over the square, evil and smug all at once, and then the man leaned in, blocking Mary's view of Talent's face, but not enough for her to miss the way Talent's body seized, or how his head fell to the side, his fist clenched and bone-white against his black topcoat, or the way the man embraced him, pulling him closer, like a lover. The Nex had held him, used and stolen that which ought to be his right to give. Why would he give more? Because he would do anything to get revenge. The pain in Mary's heart grew unbearable as she watched the men separate. The stranger staggered back, his eyes glassy with gluttonous satisfaction. Then he glanced down at his hands and grinned. Words were exchanged, the man's delivered with a satisfied smile, and Jack's with an angry scowl. And then Jack walked away, his head bent as he lurched out of the square. Both men soon faded from sight. An icy wind swept over her a second later, so cutting it burned her eyes. Poor girl, how you shiver! A gentle hand stroked the back of her head, and warm breasts pushed against Mary's arm. And for a man so undeserving. Moore's breath limbed her skin, her taunt burning as she whispered into Mary's ear. No better than a whore, really. A soft laugh left her. Not that I can truly condemn our man for taking what is offered. Talent's blood is so very delicious. Cool lips brushed Mary's temple, hot from his flesh. Tears gathered in Mary's eyes, distorting the shapes of the square. Later she would let them fall, but not now. And did you take it? She turned, and Moore's lips were so close to her that she breathed in each exhalation. Mary did not back away. Fresh from his flesh. The woman's lashes lowered as she studied Mary's lips. Oh, yes, many times. Her mouth curled into a smile, and their bottom lips touched. In many ways. Mary's move was swift. A strangled gurgle left Moore's lips as she jerked and lashed like a fish on a hook. Mary held her close, not letting her get away, clutching tight to the wooden stake she'd thrust under the woman's chin. Blood bubbled from Moore's mouth, hot splashes hitting Mary's face. She did not let go, but stared into Moore's eyes as the light in them began to fade. "It is too bad, really," Mary whispered against Moore's cheek, "that you will not be able to tell them how I shall do the same to anyone else who has touched him." And then she punched the stake straight through the woman's brain and let the body fall. Because Jack could not live in a world where they existed, and now neither could she. Chapter 27. Mary was still shaking as she made her way across the square. The National Gallery held the closest secret entrance to SOS headquarters that her muddled brain could remember. She'd killed, and though she'd do it again, her soul quaked from the recoil of that violent act. The rain died, leaving only bitter cold and an icy road beneath her feet as the gallery building loomed over her. Mary trudged onward, barely feeling her limbs move. Vengeance. She understood it. She'd craved it once too. As for his, the image of him crucified to the wall of that hellish room, his blood running in crimson rivers down his body to be collected and used, his broken and bruised body. She'd been the one to hold him up, desperate to relieve the strain on those iron spikes they'd driven through his flesh. She'd been the one to see his eyes, haunted and agonized, when he'd roused, when he'd realized someone was there with him. In that moment she'd known what they'd done to him, for his eyes reflected the same fear and horror that she'd felt one dark summer night when her innocence was robbed. Her blood curdled when she remembered what Jack Talent had endured. A choked sound of defeat and dark humour tore from her breast. He'd die for her, but she would kill for him. For Jack Tallant, a bloody bounder, rude, mercurial, amusing, loyal, and hers, whether she wanted him or not. You shouldn't have come here. Mary gave a start as the very man she'd been thinking of appeared in front of her, as if materializing from the ether. Jack! He stared down at her, his eyes as cold as the wind, and a shiver of trepidation ran down her spine. His words had finally sunk in. She'd been watching him. He knew, and he was not happy. None of that was responsible for the fear creeping over her skin. It was menace and hate frosting over his expression. She'd never seen hate in Jack's eyes, nor heard it flat and lifeless in his voice. Jack, I realize this... His backhanded blow smashed into her cheek, and she tumbled to the ground, her knees slamming into the rough pavers. Her mouth worked soundlessly, bitter, thick blood welling up over her tongue and between her teeth. Black spots danced before her gaze, her gloved hands trembling as she tried to rise. He'd hit her. He'd hit her. Jack! It was a whisper between blood and despair. Pain exploded through her as his booted foot connected with her stomach. Mary flew back. Her brain jostled within her skull when she landed. A sob broke from her. She needed to get up. He'd kill her. Yet she could hardly think past the unbearable hurt of his betrayal. And then he was there, grabbing her roughly by the front of her bodice, his long fingers digging into the flesh of her breasts. He grinned then, a horrible version of his usual one. "Say good night, Miss Mary." He held something in his hand, a baton or club. She could not get a good look. White, hot lightning tore through her, and her body bucked in agony. She screamed just before everything went black. Think of nothing. Think of nothing. It did not work. Jack's body convulsed as he remembered the feel of Amoros's arms wrapped tighter around him, pulling him closer. God! God! But Jack no longer believed in God, or anything. Not when Amoros's wet mouth had attached to his neck, sucking out great gulps of Jack's blood. Not when he had smelled the rot of Amoros's body and felt the bones along the man's flank and arm. Above him the grey rain fell over his cold skin to blend with the tears that leaked out of his burning eyes. He wanted to die. But he would not, because she needed to live. Mary. Just thinking her name sent a balm through him. Her gentle smile, that reluctant gesture that needed to be coaxed out to play. And when he saw it, it felt as though he'd received a rare gift. The way she never backed down, not from him, not from anything. Steel and silk, glowing eyes and fragrant hair. Mary. Even if she was never to be his, she was worth the sacrifice. Amoros's parting volley haunted him. "It was a pleasure, Jack. If you ever want another go, I'm more than happy to entertain you." Jack's stomach pitched. Mary. Think of Mary. Amoros had what he wanted. Jack's blood had healed him. It was over now. But even as the square faded from sight, Jack knew it was never going to be over. The thought had barely registered when a scream crackled through the night. He halted, his skin icing over. He didn't understand how. He'd never even heard her scream before, but he knew it was Mary. Terror made him clumsy as he spun around and raced back. At the foot of the fountains, Mary convulsed upon the ground, whips of lightning sparking over her as she flopped about, and the form of a man holding her down. "No!" Jack shouted. The devil hovering over Mary lifted his head. Jack froze. The face that stared back at him was his own. A deep voice, smooth with a slight hitch to it, floated over to him. His own voice, taunting. "Not very careful of you," Amorose said, letting her follow. "And who do you suppose she believed killed her?" A roar ripped out of Jack, tearing at his throat with its intensity. "You promised to leave her alone."
"I lied."
Amorose, now healed and strong on Jack's blood, took his true form, and a pair of black feathered wings sprouted from his back.
"Come and get me, then."
Jack flew over the pavers, his feet pounding hard as Amorose simply waited. White teeth gleamed in a ghoulish grin that had Jack leaping the last few feet. He slammed into the fiend with everything he had. The impact reverberated through his bones and rattled his skull. Both men smashed into the base of the fountain, and then Jack smashed his fist into that grinning face. Amorose laughed, blood running between his teeth, and then he attacked. Blows rained down. White pain took hold of Jack. Blood blurred his vision. Jack's counterattack was just as vicious. The bones in his hands snapped from the force of his punches. The devil got his foot under Jack and kicked him off. Jack flew back before landing on his feet. Claws extended as he snarled. He didn't know what he'd become, only that it equaled his rage. Muscles stretched and swelled, white fur erupted over his skin. The change healing him, giving him strength. Amorose was changing too. His body morphed into a wolf, a were. Jack glanced at Mary's prone form. She wasn't moving. Her heart wasn't pumping. Terror lit through him like a fuse. This needed to end now. Jack did not fully shift. Not yet. He charged as a man. Claws raked his side. Amorose grinned in victory. Bollocks to that. He grunted and then shifted in a burst of anger. Amorose's eyes widened as Jack loomed over him in the form of a polar bear. Good enough for Jack. His roar echoed through the square. One swat of his massive paw had Amorose flying through the air and landing with a splash in the fountain. Jack followed, his bulk fine with the wet. His massive jaws clamped onto Amorose's neck, ready to shake the life from him. But he met with air. Growling, he swung his head, searching for his prey. But Amorose had become shadows and fog, escaping on the wind. Jack took one lumbering step to follow, but halted. Mary. In an instant he was himself again, naked and scrambling out of the fountain. She lay as pale as death, and so bloody still. He bit his trembling lips hard as his shaking hands travelled over her body. Nothing. Aside from the bruises on her face, there was no grievous injury, no massive blood loss. Cursing, he pressed an ear to her chest. Not a sound. Water dripped from his hair and splattered onto her face. Viciously he tore at his skin, and when the blood welled, he pressed his gaping wrist against her mouth. She did not move. Whatever had been done to her, his blood could not fix it. She'd left him. Merrily! It was a sob. He sucked in a breath, touched her hair. No, he was not bloody losing her. He hauled her up and held on tight. He needed help, and there was only one man who could provide it. Chapter 28. Too long. Jack did not want to think about how much time had passed since Mary's heart had last pumped. Shit, piss and fuck! How long could a Gim survive this way? Panic surged. His muscles burned from running and now from paddling the small skiff he'd nicked from an irate wharfman. Mary lolled about in the bottom of the little boat, unmoving, not breathing. Shit! He plunged the oars in as fast as he could. Lucien's barge loomed up before him. Oi! He shouted toward it. Stone! Get out here now! The skiff slammed into the side of the barge just as Lucien's scowling face appeared over the rail. His expression swiftly changed to alarm. Her heart isn't running, Lucien accused. What the devil did you do to her? Jack didn't pause to explain, nor did he give a pig shit when Lucien raised a brow at his nakedness as he threw Mary over his shoulder and hurried up the rickety rope ladder hanging on the side of the barge. Fix her! He practically threw Mary into Lucien's arms, making the Gim stagger. Now! Lucien took off. Jack followed on limbs that wobbled. How long? Lucien barked, kicking open the door to his cabin. Jack did not want to think of the time it had taken for him to run along the Victoria Embankment with Mary in his arms, nor the hellish race across the Thames. Too bloody long! Hell! Nearly half an hour! His vision blurred. Impossible to come back from that. Lucien's lips pinched. Christ. Jack blinked hard as Lucien set Mary on a massive bed and began to tear at her clothes. The bodice ripped down the middle, and with it her underclothes and corset. Honey-tipped breasts bobbled at the rough movement. Jack sucked in a sharp breath. Countless times he'd imagined what she looked like beneath her clothes. He didn't want to find out this way. Something twisted inside him. Fear, helplessness, and rage. He tamped it down and focused. Between those perfect breasts were interlocking teeth of gold that formed a sort of track the length of a handspan, the entrance to her clockwork heart. Jack hated her vulnerability, hated that Lucien looked upon her too. But when the Gim began to feel along Mary's long neck and then her belly with thorough hands, Jack snarled. He grabbed Lucien's arm. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Lucien wrenched free with surprising ease. I don't have time for tantrums, shifter. He bared his teeth as he glared. I need to find her key. Key? What bloody key? Mary's torso was smooth, too pale, and showed no trace of wearing a key. To restart her heart. She's no longer under my command, so I don't have it anymore. With that, Lucien went back to touching Mary, tracing the neat little half-moon that was her navel as he muttered, It ought to be here. We all wear it close. Jack gnashed his teeth at the sight of Stone touching her with impunity. The desire to throw him across the room made Jack's muscles quiver. But he could not. Mary needed the fucking Gim. Jack ran his hands through his shorn hair and locked his fingers behind his head to quell the temptation to strike. Lucien paused for a moment, then laughed. His fingers went to the tawny peaks of her nipples, and Jack nearly howled, but the bastard stopped with a grin. Cheeky girl, he said fondly to Mary before turning back to Jack. Got it. Jack stilled. What? It's on her... Heat coursed through his body as, with a gentle curl of his finger, the Gim lifted something from the tip of Mary's left nipple. A crystal key glinted in the lamplight, hanging from a piercing. Like that, Jack's cock leapt to attention. Shit, he muttered, realizing that he was naked. Lucien gave him a quick look and sneered. Christ, man, get some clothes out of my bureau before I am ill. Face burning, Jack did as bidden, keeping an eye on Stone while throwing on a too-small shirt and trousers. More precious seconds were wasted as Lucien struggled to free the tiny key from the nearly invisible hoop that attached it to Mary's nipple. Once it was free, Lucien ran his fingertips along the golden path between Mary's breasts. He stopped at a small section and slipped the key into a tiny keyhole. "You might not want to look," Lucien murmured. "Bollocks to that." Jack moved forward and grabbed Mary's hand. It was ice-cold and corpse-stiff. Lucien turned the key. Immediately, a series of clicks went off, sounding over-loud in the room. The golden tracks separated, parting Mary's flesh as well. Blood welled, and then an ivory length of bone appeared. Jack had seen a number of things in his time, had even helped Ian repair the inspector after Lane had fought the soul thief Isley. They had not prepared him for this sight. His head went light. Mary's sternum creaked, and then, as if they were merely gates, her ribs began to open. Christ almighty! Jack swallowed hard. Through the blood and gore lay her heart, a miracle that appeared much like a human heart in shape, save it was made of gold. Thick valves attached to the arteries were of gold as well. A glass window dominated the centre of the heart, showing the inside where cogs and gears sat unmoving. Just above the window was another keyhole. Lucien slid in Mary's crystal key and turned it counterclockwise. Blue-white light flashed from the key and travelled in cracking licks of electric current along the arteries surrounding her heart. Slowly the cogs and gears began to move. A whirling tick-tock filled the silence, the most gorgeous sound in the world. The light increased, the currents zapping outward. Mary's body jolted, her back bowing. Lucien moved to hold her shoulders down, but Jack was quicker. He grasped her as gently as he could, but had to firm his grip as she writhed. Lucien leaned on her hips, holding her in place as her ribs closed. "The key," Jack protested. Lucien's gaze remained on Mary. "Patience." Before their eyes, her chest sealed shut. A deep breath lifted her breast, and then, with a shudder of her slight frame, the crystal key was expelled from the tiny slot in the golden teeth that held her chest closed. Jack grabbed it, lest it fall, and Lucien quirked a brow. Jack ignored him and pocketed the key. Hell if he was letting Lucien touch Mary's breasts again. The bloom of health was spreading along Mary's skin. Jack's shoulders slumped, and he took what felt like his first real breath in over an hour. All he wanted to do was let his head fall to her breast and hold her tight, but she'd be waking soon. Letting her go was hard, but he did, and with careful hands pulled the ragged edges of her chemise over her nakedness. "She'll believe that I did this," he said to Lucien. Surprisingly, the Gim did not ask if it was true. Instead, he studied Jack with those unnerving light green eyes. "Then it's best if you stay." Lucien gave a pointed look to Jack's stance. Jack hadn't realized it, but he was poised for flight, his arse already halfway off the bed. He plunked back down, and Lucien grinned outright. "That way she won't have to hunt you down before she tears you apart." Jack sneered, but at that moment Mary's eyes snapped open. Her golden gaze focused on him in terror and rage. He opened his mouth to explain, but she lurched forward. Slim hands slapped against his chest. A jolt struck him hard, resounding through his flesh and bones before hooking onto his soul with such ferocity that he felt as though it had been ripped to shreds. Then the world simply stopped. Jack hit the floor with a hearty thud and lay there, prone. Mary did not know how long she'd been out, only that her body was sluggish and cold, and it was that bastard's fault. He'd hit her, hurt her. The memory of white light flashing before her gaze confused her. He'd done something more to her. With a growl, she surged forward, wanting to finish him. His soul had been in her hands for one moment before the man sitting beside Mary had separated them. Struggling to move, she realized that the same man now held her back from leaping on Jack and delivering the killing blow. "Hold, Mary, hold!" Lucian. She stopped, looking around with wild fear. Lucian's room. How? His breath was on her cheek, the familiar scent of him calming yet confusing her more. Why was she here? "He's down," Lucian said. "Now let him live, for pity's sake." There was laughter in his voice, and she wrenched free to glare at him. She did not expect to see the quiet fear in Lucian's eyes. "He saved you." Lucian glanced at Jack on the floor. "Your heart had completely stopped. You would have died if he hadn't brought you here." "He did this to me," she rasped. A draft shivered over her skin, and she looked down to see her breasts bared. Blushing, she yanked her torn chemise closed. Although Lucian wouldn't care. He'd never so much as bothered to look at her undressed. Proving her point, Lucian kept his eyes on her face, studying in his unblinking way, plotting most likely. "He said you'd believe that." "How can I not?" she snapped. "He attacked me." A rough, deep voice answered her. "It was not me." Mary froze at the sound of Jack's voice coming from below. A groan rang from his broad chest as he heaved to sit. Rubbing his head and glaring at her in weariness, Jack continued to speak. "You pack a devil of a punch, Angel." Clutching her chemise tighter, she drew her legs under her, getting farther away from the edge of the bed, and from him. Logically, she could understand that if Jack had brought her to Lucian, he could not be the one who had hurt her. Viscerally, however, her body only remembered the utter betrayal of seeing him grin as he struck her. Jack eyed the movement and snorted. She expected one of his snide comments, but he merely looked at her, his body so still that she wondered if she'd addled him with her attack. With a sigh, he leaned back on his hands as if too weak to do anything further. "He took on my appearance." Jack's dark brows met, "Likely to unnerve you and hurt me." His expression grew stark, and a tremor racked his frame. "I thought I'd lost—" With a scowl, his mouth snapped shut and he leapt to his feet. Such a graceful move, and one that had her flinching despite herself. The scowl grew when he saw her reaction. "What happened?" Mary glanced at Lucian. "A moment, if you please." "But of course, cher." He gave her a small bow. "See me before you leave, eh?" Jack sniffed as if something foul had been shoved under his nose, and he eyed Lucian as the man made his way out. As soon as the door clicked shut, he turned his attention back to Mary. Awkward silence choked the air between them. Mary crossed her arms over her breasts, and Jack's gaze stayed purposely away from her undressed state, an action that only served to emphasize it. Gathering her strength, she slowly stood, wobbling a bit as sensation rushed back into her legs. He made an abortive move to help, but she held him off with a warning look. Jack snapped back into his guarded stance, his eyes wary as she made her way to Lucian's wardrobe and helped herself to a dressing gown. Aware that her familiarity with Lucian's room and his things only served to exacerbate the long-standing strain between her and Jack, she quickly tied the robe and assumed a professional manner. "He looked just like you." Obvious, and it sounded too much like an accusation, but she was struggling to get past the horror that she'd felt when she'd thought Jack had hit her. Part of her wanted to go to him now and simply feel his skin, just to reassure herself. She didn't need to, though. His eyes, Those lovely green eyes that shone like holly in the mellow glow of the room were proof enough. "Yes," he said. She took a breath. "That is why he got to me. I wasn't expecting the attack. I'm so sorry, Mary." His brow furrowed as he ran a tired hand along the back of his thick neck, and his shirt strained against his bicep. For the first time, Mary took in his odd attire, the too tight shirt and the too short pants. Lucian's clothes. Her lips twitched. Following her gaze, he swore under his breath. "I shifted to fight the bastard," he said. "I'd have killed him if I could, for touching you." "You've no reason to be sorry, you know. It wasn't you who attacked me." She could acknowledge the truth now that her head had cleared. His eyes had been wrong, his voice missing the essential ingredient that made him Jack. He shrugged absently, as if he disagreed but would let it go, then glanced at her, his gaze sharp. "Why were you there?" Mary nibbled on her bottom lip, considering. "Chase. A warning. An agent from the Nex was in my house when I came home tonight." He swallowed several times before sighing. He did not appear to find the notion threatening. If anything, he appeared resigned. "If the SOS were to find out that you were Nex, you'd be banished, Jack, and his family would be devastated." His fists curled and pressed into his narrow hips as he stared blindly at the corner of the room. "Worse," she said, "is that you've declared war on the Nex, and they have taken up the gauntlet." Jack's expression grew fierce, lit from within by anger and frustration. "Good. There are more of them out there, the ones who— Hell!" Any regret she'd held about killing Moore fled. "You're giving that man your blood. Why?" Pale now, he stood before her, unable or unwilling to move or answer. "What goes on between you?" Jack ran a hand over his face. "Will Thorne is an agent for the Nex. As a favour to me, he supplied me with the names, but he could only go so far. That night at the railroads, the men we chased offered me the rest of the names in exchange for blood." Jack's cheeks went dull red, and he wouldn't meet her eyes. "I'm stuck in it now. I've been stuck since he gave me the name of another who'd—" His lips pressed together. "Mercer Dawn." "Mercer?" Mary straightened. "Jack, his body was in that restaurant." Jack grew still and watchful. "I didn't place it there. Hell, I wanted to kill Mercer," he said. "I almost did a few nights ago. Then I couldn't." "Why not?" she asked quietly. His dark eyes were haunted. "It was close. So bloody close," he whispered. "Then I thought of Ian, of Daisy, of how they call me their family, and I thought of—" He turned away. "How could I keep facing everybody knowing what I've done?" For the first time in her life, she felt impossibly old. "Are you going to use those ill-gotten names now?" He scrubbed his face again, but did not answer her. "Why do you continue to give that man your blood?" His Adam's apple bobbed on a swallow. "Jack," she insisted when he would not look at her, "what hold does he have over you?" He glared at her then. "I cannot stop this, Mary, so do not ask me to." On a sigh, Mary pressed the tips of her fingers against her sore eyes. "The first thing I did after becoming a Gim was to hunt down each piece of filth who raped me." At Jack's harsh breath, she let her hand fall. "I gutted them, and each time I returned home and threw up until there was nothing left inside of me. It was as if they raped me all over again." A hard, choked laugh left her. You've thought me a cold fish, a heartless creature. No, you were right. I am. I've spent a decade learning to feel nothing." Jack's crestfallen face gave her pause, but she had to finish. "I looked the other way for you, and will keep on looking, because I know, Jack. I've been there too." He made to speak, and she lifted a hand, "Just as I know that if you keep this course, there will be nothing left inside of you either." Haunted eyes of dark green searched her face, and when he spoke, it was in a clear, quiet voice. "It's too late to stop that, Angel." "Jack." Her vision misted, and she blinked hard. "If you have any care for the people who love you, end your association with that man." His mouth tilted, but it was far from a smile. "And who might those people be?" She wanted to let what he'd done to her go, but the years of strife between them, the wasted years of petty insults that were all for nothing, swelled within her, and her jaw locked, refusing to open. Which was clearly enough answer for Jack. "Right." Ducking his head, he strode across the room. Mary's nerves leapt as he came near, but he merely walked past her. "Where are you going?" Her voice was woebegone, and she cursed herself for a fool. He halted at the door, his knuckles whitened as he clutched the doorframe, but he did not face her. "Home. You need rest." "I do not. I am fine." Lie. Nothing felt fine. He'd turned her world on its ear. He gave a half laugh. "Well, then I need mine." His fingers spread over the glossy wood. He drew in a stiff breath, and it seemed as though he would go, but he hesitated. His eyes, when he turned to her, burned with emotion that left her oddly breathless. Jack's low voice rolled over her. "I'm glad you are well, Chase." Chase. As if they had gone back to the beginning. Chapter 29. This time, when Jack stormed into Will's lair, the bastard was ready for him. He had barely opened the door when a fist slammed into his face. Jack staggered back into the open doorframe. Will grinned at him through a red haze. Grunting, Jack glanced at Will's fist. "You bloody fuck! Throwing punches with iron knuckles!" He launched forward, catching Will about the neck. They slammed down, splintering a wood chair on impact. Jack's fist smashed into Will's smug face. Twice. Will merely laughed through the blood. Then he jabbed Jack in the gut. It sent a raw shard of agony straight down Jack's spine. With a snarl, he grabbed Will's head and bashed his forehead into Will's thin nose. The bony protuberance crunched, metallic scented blood pouring out. Jack leapt back, distancing himself before he did the man further violence. His chest soared up and down, anger and the fight still coursing through him. Will lurched to a sitting position and yanked a handkerchief out of his pocket. A crack rang out as he reset his nose and then glared up at Jack. "Jesus, Jack, you're a pain in my arse." "Rather thought you'd say nose." Jack was tempted to hit it again. Years of experience had taught him the nose was a man's true weak spot, and Will's aristocratic snout made an excellent target. One shining black eye narrowed behind a hank of limp pale hair. Rotter! Will hauled himself up and righted one of the remaining chairs before sitting in it, his long legs sprawled. Wiping the blood away, he smiled grimly. "I simply wanted to slow you down before you threw another knife at me." "I never threw gold, nor Christ's thorn," Jack pointed out bitterly. They were two materials that Sanguis demons found intolerable, as they would burn through the demon's system and cause great pain, even death if used properly, just as iron did to a shifter. Jack rubbed his jaw gingerly. "A low move, Will." Will shrugged. "Never claimed to be a saint." He tossed the bloody linen on the table. "What is it now?" "The next led Chase to my rendezvous point tonight. Have you sold me downriver, Thorn?" Jack took a step closer, the need to shift shimmering over his too tight skin. "Because I assure you, it won't go well for you from here on out." Will, unaware or uncaring of the danger, laughed lightly. "Downriver? You sound like Lucian Stone." That stopped him. Jack cocked his head and studied his old friend. "What do you know of Stone?" Will slouched, looping an arm over the back of his chair. "Who doesn't know Stone? Do not let his little lazy, effeminate charade fool you. He's infamous. A killer." Icy eyes pinned him. "And you've always underestimated him. I do wonder what he thinks of you toying about with his former pet." How little Will knew. Jack had never underestimated that conniving bastard. He'd never been allowed the luxury. But Lucian had been correct in one thing. Jack was no good for Mary. He'd failed to protect her tonight, and had exposed her to Amorous. Jack's teeth met with an audible click as he stared down at Will. "Why have the necks involved Chase? What do you want with her?" Though he could guess, the thought was a cold ballast stone in his gut. Will's cocksure demeanour vanished. "Jack, you should know, my superiors have not involved me in this. I believe they find our former connection to be a weakness." It hurt Will to admit, that was clear. Crossing his arms in front of him, Jack stood firm and pretended that his heart weren't trying to pound out of his ribs. When would it end? This feeling of disgust, the need to tear free from his own flesh. Few things mattered to him anymore, but Mary did. He looked at his old friend. "Will, I am asking, what the devil do you know?" With an unsteady hand, Will raked back his long white hair. "Hell, I don't know much." He frowned up at Jack. "I do know that there's been rumblings about the threat of a high-up member going rogue. Whoever he is, he's got enough power to have the superiors very worried. And earlier this evening, one of our agents, Ada Moore, was found dead in Trafalgar Square. We thought it might have been you, but she was stabbed with a Christ's thorn stake." If Jack hadn't been well trained, he would have sagged against the wall. "I've read Ada's file, Jack." Will's voice dropped. "Didn't realize that she was one of the ones who—" Jesus! A strange, happy ache surged into something sharp and cutting, wonderful, yet at the same time terrible. Mary had killed for him. He remembered the slight wince and darkness that had clouded Mary's eyes when she spoke of the next agent. Moore had been the agent who brought her to the square. He cleared his throat, struggling to think of something to say, but all he wanted to do was return to Stone's barge, and he didn't know what he'd do. Jack did not deserve her, but he wanted to. After dressing in one of her older gowns, Mary found Lucian in the dining room. Like a true pirate, Lucian liked to conduct business there while lording over his feasts. She suspected the man had been starved as a form of torture at one point, for he loved nothing better than to glut himself on food. Not that it would affect his form in the least. Perhaps that was why as well, she mused, as she found him sitting at the head of the table, his booted feet resting comfortably upon the arm of a neighbouring chair. There was something quite decadent about being able to indulge as one wished without fear of consequences. "I agree with Jack Tallant's sentiments," Lucian said as she approached. I am greatly pleased that you are still with us, my dear. I do not believe that was Mr. Tallant's precise sentiment. She leaned over Lucian and gave his cheek a light peck. However, I thank you. She straightened, and Lucian gave her hand a fond squeeze. He loved to touch, and since she knew she'd given him a scare, she allowed it. I think you underestimate Mr. Tallant's depth of feeling, Lucian added. So many offerings on the table. Rolls and loaves of bread, a platter of cold meats and cheeses, cakes and biscuits, a tureen of what appeared to be hominy grits, Lucian's favourite. Mary shuddered and moved on. His voice went soft. You can always come back. I do miss you, you know. He'd been the one to offer her the choice, and they had been good friends for 12 years, confidants. Remembering it now brought a lump to her throat. I miss you too. She smiled wryly. Some of the time. He scoffed. Oh, well, flatter a man, will you? That would be gilding the lily, Lucian. She grinned, then sobered. I don't want to come back, nor should I. I left for your sake as much as I did for mine. I don't know what you mean. He looked away, petulant to the last. You are 120 years old, 150 if you count your first life. Again with the flattery, he muttered. She levelled him a look. And yet you've hidden behind my skirts like a lad in short pants for a decade. Mary lowered her voice, coaxing now, because she knew it was a tender spot with him. We do not live within society, Lucian. You might have a life. Not a perfect one, granted, but hidden and subversive nonetheless, eh? He said with a humourless laugh. That is not how I want to live, mon ami. Sadness and frustration crashed within her. Lucian would never be able to live free and open. He desired men, not women. Even if the underworld did not condemn him, should any hint of improper relations reach human society, he could be imprisoned. Nor does it matter, he said quietly. That part of me is better off dead. An old hurt Lucian never spoke of. He was silent for a moment, and she could almost see the cogs working in his mind. A rare contemplative look passed over his features, and, as though he'd reached a decision, he straightened his shoulders and looked up at her. Your Mr. Tallant believes we are lovers. He has for some time now. A childish parry, if ever Mary heard one. She glared at Lucian sidelong, but the bastard merely smiled. He is not my Mr. Tallant. Whatever you say, pet. Pet. That's how he'd always thought of her. Despite missing his wry company, she was glad to be out from under Lucian's thumb. Lucian grunted in apparent amusement over her pointed silence, but made no further comment on the sticky subject of Jack Tallant. Physically you are well, but are you happy, love? He had been gracious about letting her go, but his tone implied that he second-guessed the move. To her horror, tears welled in her eyes. She blinked them away, but the damage was done. He'd seen. Mary? I have not been happy for some time, Lucian. She forced a smile, though it hurt to do it. Do you want to hear the strangest bit? Yes, he whispered, his eyes searching her face as though he was seeing her anew. Until last night, I was closer to happy than I'd been in years. A little laugh broke from her. Her old friend grimaced, his hand going to his chest to rub it absently. He was silent for a long moment before he sighed, a real one, not the dramatic bit of nonsense he used to convey his displeasure or boredom. Tired eyes stared back at Mary. I know what he did, pet. Slowly, Mary turned to fully face him. "How?" "There isn't much I do not know about my own people, Shea." "Do not hedge with me, Lucien. Why are you telling me this now?" To his credit, he did not shy away from her. "That day on the barge when you first met Talent, I followed him and threatened to expose his prior involvement with the next to Ian if he didn't make certain to stay away from you." Wind knocked from her soul. Mary slumped against the high back of a chair. "He never said." "No, but it is the truth." "Why?" she whispered. "I was jealous." Pardon? She hadn't heard him correctly, surely. Lucien visibly winced. "I saw the way you looked at each other. He wanted you." His green gaze turned soft, sad. "And you wanted him." A hard lump filled Mary's throat, and she looked away. That day, she remembered it with knife-sharp clarity, and it hurt. "I thought—" She grimaced, not wanting to say the words. "He seemed different, sweet." A half-laugh broke from her, the very idea of Talent being sweet. "But I was wrong. Talent spent the good part of 4 years looking down his nose at me as if I were river scum." "Because I walked in that room and deliberately made him think you were my plaything," Lucien said in a low, rasping voice. He wouldn't look at her now. "Lucien!" She cleared her throat, but that only made it ache more. "I never resented acting the part of your lover." He'd given her a new life and protected her in so many ways that she had wanted to do the same for him. Lucien's machinations had never truly hurt her, because they'd both known precisely what they were doing. Frowning, Lucien shook his head. "It was one thing to play that part when we were working, but that was not why I did so then. And deep down you know it. Admit it. You resent me now because of it." She did. Mary closed her eyes and tried to breathe. Oh, God. She did. She'd wanted to kill Lucien that day, and she'd wanted to kill Jack Talent for believing the worst of her every day since. Lucien studied her face and sighed again. "Ah, mon amour, I did you such a wrong." His booted feet hit the floor with a thunk as he rested his arms upon the table. "I do not think I realized how great until just now." He looked up at her, his jade eyes imploring. "I knew he would take you from me, and I would be alone. I ought to have let him share. You deserved happiness, something real. I'm so very sorry for that, Mary. I miscalculated. Badly." Emotion welled up within Mary, and she quelled it with a vicious clench of her jaw. "You berate yourself too harshly. Did you give him instruction as to how he ought to treat me?" "Well, no." "I did not think you did." Mary picked up a silver spoon, not knowing what she was doing, only that her hands shook. "And now he says that he needs me, doesn't want to let me go." She laughed. "Can you imagine?" "Yes." The spoon landed with a loud clang. "I confess, I am a novice to love, but I cannot believe one should feel this." She punched her chest, where the deep ache would not go away. "This agony, should one?" "Oh, mon ami, you are asking the wrong man. The brief glimpse I've had of love was a vision of pure hell." Mary winced, sorry that she'd broken open that tender subject, but she could not refrain from adding, "The only thing I know for certain is that, until I allowed him certain liberties, he was content to treat me with scorn." Until she said the words, she hadn't fully realized how much it burned her pride, and how angry she was at Jack. Lucien looked as though he would argue, and Mary cut him off. "Please!" It was a rasp, desperate and pained. She blinked hard, refusing to look at her old friend. He was silent for a moment. Then he leaned back in his seat, once more insolent and undemanding. "Very well. Tell me what happened tonight, Shale." Mary turned away, inspecting a lovely cornucopia of fruit spilling down the centre of the table. It was vicious, brutal. She swallowed hard. He drew a weapon. Her nail edged a groove in the mahogany. It appeared to be like a baton, with 2 spikes on the end. But when he touched me with it, on a sigh, she faced Lucien again. A bolt of pure electricity coursed through me. Then I knew no more. Lucien wiped a hand over his face. Damnation! They both knew what electricity could do to their hearts. So, Lucien idly tapped one toe against the edge of the table. We now know what killed those Gim. Mary wandered over to the table and selected an apple before going to the window to peer out. And then there is Talent, who is in danger of being driven over the edge by what has happened to him. Mary could confide that much, because Lucien knew. The blasted man knew everything, it seemed. "As much as I dislike the prig," Lucien said quietly, "revenge is not always the loss of sanity, but sometimes it's very balm. And if that is what all of this bishop mess is about, then devil take the SOS and the Nix. Leave it be and let the boy have at it." She glanced down at the apple in her hand. "I killed tonight, Lucien." The chair he sat upon creaked. "Tell me." The command was so soft that she almost did not hear it. Her nail broke through the bright red apple skin with a little pop. A Nex agent. She was one of them, who hurt him. Mary blinked rapidly. "I know what you're thinking." "What am I thinking, Shale?" "That I've fallen for him." Her eyes burned, but no tears came. "That I was foolish to risk so much for a man such as he. I cannot explain it well, only that I know he's damaged, but he is not destroyed. You see revenge as a balm." Mary shook her head, still looking at the apple. "It is a toxin. He has a family who loves him. Should he fall, they will be destroyed too." She took a deep, shuddering breath. "What is one more kill to me? I am already dead inside." "No, Mary." Lucien lurched forward. "You are not dead, and you are loved too. I love you." He stabbed a thumb at his chest as he glared at her. Of course he did. Lucien had never hidden the fact. But the love of a friend, while comforting, was not enough anymore. It did not soothe the restless discomfort that pushed against her chest or quell the loneliness that seemed to grow within her each passing day. Her smile was wobbly. "I love you too. At any rate, I merely meant that avenging the crime against Talent hurts me less than it hurts him. Moreover, it felt good to do this thing for him." That had been the strangest part. For the past 2 years, Mary had believed that the SOS would fill the dark void that held residence within her chest. And while it helped, she hadn't felt as strong and as right as when she'd plunged the stake into Ada Moore. What did that make her? Her voice was subdued when she spoke again. "But now I find myself wondering if I should quit the SOS. I am a regulator, Lucien. It is my duty to uphold the very rules I broke." Lucien's mouth twisted. "Rules rarely take into account the stickiness of life." "You always were a nonconformist," she said weakly. Instinct and logic warred within. Right now, logic was screaming that she was a fool, and to end this madness and let Jack Talent dig his own grave. They fell into quiet. Outside, the weather slowly rolled in, and below, the Thames dulled to pewter. Mary took a deep bite of the apple, relishing the way her teeth sank into the flesh and the crisp snap of the fruit giving way. Tart, sweet flavour filled her mouth as she crunched. From behind her came Lucian's snort of disgust. "That is one thing I shall not miss." She turned to find him pinched-faced and glaring at the apple in her hand. "Lord above, woman, the way you go at those things. You're worse than a cow with her cud." He waved a lazy hand toward the silver cutting knife resting by the fruit platter. "Has it never occurred to you to cut your fruit like a civilized person?" She almost laughed, but took the pleasure out on the apple. He winced at her exaggerated bite, and she smiled, her mouth full of fruit. "If the way I eat apples bothers you so greatly," she said around the apple, which made Lucian sneer, "then why provide me with them all of these years?" It had been the one gift from him that she'd truly valued above all others, for it spoke to her pleasure rather than his vanity. Lucian sighed. "My dear girl, it was all I could do not to ban them from the household." His brilliant eyes twinkled with wry amusement. "Do you honestly believe I'd provide you with the means for your disgusting habit? I thought you placed the order for those things." The apple stuck in her throat, aching and burning as she forced it down with a hard swallow. It took her a moment to speak, but when she did, her voice came out rough yet weak. "You did not send gifts to my rooms, leave fruits on my doorstep." The week she moved out of his barge, she had received her first basket. They'd kept coming, once a week without fail. Mary had taken it as a sign of Lucian's approval of her final step to living her own life. A stillness settled over the room. Lucian tilted his head slightly as he studied her. Contemplation made his voice smooth and low. "No." The half-eaten apple grew heavy in her hand. "Nor figs in winter, strawberries in the spring, or plums and cherries in the summer?" A small smile crept over his mouth. "No, no, and no." Mary blinked at him, unable to say a word more. A strange, bitter flavour coated her tongue. Years she'd received those gifts of fruit. She thought of the other small gifts, the ones that upon reflection did not fit with Lucian's grand gestures. The thick mackintosh overcoat the year it rained incessantly, the fine set of steel quill nibs that showed up when she broke one of hers, a flagon of spiced wine on Christmas Day. For years, at least 4. Dizzy, she leaned against the wall, her arm pressing against the cool window. "But—" Lucian's voice held a hint of teasing as he softly sang, "Somebody has an admirer." He leaned farther back in his chair and laced his hands over his stomach. Now who could it be? His toe tapped faster now. "Oh, surely not that angry shifter who nearly tore my head off when I went searching for your key." He tutted, but his eyes held Mary's. "After all, he has hated you for all these years." The apple fell from Mary's fingers and hit the floor with a juicy thwack. Whatever else Lucian said fell on deaf ears as she stalked out of the room. Chapter 30. If the light glowing in his bedroom window was any indication, Jack was still awake. Which was preferable, for despite her turmoil, Mary hadn't the heart to creep up on him while he slept. Jack was proud, but had not stopped the staff at Ranulph House from gossiping about his vocal nightmares. In hindsight, that more than anything was the likely reason for his decampment to a home of his own. In cowardly fashion she hovered by the gatepost, silently cursing her unmoving feet. Everything would change if she went into his house. She knew it on a visceral level. What she did not know was if she wanted the change, nor if she'd be welcome after the way she tossed his declarations back in his face. Only one way to know, you ninny. Taking a deep breath, Mary let herself in through the back door and made her way up the stairs. Darkness steeped the house in tones of blue and black, and the only sound came from the hall clock ticking and the countermeasure of her heart clicking. She did not attempt to be quiet, nor did she stomp about with her displeasure. He'd sent her coming, at any rate, probably had been aware of her a block out. Even so, her breath was stilted, and her heart whirred faster as she carefully mounted each riser. A sliver of golden light marked his door. No movement from beyond it, only stillness, and Jack Tallant waiting. Even though she yearned to, she did not pause at the threshold, but boldly put her hand on the doorknob and opened it. Most people read in a chair. Not so for Jack. No, he sat, tucked up in the middle of his pasha's bed, saffron silk pillows piled behind his head, a blue velvet duvet over his lap. Clearly he read there often, for a small table and reading lamp was set up just next to the bed. Lamplight cast his skin in honey gold. That glorious torso of his was once more unveiled. Lovely, sculpted, built for strength and endurance. Her body tightened, and her lungs seized. It had been one thing to see him when she thought him unaware. It was quite another to face him in the flesh. And he was looking at her, as if he too knew the significance. Her lips parted, but no sound came. It was not resentment that darkened his eyes, but a hint of fearful resignation, as though he waited for the axe to fall. Yet beneath it all, something simmered like yearning, only stronger. It was that need, so carefully tamped down and controlled, and so much like hers, that tugged at her soul. She couldn't think, couldn't do anything more than take a step farther into the room. Tallant's body went perceptibly harder, his muscles bunching, yet his hands remained still upon the book in his lap. Her hands, however, shook as she lifted the apple from her pocket and presented it. "I brought you a gift." Her voice was a stranger's, breathless and quick. He did not look at the apple. His attention was riveted on her. Oh, but his guilt was evident in the small tick at the side of his expressive mouth. The silence between them stretched. It took everything she had within her not to move closer to him. He compelled her, made her want to... She didn't quite know, only that she feared the feeling and craved it in equal measure. "Why?" she asked, when he did not speak. His throat moved on an audible swallow. "I wanted... Lucian never took proper care of your needs. Neither did you. Somebody had to." It appeared he would say no more, but then his words came, awkward and rough. "And you said you craved apples." Her ears rang. One flippant remark, a small desire of hers, and he'd taken it to heart. Somehow she ended up at the side of the bed. Up close his skin appeared velvety smooth. Dark brown hairs gathered just below his navel and trailed down his tight belly, and a pale swath of bare hip, peeking out from the duvet, caught her attention before she looked away. His pulse beat visibly against the little hollow at his throat. A silver chain dangled about his neck, glinting in the light. She'd never seen it before. "Why?" she asked again. To make up for what might have been. His hand lifted as if he'd touch hers, but then it dropped, his fingers curling in the cover. In a different world, I might have tried to make you mine from the first. His thick whisper lanced her clockwork heart and had her breath quickening as he continued, In a different world, I might have deserved you. Then he moved. The warmth of his fingers made her flesh jump, but she did not pull away as his forest-green eyes burned into hers. I might have met you that long-ago day in Lucien's parlour, and instead of running away, the rough pad of his thumb brushed over her knuckles, I might have told you how utterly and completely you captivated me. Her knees gave out, and she sank to the bed, her thigh brushing against his. They were face to face, close enough that she might touch him, that he might touch her. Neither of them moved, but the connection of their linked hands held her in place. Her voice, when she found it, shook. You merely had to show your true self to me, and I might have been captivated too. A sad smile tipped his lips. Slowly, as if giving her every chance to move away, his hand lifted. Warm fingertips brushed her cheek, and her lids fluttered under the sensation. Ah, merrily, you assume this is my true self. He traced down her jaw and lingered at her throat where her skin was the most sensitive. A tentative touch, as if he wasn't certain how he'd be received. Even now I hide from you. She leaned in, allowing herself the small pleasure of touching him, just on the corded length of his forearm. It turned to steel beneath her palm, and she applied firmer pressure, reveling in the illicit contact. Then show me, Jack. Show me who you are. A challenge. He never could resist one. Even now his lips firmed and his blunt chin lifted a touch. His fingers wrapped around her throat, not hurting, simply holding her. He studied her. A large part of her rallied to hide from him, don a mask of indifference as she'd always done. She ignored it and let him see her, and his eyes widened a touch, his lips parting. Her voice broke the silence. Show me who you are, Jack. He squeezed his eyes shut, as if cursing himself. The air about him shimmered, his form blurring. It happened in a blink, and then he reformed. Mary's breath hitched. He was still Jack, save for the scars. The cross caught her attention first. No bigger than the span of her hand, the nearly faded mark was a white ghost against the gentle rise of his left pectoral muscle. My uncle did that one, Jack said, to remind me of my profane nature. Hurt like the devil. His lips curled on a wry smile, but Mary could not return it. She thought of all the demons similarly branded, and of a young boy being cruelly tortured. Something of her thoughts must have played on her face, for his mouth turned down and his voice lowered. He cleared his throat. They had a particular fascination with that scar. Some of them took to calling me their acolyte. Jack's mouth snapped shut with a click of his teeth, his high cheeks going ruddy. I wanted there to be no doubt who was coming for them. Slowly she nodded, her throat thick and her eyes burning. The cross was not his only scar. Her gaze wandered over them. Not simple scars, but cruel marks blackened and carved into his flesh, thick swirls and symbols, demon signs. She remembered them, dripping with blood as he hung on the iron spikes. They rubbed ash and iron dust into them. Jack's voice was dispassionate, dull now. Makes it permanent. Mary's throat closed. Bastards. Jack did not move as she reached out to touch one, but she stilled at the last moment. But the marks are different. What? It was a shocked whisper. She met his eyes. I remember them. Each one. She would never forget. And the symbols were not the same. A smothered sound left him. Found a demon scribe. He changed the symbols, carved new ones from the old. His jaw clenched. I'll not be bound by those bastards. No. She touched him then, resting her hand against his chest where his heart thudded beneath. His skin was warm and smooth, the scars not raised, but more like a tattoo. A small furrow worked between his brows as he searched her face. She remained silent, not knowing what to say or what he needed. When he spoke, his deep voice ended their stalemate. I don't like to see them. Mary's chest squeezed. He thought she needed an explanation for why he hid them. She pressed her hand more securely to his firm chest, but Jack didn't appear to notice. His scowl grew. I don't want to remember. He looked at her, as though he believed she'd find him lacking for such a confession. Does it tax you to hide them? She asked softly. It's as easy as breathing. Then don't stop. Hide them now, if it eases you. She couldn't see him hurting. He blinked, and beneath her hand his chest rose on a slow breath. No, I want you to see me. A small shiver ran over his skin. He leaned toward her, the bedclothes rustling as he moved. I want you to know all of me. And because she understood him with perfect clarity in that moment, she let her gaze move over him, learning every imperfection. His face was slightly different, too. A bump along the bridge of his nose, a thick scar bisecting his left brow, and another faint one on his stubborn chin. He noticed her inspection of him. Poker to the head, age 11. Blow to the jaw, age 12. A few beatings in between. His lashes swept down. I did not heal as well when I was younger. She cupped his face. Immediately he closed his eyes and leaned into her touch, his whole body relaxing on a sigh. It spoke of trust, and she realized that he'd already given his to her. She had yet to do the same. Her fingers pressed into his skin. Jack, I have something to tell you. Because he should know all of her, too. His eyes opened, brilliant green and beautiful. You can tell me anything, Merrily. You ought to know that by now. She was here. Jack could hardly believe it, but he wasn't letting go. Fuck pride. Fuck staying away. He wasn't going to leave her any more. He'd stay by her side or die trying. Talk to me, love. She licked her lips, a quick dart of her pink tongue. You did not end my mortal life. He frowned. As much as I hate to belabor the point, I'm afraid I did. No, Her hand slid from his cheek. I ran in front of the wagon. I wanted to die. The very thought of her trying to kill herself. He cupped the back of her neck with both hands, holding her steady, holding himself steady. What? I ought to have told you, only I was ashamed. I am ashamed. Do you understand? Adam doesn't grant life to those who toss theirs away. She paled. But he didn't know. I never offered the truth. I took that secret and burrowed it deep into the darkest pit of my soul. Until your confession. Mary! If a Gim were to find out what I'd done, I'd be banished. I wanted to tell you, But after the way you treated me, I was afraid to trust." She searched his face. "The worst of it is that, had you known, all these years of miscommunication, of you feeling soulless, might never have been." Her eyes glowed like polished topaz and filled with tears. His hand shook so violently that when he wiped at the tear trickling down her cheek, he only succeeded in smearing it about with his thumb. "Don't cry," he whispered. "Anything but that. Not over my feelings. I'm not worth it." She caught him by the wrist, staying his clumsy efforts. The simple feel of her fingers on his skin gave him the strength to move. Jack pressed his forehead against hers and just breathed, taking in the scent of her, that warm, sweet fragrance that felt of home and hope. "I don't want to live without you," he said, cracking, pleading. He did not care. "That is my truth." Her slim fingers curled about his forearms. "You hurt me, Jack." She was close enough that he heard her swallow. "For so long." "I'm sorry." Pathetically small and useless words. Soft breath caressed his face. "So I tried to hurt you in return, but it only made my pain deepen. I suspect it was the same for you." She did not know the half of it, but he shook his head slightly. Words burned as they worked their way out. "Your pain is mine." His fingers tightened on her. "Infinitely. You deserve better than me. You deserve someone who can make you happy." "That's where you went terribly wrong," Mary said softly. "You make me happy." He hadn't known he'd spoken aloud. Jack stared at her, not knowing what to say. So he kissed her. Not hard, not frantically, but in the way he'd always wanted to, as if she were his. Mary opened to him, her warm tongue sliding into his mouth. Together they fell back onto the bed. He slid between her open legs, rocking his stiff cock against the barrier of skirts and sheet, gritting his teeth when pleasure and want punched through him with the force of a freighter. A little sigh escaped her, and her fingers drifted down his face, along his throat, raising the tiny hairs upon his skin as they went. She stilled as she reached the chain about his neck. Her fingers hooked it and lifted. It had taken him a few moments to figure out that the key turned invisible to the eye when worn against the skin. Only by pulling it away could one see it. A smile played about her lips. "My key!" The chain was too short for him to see the key now, but he could almost feel it dangling just above his skin. "I wanted to keep it safe for you." Her legs twined farther around his as she gazed up at him. "That you did." The colour deepened upon her cheeks, and she licked her kiss-plumped lips. He watched, his cock twitching, his pulse picking back up. Her voice grew almost shy, save for the huskiness underneath it all. "Will you put it back on me?" Jack swallowed, hard. Beyond the roaring of his ears and the tightness of his skin, he felt the chain around his neck loosen and slither free, and then she was holding her key, an offering. Everything grew silent, save the sound of their breathing and the thundering of his heart. His focus narrowed to the rise and fall of her chest and the row of toggles fronting her regulator's tunic. It was a simple linen one, the sort they wore when practicing combat. The natural shape of her beneath the cloth made it clear she was not constrained by a corset. Anticipation made his words thick. "Were you expecting a fight?" A small smile tilted her lips. "Perhaps." Her gaze grew dark. "Or perhaps I did not favour too many impediments during our discussion." His breath caught. Practical girl. It was said lightly, but the knowledge she'd given made him shake. Every bit of him, save his fingers. They were steady and determined as he pulled each toggle tight, then released it with a tiny click. With each button set free, his blood grew hotter. Her eyes followed his progress, and her sweet lips parted, drawing in short gasps of air. The tips of her fingers, so lightly holding his biceps as he worked, seared his skin. At last her tunic was spread open, revealing the tissue-thin ivory chemise beneath. Gently, he touched the smooth skin just below her collarbones, and her breath hitched, that fine skin prickling with gooseflesh. His breathing grew laboured, his mouth dry, as he worked the little pearl buttons free, and when he finished with the last one, he opened his prize. He'd seen her before, but not like this. Not when she was arching her back ever so slightly, lifting her luscious breasts up like an offering. Not when he could touch her. So he did, light and careful, as he ran a finger along the edge of the golden teeth guarding her heart. "Does it hurt?" he whispered. He needed to know that first. "No." A tiny tremor lit over her skin. "It feels wonderful." He stroked the other edge, gently, smiling as he did it. He hadn't expected to smile with her. Not this way. Happiness bloomed warm and tender beneath his ribs. His fingers drifted down, tracing under one breast. They were small breasts, firm yet delicate like the rest of her. The honeyed caps of her nipples pointed upward, just begging a man to suck. Well then. Jack swooped down and drew a silken tip in deep. Mary cried out, her lithe body bowing into him. He smiled around her sweet nipple, then caught the hard hoop of her piercing with the tip of his tongue and worried it. "Jack!" She grabbed his shoulders. Her nails biting into his flesh were a sharp pleasure. Slowly he pulled back, holding on to his prize as he went, until the tip was freed, glistening in the light, and the little crystal hoops stood at attention. I had to prepare it. Unable to help himself, he gave the stiff nipple a flick with the end of his tongue before looking up at her flushed face. "Give me your key." Lightly panting and hand shaking, she handed him the key. His fingers were too large and clumsy for the task, fumbling with the effort to remain calm as he unhooked the hoop and slid the tiny key into place. By the time he finished, they were both trembling, a sheen of sweat covering their skins. Resting a hand upon her stomach, Jack smiled down at his handiwork. "That has got to be the most erotic sight I've ever beheld." Idly he touched the small key, moving it back and forth, and loving the way she instantly writhed against his finger, as if seeking more. "Sensitive, are you?" God, but she made him burn. Before she could answer, he leaned in and kissed her nipple. And again, because once was not enough, and she whimpered beneath him, her arms closing ranks around his neck, holding him there. Jack closed his eyes, shuddering as he gave in to the heady sensation of simply letting go with her. Heat washed over him as he suckled her. His teeth clicked against the key, and he bit down and gave it a tug. "Sweet God, that feels so—" Mary groaned, her fingers grasping the short ends of his hair. He tugged it again, twisting a bit, and she jerked, a moan tearing from her. "Don't stop, Jack!" Palming her other breast, he gave her what they both wanted, tormenting her with his mouth as his fingers plucked at her other nipple. Lust drew him in circles, making him dizzy. "I can't stop touching you." He kissed his way back up her body, finding that tender spot on her neck as his hands roamed over satin-smooth skin.
I don't want to.
She roamed too, finding sensitive patches and secret hollows of pleasure along his body, kissing a line across his cheeks, along his jaw. Her hips lifted, pressing against his, an invitation. Jack pulled back, his chest working against hers.
Let me see all of you, Mary. I want to, so badly.
Instinct shouted that he'd take, plunder, but enough had been taken from both of them. Her tremulous smile and small nod were his reward. He undid the ties of her skirts, fighting impatience, and then slid them down her slim hips. His mouth went dry. She was everything he'd ever wanted, and things he'd never even known he needed. Gently curved, slender limbs rose up to meet a dark gold triangle of curls and a small glimpse of sly pink. Her buttery skin prickled, a light shiver working over her. Uncertainty creased the corners of her wide eyes and tightened her mouth. Jack couldn't bear that. The first touch of his hand upon the soft skin of her thigh nearly undid him. Slowly he caressed her, and his skin tingled as if he were the one being caressed.
"Oh, merrily," he whispered. "I've no words, not the proper ones to do your loveliness justice."
"Nor I for you, Jack Talent." Her hand eased over his arm, a light, heady touch that drove him insane. Her lips curled. "I suppose we shall have to muddle through." But she deserved words. She deserved to know that she was cherished. His hand glided to the subtle swell of her hip. "Show yourself to me, love." His voice was as rough as splintered wood. Her pale thighs trembled as she spread them. Her sex, glistening coral pink, was plump with desire. For him. Mary Chase wanted him. She was waiting for him, her gaze not shy, but hot and impatient. He prolonged the moment, taking his time to reach out for her, and when he ran a finger down her slick center, she bucked, a little helpless gurgle filling her throat, but she opened her legs wider, canting her hips. For him. He found himself panting, his body quaking with lust. God, just to be able to touch you. Slowly he circled her sex, watching her writhe. "Do you know what that does to me?" He pushed a finger into her tight quim, and her lips parted on a wordless cry. Jack eased out and plunged in again, his throat closing, making his words raw. "Have you any idea?" Mary licked her lips, her sweet breasts heaving as she struggled. "I've a good guess." She snuggled close, pressing her side against his, so much smaller than him, and yet the difference somehow made him feel fragile. Her fingers trailed over his chest, pausing at his nipple to circle it. He groaned, but she drifted further down to his aching cock that somehow was still half hidden beneath the rumpled sheet, all but his head. That was peeking out, begging really for attention. Her lids lowered in somnolent perusal as her voice darkened. "Let me touch you, and we shall compare." The linen slithered over him, caressing before the cool air hit. It only inflamed his ardor. Glorious! Her warm hand ran over his flesh, and he sighed. Tentative and exploratory at first, her touch soon grew more assured, and then it turned almost reverent, as though she loved the feel of him as much as he loved the feel of her touch. Resting his forehead against hers, he simply breathed her in and caressed her sex, keeping time with her strokes. Their breath mingled and steamed. "Do you know how long I've wanted you here?" he said against her open lips.
How many times I've pictured you in my bed." Her lashes fluttered down, her mouth soft and exploring, making his head spin. "I wanted it to be me. When you were pleasuring yourself, I wanted to be the one touching you." "I wanted it to be you too," he rasped, "so much so it hurt. God, had it hurt." One slim hand held on to his shoulder, the other hand stroking, pulling. He was silent, his eyes closed, just feeling her hand love his flesh, explore it with bolder touches, stroking. Hands stroking, always so gentle at first, coercing, teasing. Cold sliced through him, twisting his guts. No, not now, not here. And still he shuddered sickly, his mouth watering with nausea. His hands left her, found the sheet and gripped tight. No, not with her. She knew, had to have felt his panic, for she stopped, her hands sliding to his hip. Hell, he hated the relief that coursed through him when she let go. "Jack?" He took a shaking breath and faced her. Concern was there, and understanding. He could not stand seeing himself reflected in her gold gaze. The steady warmth of her palm at his hips seeped into his bones as she spoke. "I don't have to touch you. I want you to touch me." His voice broke, weak and pathetic thing that he was. He sucked in another breath. "I need you to touch me. I closed my eyes and—" Hell, he didn't want to say it. But she knew. Of course she knew. She saw far too much of him. "Look at me, Jack." He could never refuse her. She was beautiful. She'd always been lovely, but affection and tenderness transformed her into the most beautiful woman he'd ever see. Their gazes locked as her hand wrapped once more around him, giving him a little squeeze. Blood rushed back to his cock. It swelled and filled her hand as if it belonged there. She stroked him, a long, assured glide. He grunted, his balls drawing up tight and his body going hot. Her eyes watched him. "Feels good?" "Yes. God, yes." His breath fractured. Another stroke, down, then up, her thumb gliding over his swollen head. He grunted, arching into the touch. She kept at it, steady, deliberate. "Look at what I'm doing to you, Jack." The sight of her slim, elegant hand wrapped around him, her skin so pale against his ruddy flesh, had him shivering, swelling harder. "This is us, Jack," she said as she worked him. "You and I. This is what we create." A choked, broken sound left him, and he burrowed his head in the crook of her neck. "Mary! Mary!" His arms wrapped around her, pulling her closer. His body felt like cold stone, save where she touched him. Dully, his heart thudded against his ribs. "For however long you'll have me, Mary, whatever it takes." He wasn't coherent, he knew, yet she understood. Her breathy, tender reply felled him. "I suppose I'll be keeping you then, Jack Talent." Her slim arm wrapped about his waist, and the soft mounds of her breasts pressed into his side. Lightly, she traced a finger down the groove that divided his abdomen, the touch making him shiver. "Why?" he croaked. When she first arrived, he'd expected her to rail at him about the apples, perhaps chastising him for violating her privacy, then go on her way, leaving him alone. "Because, Jack Talent, I can no more live without you than you can without me." A shuddering breath left him, and he pulled her closer, tucking her half under him. "I don't understand." "You always think too much, Jack." Her voice was low, her fingers still exploring, gently soothing him. "Did you honestly believe that I wouldn't find you worthy?" Jack drew back to look down at her. He tried to speak and failed, because she knew him, knew how broken he was. Shame over his cowardliness hit him. All this time he'd been afraid to confess to her, but in truth, it wasn't simply the confession, it was the belief that she wouldn't have him regardless. "It's all right," she said again, and placed a small, light kiss on his chest. "Broken or whole, I will always want you." A choked breath burst from him, and he fell over her, his face burrowing against her soft breasts as he clutched her hips. "I love you." He wound his arms about her, crushing her surely. He couldn't let go. "I love you. Always, constantly, completely, with everything." And then he could speak no more. Mary wrapped her arms about Jack's broad shoulders and held him as he held her. She could not help but marvel at how good he felt in her arms, his solid strength against her, surrounding her with his warmth. "I hate the way I treated you." His voice was muffled and raw against her skin. "I'll regret it until my dying day." She knew he could not quite understand why she'd forgiven him, just as she knew most people would wonder the same. They did not know what she did. Her hand smoothed over his close cropped hair, so silky yet rough on the upstroke. On the outside, Jack Talent was tarnished and battered, but underneath he was sterling. Not even Jack truly understood this, but she would help him see it. "Hush now," she whispered. "Be at ease," because she knew that he needed the words too. He needed to know he was protected. For her whole life, she thought of men in terms of force, blunt instruments that asserted their will and strength. Jack was that, more so than most, but she had never truly realized a man's vulnerability, that a man might need comfort and tenderness. In truth, a man was like crystal, all hard, cool surfaces and solid strength, yet so easily broken if mishandled. They were twined together, Jack's thigh between her legs, her arms wrapped about his shoulder and around his waist, his arms doing the same. Though it did not feel sexual, not at that moment. It felt peaceful, and she could not help but think of them as two strings wound up tight to become rope, and stronger for it. Because she'd been the one to give comfort, Jack's head rested on her shoulder, a warm weight there now. Gradually she became aware of each soft breath he took, blooming across her breasts. Her nipples tightened against the tickling caresses, and she arched into the sensation, a small, furtive motion that she could not resist. Awareness shuddered through Jack, obvious in the way his muscles tensed and his breath grew unsteady. Slowly, his big, roughened palms skimmed along her hip up to her waist. He held it there, his fingers just stroking, sending little shivers of pleasure through her. Jack's hand stopped just beneath her breast, his fingers spread to cup her. They were just her breasts, but when he looked at them, they became something more, beautiful, erotic. They grew heavy, aching under his gaze, and a languid rush of heat coursed through her, the slick place between her legs clenching with delicious anticipation and need. Even so, she couldn't resist another tease. "They're small." He lifted his head, and his gaze darted from her breasts to her eyes and back again, as though he couldn't keep from staring. The corner of his mouth quirked. "They are." She frowned, and he grinned with wicked intent. "Perhaps I can take the whole of one in my mouth." Without warning, he ducked his head and sucked her in deep, pulling nipple and flesh into his warm mouth as if he'd devour her. A strangled sound tore from her. She arched up into him, jerking with each hot, wet tug. Her fingers dug into the sheets and she held on. "Jack!" He smiled around her flesh before drawing away. "Close." He kissed the undercurve of her breast, but not quite all of it. She panted up at him. "You'll kill me." "Then we'll die together." His breath brushed over her damp flesh as he nuzzled her nipple, then her collarbone. Mary shivered. His mouth found the spot at the base of her neck. His spot. He kissed it as the warm wall of his chest brushed against hers. But not yet. Then he proceeded to destroy her by increments, his mouth everywhere, slow, wet kisses that discovered her secrets, warm hands coasting over her skin, and all the while whispering his love for her, how she made him burn, how she drove him mad, as if she were the one doing the destroying, and she sank into the feel of him surrounding her, her own hands and mouth charting the swells and valleys of his body. Jack's mouth met hers, his kiss melting and reshaping her lips as he slid between her legs. They were flesh to flesh, from chest to thigh, his hard strength to her soft endurance. He cupped her jaw as he tilted his head and kissed her again and again. "Mary," he whispered. "Let me." Emotion clogged her throat. "I am yours." His head lifted, and his dark green eyes went wide, his nostrils flaring. For a moment she feared he would stay that way, silent, staring as if he'd gone somewhere far away. Then his breath left in a sigh, like relief, like a first breath. "Mary, mine." His voice rolled over the words, as if trying them out for size. Before she could answer, he canted his hips, a slight adjustment, and his thick crown was at her opening, a hot encroachment that held the attention of every cell within her body. She craved that intrusion with a strength that had her thighs shaking. Yet at the crest of that want came the memory of the last time she'd been invaded, the pain and degradation. She did not want that foul business tainting this act. If Jack could move past his darkness, so could she. He knew her so well that he paused as if sensing her conflicting thoughts. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Braced above her, the muscles along his shoulders and arms twitched with restraint, but his eyes held hers, gentleness and understanding there. He eased back and then touched her temple, tenderly brushing back a lock of damp hair. "Is it because I'm on top of you?" She gave a brusque nod, her throat closing painfully. In the silence, he studied her. "You like it when I crowd you against a wall, though, don't you?" It was a decadent whisper, filled with promise, and she shivered. Of course he knew she did. He'd scented her desire. And as if he scented it once more, a slow, playful smile pulled at his mouth. "Come." Lightly he tugged at her hand, drawing her from the bed with a rustle of the covers. Mary was momentarily dumbfounded as he unfolded his long length and the firelight glowed upon his skin. He was massive, a study of flat, hard planes, long vistas of undulating muscle, networks of tight sinews, and his hot gaze roamed over her as though he might soon gobble her up. Slowly he backed her up until her shoulders met the cool wall. Eyes on her, he leaned in, bracing his arms on either side of her, surrounding her with his warmth and power. She didn't know why it was so, but she did not feel pinned, but bolstered, protected. It shamed her that she had panicked before. "Jack, you don't need to do this. We can lie down." "Shh." Softly he kissed her cheek, then the other one. Moving with great care, he kissed his way down her neck, each tender press of his lips sending a little punch of heat into her flesh. His mouth found her nipple and gave it an open-mouthed kiss, lingering only long enough to make her arch off the wall before he moved on to the other one. Tease. Mary closed her eyes, her breathing growing light and agitated as he knelt before her and his big hands closed over the swells of her hips. He leaned against her for a moment, his mouth against her breast, his breath warm and damp over her skin, and then he sat back on his heels and his lips glided over her navel, brushing past her hip bone, his teeth gently grazing. She knew where he was headed and what he wanted. Her sex throbbed with the knowledge. The sight of him before her, his dark head against her pale skin, nearly undid her. His hand eased down her thigh and beneath her knee, and she moved with him, languid and dazed, lifting her leg to hook over his shoulder. Exposed. His expression was fierce as he looked at her, his chest rising and falling with greater urgency, and then he glanced up and their eyes met. He held her gaze as he leaned forward and licked her with the flat of his tongue, slow and lazy. A strangled cry left her, and her legs wobbled. His grip tightened, his eyes on her as he did it again. Pleasure rolled through her so hot and strong that her body tensed, her nipples tightening with a painful throb. Jack! Green eyes glinted as he reached out and flicked her swollen bud with the tip of his tongue. A feather-light touch, maddening. She canted her hips, chasing his touch, but he backed away, not giving her the satisfaction. His breath against her wetness almost felt cool, and his voice grew rough. "I want to be in here, Mary." His tongue probed her opening, dipping in just enough to make her quake. "Do you want me here?" Mary panted, her throat burning. "Yes, now." Smiling, the fiend kissed her, hot and deep. A reward, one that shot through her body. "Jack!" He held her still, one hot, rough palm upon her belly and the other at her hip, pinning her, supporting her. Trusting that he had her, she sagged against the silk-lined wall. "Bloody hell, that feels good," she rasped, an understatement. Pleasure overwhelmed her, and she wanted more. He grinned, slow and wide. "If we do it correctly, it will all feel good, love." His smile faded, replaced by a look of hot intent. "Show yourself to me." Taking her hand in his, he guided it down to her sex. Oh, but he was wicked. Her breath came out in a pant, and her hand shook as she complied and opened the folds of her sex for his delectation. He growled low in approval. "Beautiful. You are beautiful, angel." Then he kissed the center of her, a tender, reverent gesture that made her heart stutter and pulled a strangled sound from her throat. His lashes fluttered, his expression languid as he kissed her in earnest, nipping, licking and sucking, his tongue sliding over her fingers and along her slick flesh. And it was too much sensation. The wet sound of his mouth on her, the small, greedy noises he made, and the way he wholeheartedly came at her as though she were his last meal. It was messy, real. Life. She could not hide from it. She no longer wanted to. All these years, she hadn't realized it could be like this. She didn't feel shamed or used, but adored. Her skin flared hot, then cold, her nipples aching so badly that she grasped one breast and gave the distended tip a sharp tug. A bone-deep shake began at her hip, spreading outward. Gently he slipped a finger into her, touching a spot that had her quaking. She moaned, wanting to get away from his marauding mouth and probing finger, yet wanting to get closer. He heard the sound and glanced up, his eyes gleaming bright in the lamplight. "Oh no," he said roughly. "The first time we come together." She whimpered, so close to completion that she throbbed, but he was already moving, licking his way back up her heated skin, rising above her, and when he fully stood, her legs were locked around his trim waist and his hands were cupping her bottom, and he smiled, tenderly, if not a bit unsteadily. "This is me." He pushed in, slow, thick, filling her. Not an invasion, but a joining with her. "At last. And you." He rocked his hips, going in a bit deeper, and they both shivered. "This is us." Then it was his gaze that faltered, a look of pleasure mixed with pain making his brows furrow. A low groan tore from him as he seated himself to the hilt. His body twitched as he began to pant, holding himself still. For her. "Look at us merrily." And she did, where she was stretched wide, and he pulled back, a long, easy glide, the breadth of his thick cock glistening and ruddy. He thrust inside her, disappearing from sight. He filled her up, wide, dense and complete. Beneath her heavy lids she looked at him. He was as undone as she, his eyes hot, his lips parted. She took advantage, capturing his mouth to kiss him, and her breast slid against his damp chest. He responded immediately, the kiss turning rough, delicious. Her legs eased further open, cradling him as he thrust into her, a steady, strong movement that she savoured. Her body arched, pleasure and heat breaking in a garbled cry. "Jack!" She sucked in a breath. "I need—" She shivered, heat licking her skin, her body trembling. "Tell me, love." He nipped her shoulder, his breath fast but light as if he were restraining himself with effort. "Anything. Don't hold back." She cupped his cheek and stared into his eyes. "Give me everything." She needed it now, to feel him wild and free against her, to feel wild and free herself. A low growl sounded in his throat as understanding lit in his eyes. Biting down on her neck, he turned them so that he leaned against the wall and she was balanced on his hips. Gripping her bottom hard, he lifted her high, nearly pulling her off him, and then slammed her back down, brutal and perfect. His expression intent, his muscles bulged as he worked her on his cock, moving her how he willed and controlling the pace. Mary clutched his shoulders, her nails digging in and squeezed her inner walls. "More!" she ground out. "More!" On a curse, Jack lurched forward. His elbow hit a vase, and it went tumbling with a crash. They stumbled back, her world tilting, before she landed on the bed, Jack still inside her and controlling the fall. "Yes?" he asked, wanting to know if she was all right. She managed a nod, touching his cheek in gratitude, and then he was thrusting hard and fast, deep grunts rumbling in his chest as he pumped, and the tight, relentless heat coiled within her again, demanding more. "Harder!" she rasped. She wanted him to break her, reform her into something new, and he complied, rising up on his arms for better leverage, rutting against her in a way that was dirty, decadent and unhinged, everything that she wanted. "Fuck, Mary," he groaned, his backside tightening as he flexed into her. "Oh, fuck, you feel so good." Her hip bones ached from the force of his body slamming into them, her sex burning from the friction. Pleasure grew within her, swelling outward until she shook, and she clutched Jack's shoulders like a lifeline, her body tensing against his. "I can't. I want." She couldn't think, could barely breathe. "Let it go," he whispered against her cheek. Let yourself go, love." As if his words were a reprieve, the thing she'd been waiting for, the pleasure within her peaked, and then she fractured, coming so hard and fast that she sank her teeth into the meaty juncture of his shoulder. At her bite, his entire body seized before a violent shudder racked him, his brows furrowing tight as he bared his teeth on a wordless cry. The tendons stuck out on his neck, and his head canted as if reacting to a blow. It was glorious. The sight sent an unexpected tide of sensation through her once more. She strained against him, sore and pulsing as he filled her with warmth. And then they both collapsed. For a moment, Jack simply panted, his body half slung on top of her. Then he gathered her close and tucked her snugly against his side. "I knew we'd be like that together," he whispered on an unsteady breath. Mary stretched against him, luxuriating in the soreness along her limbs and the feel of him still deep inside her. "Had I known," she said, running a hand over his sweaty back, "I'd have insisted we shag the moment we met." He grunted, and she squeezed the hard swell of his shoulder. "Jack," she whispered, "let's do it again. Now." Surprise rippled through him, which did delicious things to his muscles, and as if answering her, his cock twitched against her sex, growing thick once more. He eased himself up to peer down at her, and a wide, cocksure grin erupted over his mouth. She'd never seen that particular smile, but she liked it. Again, his voice was a rumbling rasp, and that lovely grin grew wider, and his cock pulsed. A light laugh left him. "Oh, Angel, just let anyone bloody try and stop me." Chapter 31. One more adjustment and it would be finished. Closing her eyes, Holly ran her hand over the heart, feeling for any weak spots in the design. Her fingertips reached an area that felt dark and unsteady. There. Taking a breath, she let her power go. The metal heated to searing hot, but did not burn her. Concentrating on what she wanted the device to do, Holly held on. The metal quivered, then rearranged itself. Another moment, and her invention was cool once more, and complete. Holly opened her eyes and picked her creation up. Despite her disgust with this place, pride in what she'd accomplished surged forth. It was a thing of beauty, developed using a wax casting method, back-breaking hours of work, and the power no one else knew she wielded. At her elbow was the working diary of her predecessor. The mere thought that another had been here before her filled Holly with icy terror, but his notes fascinated. The man, Pierce, had been a clockmaker. At first, he'd attempted to create new hearts, but when they failed, he tried his hand at repairing stolen Gim hearts. With a shiver, Holly remembered the ruined remains of Mr. Pierce and the damaged clockwork heart she'd taken from his corpse to examine. Though his notes did not say, Holly did not think he had volunteered to have the very heart he'd fixed placed in his chest. Would the same fate be forced upon her? Tentatively, she lifted the heart a little higher. It glowed in the low light, a pale sheen that appeared silver, but was platinum. Rare and incredibly strong, platinum had the distinction of being the one metal that supernatural bodies did not adversely react to. That had been the key. That bastard was putting steel or gold hearts into shifters and sanguis. Both metals poisoned their victims, creating a change that was catastrophic. As if gaining a mind of its own, the metal would take over the body, weaving its way into the fabric of the immortal's flesh, causing intense pain, mental instability, and, eventually a complete body failure. The endless line of failures had not pleased the madman holding her here. Peace in this hell only came when Master, how she hated that name, had consumed a few drops of the glimmering blood from the vial he kept close to him at all times. To his glee, one drink had closed a few of the smaller sores on his face. Talent's blood, if his rantings were to be believed. Holly had hoped that would be the end of it, but she'd been ordered to create a heart that worked. Her guts cramped at the thought, because if she didn't find a way, she was dead. Holly had put all her skill into the creation, for she realized that success would ultimately destroy him. Holly simply needed to make a heart that would work. Once Master put one into himself, she would use the electric prod against him and stop his heart. Not a very strong plan, granted, but it was all she had. The door to her cell slammed open, and a man strode in. With shining hair, firm skin, and a gleam in his eye, her captor fairly beamed at her. Rising from his back were a pair of wings covered with glossy black feathers. One dropped to the floor as he came forward.
"Happy day, Miss Evernight," he said. "My body is whole once more."
He gave a wry little laugh. He glanced at the platinum heart on her work table.
"Is that it?"
"Yes."
"It is marvelous."
Gently he touched the smooth arch of the heart's outer surface, and Holly had the mad urge to snatch it from him. But she held still as he lifted the device up to the light.
"Platinum, is it?"
Holly knew he wanted an explanation. He always wanted to hear her methods. "I believe previous failures were due to the type of metal used. Platinum ought to be benign to immortals."
"You are a diamond of the first water, Miss Evernight."
"And you are a disgusting coward. I'd like nothing better than to ram my screwdriver into your eye."
"You made 2 of them?"
he asked, grinning wide. Because the coward wouldn't attempt to use it on himself before trying it out on another, which was a pity, since she'd hoped he'd take a chance on this one and replace his own heart with it. Despite this, her curiosity compelled her to ask, "If you are healed, then why bother with these hearts?" Gently, he fingered the curve of the heart.
"So that I may never be vulnerable again."
Holly would be quite satisfied to watch him die. "This is the first. The second should take a day." He frowned slightly, his eyes gleaming silver-white for an instant, but then he waved an idle hand.
"Very well."
He set the heart down and clapped his hands, the sound booming unnaturally loud. A hunched figure walked in, pushing a screeching trolley before him. She ignored him in favor of the man strapped to the top. The large male, dressed only in trousers, thrashed against the golden bands that held him down. White hair fell in tangles around a sharp face, and dark blonde brows arched over eyes that flickered from ice to coal. He was beautiful, and completely helpless. A demon, if gold could hold him fast, sanguis, if the needle-sharp fangs dropping down over the gag around his mouth were to be believed. Bloodsucker. Beautiful, but vile. But when Master stroked the demon's cheek with the loving care she'd just shown her inventions, as if he too were looking at a creation, nausea rolled up Holly's throat, and she swallowed hard. She knew that look, and what would come of it.
"Mr. Thorne here has been telling tales to those who should not hear them."
Thorne bucked, and the gold bands cut into his lean torso. Dark rivulets of blood ran over his dusky ivory skin. He snarled against his gag, the corners of his mouth turning white. Walking over to a work table set off to the side of the room, Master picked up a long, ivory-handled bone saw. Thorne grew unnaturally still, his now black eyes tracking the movement. Slowly, and with great theatricality, the sick, winged bastard let the steel blade catch the light as he turned toward Thorn, whose chest began to lift and fall in rapid motion. Thorn's gaze clashed with hers, and his eyes widened, a desperate plea shimmering in them. Her insides pitched. She couldn't look away, nor could she save him. God, God, God!
"Shall we try our newest creation?" Master asked softly.
Holly jerked to her feet, the chains about her wrists and ankles clattering. "Stop! We haven't chloroform!" She couldn't stop the surgery, but she could ease the poor man's pain. Master simply grinned.
"Not to worry. It will not affect the procedure."
Holly swayed. A cold sweat broke out over her clammy skin. Master reached the table, and Thorn went wild, bucking so hard that the trolley rocked.
"Come now, Mr. Thorn," said Master. "I am giving you a gift. Blood such as you've never tasted. A bit of my power."
For their benevolent master had imbued each of his crawlers with the ability to dissipate into shadow at will. That none of them survived long enough to truly appreciate it wasn't his concern.
"Should you survive, you will possess a body stronger than you could imagine."
Thorn was unimpressed and continued to fight his bonds.
"Ingrate,"
snarled Master, and while the silent guard held Thorn steady, another took a metal tube attached to a funnel and shoved it into the corner of Thorn's mouth. Jack Tallant's blood emptied out of the glass vial and went down Thorn's resisting throat. Master wasted no more time. He made the first cut. Thorn's shout broke around his gag. Holly bolted, her mind blank and her blood ice-cold. The chains held her back, and she crashed to the ground. Above her Thorn thrashed, his raw bellows echoing in the stone chamber. Sobbing, Holly curled into a ball and tried to block out the sound, but Master glanced back at her, and a vicious gleam lit his eyes.
"Get her up here,"
he snarled to the guard, and then he grinned once more.
"Come, Miss Evernight, and see your creation be born."
Struggling was useless, and too soon she had a personal view of the carnage. She gave a great dry heave, but her stomach was empty. Thorn's agonized gaze lit on her, and a murderous rage burned bright there before Master carved deeper into him. Then he was screaming, the veins on his neck standing out as he threw his head back. The guard held her there as Master did his gruesome work, and the scent of terror and hopelessness filled the cell. Mary woke at the break of dawn to find Jack sleeping beside her, his face half mushed into the pillow, his hair adorably mussed. With his lips soft and parted, and his cheeks scrunched up by his eye, he appeared a boy, if one discounted the masculine sprawl of his body, half hidden beneath the sheets. Her gaze followed the light and the way it touched his skin. The smooth arc of his back raced down, then swooped up to the hard swells of his buttocks, just peeking out from the linen. As if feeling her admiration, he stirred, giving a little grunt, and turned onto his back, the move pulling the sheets farther down. Oh my, but that was a lovely sight. She could not help herself. Her hand fell to the taut hardness of his belly and began to caress it, loving the contrast between silky smooth skin and the rough trail of hairs that led the way down. His cock rose before he did. When it lay thick and heavy against her hand, his eyes opened, long dark lashes surrounding irises the colour of evergreen on a winter's day. His gaze focused on her, and a smile lit over his features. Little lines fanned out from his gorgeous eyes, his brows tilting on an upward slant, his wide mouth curling up, flashing even white teeth. Mary's breath caught. With shaking fingers she touched one of the brackets, emphasizing that grin of his. "Ah, now, Jack Talent," she said with quiet awe, "when you smile, your soul shines through." Her palms settled on his warm cheek. "And it is utterly beautiful to me." His smile wavered, his eyes clouding with something like shock and discomfort. "Christ," he laughed lightly. "That ought to be my line, merrily, not yours." In a blink she was under him, and he was sinking into her with a deep, smooth glide that took her breath, his body warm and loose-limbed from sleep. "Are you sore?" he murmured. "Yes." A delicious, decadent ache. His mouth quirked, but he didn't stop moving within her. "I'll be gentle." He kissed the sensitive spot on her neck, but thorough. Shivers of heat licked up her sides as his hands skimmed along them, up over her breasts, her arms, until he found her hands. Their fingers linked, and he held them tight. He'd trapped her, leaving her unable to do anything but feel. Jack in her, around her, filling her. Each withdrawal had her whimpering in protest. Each surge back in made her groan, and so slow that she couldn't stand it. "Feel good?" he asked, giving her back the words she'd asked him before. "Yes." She shuddered. "God, yes, but—" She licked her lips. "I want to move." Her flesh was on fire, her muscles trembling in protest. His smile was sweet and evil. "I know, love." He kept her pinned, his thick heaviness moving in and out just enough to torment, and the pressure within, the shuddering pleasure increased. She struggled against it, and he caught her lower lip, suckling it, his slick tongue slipping into her mouth like a tease. She licked back, wanting to feel the hot sleekness of him, but he edged away and gave her a soft, chaste kiss instead. "I know." "Jack," she growled. He was driving her mad, and he knew it, chuckling, his pace never faltering. Mary stretched, having nowhere to go. Her body wasn't hers. It had become a needy, hot, pulsing thing. "Jack!" She licked the salty, smooth skin along his collarbone, loving the way he shivered. It wasn't enough. She wondered if it ever would be. "God, I want you." His smile was lopsided and wry, even as his eyes lit up. "Just so you're aware, you're having me." He moved with a little grunt. "Right now, in fact." She laughed softly, even as that greedy need grew stronger. "You move. You bloody breathe." She spread her legs wider, trying to take him deeper. "And I want you more. I want to bite you, do you a violence." Christ, Chase. He thrust hard and firm, his lips parted on a ragged breath. "Christ, you destroy me." That dark, hot feeling surged again, and she turned her head and sank her teeth into the hard swell of his bicep, and he lost himself in her, just as she wanted him to do. This time when she came, it was a quiet shiver that rippled over her body, her cheek pressed against his. They stayed that way for a moment, Jack a heavy, wonderful weight, and her arms holding him as close as she could. "You are beautiful, you know," she said. He snorted softly. "I've always thought you were a bit touched in the head, Angel." But she could hear the cautious happiness hiding behind his quip. "That is because you don't see your true self. But I do." She smiled. "You cannot hide from me." Again the joy within him peeked out, but his voice was low and somber when he spoke. "That is because you own me heart and soul, Mary mine. You always have." Her own heart felt like a thing made not of metal, but of spun glass, fragile and light. Her thumb traced the corner of his mouth, noting the way it stretched upward despite his disquiet, as if her touch made him happy. "I love you, Jack." He did not blink, not even when she kissed his mouth with infinite care, but she felt the rapid rise and fall of his chest. She kissed him again, tenderly, because she knew he was unhinged just then. "I love you, heart and soul." He was pale when he settled back, his eyes wide and searching. "Say it again." "I love you." It was an easy thing to say. Keeping it back would have been harder, for she felt it with her whole being. His hands wrapped around her forearms, and he dragged her up, laying her over his wide chest, where she could feel his heart pound. "I hear the words," he said slowly, "only I can't believe them." "Can't believe that I love you, or that anyone could." His lashes lowered. "They didn't. My parents. They saw the true me and deemed me unworthy to live." Her fingers stroked along his scalp, then rested on his cheek. Jack leaned into the touch on a sigh. "They were your childhood," she said, "but they aren't your family. You know who your real family is. One day you'll know how much you are loved. You'll feel it." Chapter 32. How the crisp linen envelope with an SOS seal ended up on Jack's bare chest hours later was a mystery. One he could not do anything about, for whoever had left it was long gone by the time Jack woke and found the thing. Easing out of bed, he left a sleeping Mary, fragrant and warm with the intoxicating scent of sex and sleep, to read it. The message was simple, a time, place, and request that Jack arrive alone scrawled with a fanciful hand. An elaborate A was the only signature. Jack, having learned a thing or two from the men in his life, all of whom loved headstrong women, woke Mary and showed it to her. Last night he'd told her everything he knew of Amaros, and of his being a Nephil, which still unsettled him. Upon hearing that Jack was part angel, Mary had grinned wide. "Your dulcet nature ought to have been the first clue." "Ha!" Jack had murmured against her neck. His hands were busy elsewhere. "You are truly hilarious, a comic bard." "And to think you call me the angel," she'd chuckled, a warm, contented sound that went straight to his heart. Her hands ran over his back. "My winged wonder." "Ah!" Mary Chase, Jack discovered, was ticklish, and they'd said no more for quite some time. Now, resting on one elbow, Mary read the note. Sunlight shone in her hair, picking up glints of gold, bronze, and amber. "I do not like it," she said when she'd finished. "Nor I," he said, "but I think I ought to go." "I am going to follow," she said. Jack smiled and leaned forward to kiss her soft lips. Happiness was a strange sensation. It filled him up until his body was tender yet strong. Fancy that. God, he'd had it so very wrong when he accused Ian of being weak with love. At this moment he felt infinite and invincible. And he felt afraid, for the world would not go away simply because they wanted it to. His hand smoothed down the satin dip of her waist before holding fast. I did not doubt that for a moment. And so they went, Mary's spirit drifting above him like a guardian angel. When they reached St. Paul's, she disappeared, taking another route up so that he might arrive utterly alone. But he knew she'd be close, and it was a comfort he had not expected. Trouble, Mary thought as she followed Jack up the Golden Gallery, a viewing platform at the top of St. Paul's Dome. Though she was currently without a body, apprehension weighed her spirit down. The city sprawled out beneath her. It reminded her of a flea circus with tiny little figures darting to and fro, miniature wagons and carriages rolling here and there. There were times when Mary could watch the city for hours. Not think, not feel, just watch the world move on. Today was not one of those days. The wind whistled, and beside her Jack hunched in his coat as he glanced about. The air stirred again and became heavy with a presence. Whatever it was had power. Immense power. On a snarl, Jack spun around and faced whatever had arrived. Mary hovered above him, not able to help, which annoyed her greatly. More so when the strange presence showed himself. "Who the bloody hell are you?" Jack demanded. The man who stood before them was of a similar height and build to Jack, his features stamped with the strong lines of a Roman coin. But that was where all trace of humanity ended. His skin was silver-white, translucent, yet not, as if he were made of cut crystal. Even his hair, which curled about his temples, was brilliant silver. Most unnerving of all were the shimmering white wings that made two graceful arcs from behind his broad shoulders. The man let them look their fill, then smiled, a genuine gesture that seemed almost fond. "Master Talent." His crystalline gaze shot to Mary. "Mistress Chase." It was a voice so rich in timbre that it shivered with power. "I am Augustus." "Doesn't quite help me out, mate," Jack snapped, his fists clenching. Mary knew him well enough now to understand that his protective instincts had been roused the moment Augustus spotted her. However, Augustus's friendly smile grew. His form shimmered, and he became a dark-haired, dark-eyed man who might have been an Italian. "In one life," the man went on, "I was known as Marcus Augustus, Roman soldier and reprobate." He shrugged, looking almost sheepish. "I lost all memory of myself for a while back then. However, I believe you'd best know me as Mr. Augustus Maximus." That strange, almost beguiling smile returned. "After all, we are both members of the same society." "I don't know any regulator by that name," Jack said with a scowl. "No, I don't suppose you would, as I am not a regulator." He took a small step forward. "My dear Poppy Lane calls me father." Not Poppy's father, but father. Jack gave a start. "Your father?" The enigmatic founder and head of the SOS. He made a neat bow. "The very one." "Where have you been?" "A good question. According to Poppy, he disappeared for long stretches at a time." "Here and there," Father said. "There are 3 main planes of existence for my kind. Here, there, and nowhere, which is the place your kind calls hell. I might further explain it to you one day, but for now I'd rather discuss you." "And why would you do that?" Jack asked. "Because we're blood." At this, Jack straightened, and Mary eased closer. Something deep within said to trust this man, but that wouldn't stop her from keeping up her guard. "All angels are what you might consider blood relatives. My true name is Ramiel, though I'd rather you call me Augustus. It feels fitting somehow when I am here," he mused. Jack gave Mary a quick glance. "A watcher," he said. "One of the fallen angels." "We did not fall," said Augustus. "We arrived to be with man." The corners of his eyes crinkled. "A rather good choice, if you ask me. But it is true that all of the other so-called fallen are cursed in one manner or another." Though Mary was not in her flesh, a shiver seemed to run through her spirit. She'd thought angels would be something less than human, something terrifying and menacing. Wrath of God and all that. But this man, he was more human than any supernatural Mary had ever come across. Every nuance of emotion expressed itself on his face and shone brightly in his now dark eyes. "I know your sire," he said to Jack in a voice laced with gentleness. Jack tensed, and Mary knew he loathed to show any hint that he cared. But he did. The child in him would, even if the man had accepted his past. "I've heard that claim before. Forgive me if I do not jump to plead for the answer." Augustus shook his head slightly. "From Amaros, the cursed one. He is troubled." An understatement? Augustus leaned against the iron balustrade. "For a fallen, it is quite easy to discern who your father is, for there is only one angel who has the gift of true healing, Raphael." Jack laughed then, an uncomfortable and incredulous sound. "Raphael? He's a bloody archangel, not a fallen." "Debatable," said Augustus with a small smile. "Regardless, there are only two beings in existence that possess healing blood. Raphael and you." Jack's lids lowered, his lashes hiding his eyes, but his shoulders tensed, and Mary rested her hand there. He would only feel the chill of her spirit, but even so he leaned closer as if he needed that contact. "What is he like?" Jack asked softly. "He is impetuous, full of life. Creating you was a mistake on Raphael's part." Augustus noticed Jack's scowl and smiled. "A mistake in that he lay with Angela Talent, a woman who had no notion of what he was. He never took into account how fragile her mind might be." Augustus looked off, the fine lines around his eyes deepening. "We've been around longer than you can imagine. Living so long has not deadened us, but made us susceptible to emotions. Oftentimes we react without thinking things through." He glanced back, his eyes wry and amused. "In truth, we do not like to think about things too deeply. Not any longer. Nor do we pay attention to this world as we ought. At any rate," Augustus continued, "Raphael is no longer here, but there." "Yes," Augustus said with a broad smile. "We all have our crosses to bear. Raphael's is that he can no longer travel here. My curse is that I can only be here for a short period of time." A shadow of sorrow darkened his eyes. "With each passing year, that period of grace grows smaller." "And why are you using your moment here to speak with me?" "In an indirect way, I am the one who has caused the problem." "Forgive me," Jack said with a politeness he clearly did not feel, "but you're not explaining yourself very well." Mary wanted to be annoyed as well, but the goodwill flowing off the angel could not be denied. She liked him, instinctively. "Poppy often tells me the same," Augustus murmured. "It is simply this. 2 years ago, Winston Lane was attacked by death. I intervened and brought him to Benjamin Archer." A strange look of pride lit the angel's features for a moment, then was gone. Death, thus cheated, prompted another, Apep, to break free from nowhere, or what you call hell, Augustus explained with a wave of his hand. "A rift was opened, and many who have been consigned to hell used the opportunity to escape, including Amaros. The Nex gained power and strengthened those new allies." Augustus's mouth turned down. "While I do not regret saving Winston Lane's life, I regret the unforeseen effects of that action. The least I can do is give you knowledge to defend yourself. When Amaros took your blood, he thought himself cured. Unfortunately, it was a temporary stay of execution. He needs a constant diet of your blood to remain as he is. As your healing blood is a gift, you must freely give it to him for it to have full potency. Deep within Mary's soul, something stilled and then went on alert. She could see the end, a dark shadow on the horizon, and it was she who stood between Jack and that chasm. Yes, you understand. Augustus's voice was clear in her mind. She glanced back at him, but he gave no indication that he'd spoken. He won't get any more from me, Jack said flatly. Let him die. Do you honestly believe that once he realizes your blood did not permanently cure him, that he will not come after you? Augustus shook his head sadly. While his mind might be muddled by madness, he is not without intelligence. Expect him to return soon, and his rage will be great. And so will mine, Jack retorted. Augustus's gentle expression turned solemn. I know what you are planning, Jack, and it is not the answer to your troubles. But you have the answer, do you not, Mistress Chase? A flicker of his gaze toward her. Her spirit stretched wide, then collapsed tight. Did she? Her mind raced. No answers came. Wholly ignorant of their exchange, Jack stood straighter, his hands at the ready. What am I planning, then? If the threat in his voice bothered Augustus, it didn't show. That you will kill him. He smiled slightly. It is what I would do to anyone who threatened my beloved. A good guess. Jack rolled his tight shoulders. And the right one. It will not work. Augustus sighed, and the air upon the platform grew warm and tinged with the scent of a summer storm. Augustus's expression grew grim. If I could, I'd kill Amaros myself, but a fallen is forbidden to kill his kind. Mary drifted closer to Augustus. A queer sort of anticipation surged through her being, as if the answer was just bumping along the edges of her mind. Which is why Amaros is now cursed, Augustus said. Long ago, in a fit of rage, he killed another fallen and has been rotting away ever since. Jack frowned. I am half fallen. Can I kill him, or will I too be cursed? Dark, ancient eyes held his. You will be cursed just as he is. To destroy his soul is to destroy your own. That is our way. Hell! Jack pinched the bridge of his nose. Can I kill him in Jack's stead? Mary asked Augustus. Miss Chase has asked me if she could destroy Amaros in your stead. Jack lurched up from where he'd been leaning. Absolutely not! He glared at Mary as she glared back in defiance. No other immortal has ever killed a fallen, Augustus said. They are too physically strong to destroy. Ironically, one needs the strength of a fallen or Nephil to do the deed. The weight of Augustus's words sank like a stone. Then why tell me that I have the answer? Sometimes the answer is not in the physical, but in the spirit. Beside her, Jack suddenly flinched as if a realization had come fast upon him. But if Amaros is already cursed, then— He can destroy you, Augustus finished, without doing himself further damage. His curse is soul deep. You understand the soul, do you not, Miss Chase? And suddenly Mary did. She knew precisely what needed to be done. It was risky, and Jack would never agree to it. Mary looked at Augustus. This is why you haven't spoken of this aloud, isn't it? Would you rather I had? Augustus's response was wry, yet tinged with sadness, because he too knew the risks. She could feel his concern for her like a warm hand upon her shoulder. Then I shall offer him free use of my blood, Jack said. His freedom. I see no other recourse, Augustus answered sedately. No! It was a shout in Mary's mind. Never! She would not let Jack become Amoros's blood whore. She would not see him go back to that dark place of hell and despair, offering himself to the being who'd held and tortured him. As if hearing her very thoughts, Augustus glanced at Mary. Then you know what must be done. Jack ran a tired hand over his face and turned away to stare out over the city. Then I shall do what I must. To protect those he loved, Jack would do anything. And so would Mary. 2 squared is 4. 3 squared is 9. 4 squared is 16. Holly hugged herself tight, rocking slightly as she continued to count. The words burned against her throat. 5 squared is 5 and 20. Numbers. Sensible, reliable numbers. They would not harm her. Her accommodations had changed. No more laboratory. Only the icy, dank hole of her cell. There were others here, rows of black cells that held the damned. She could not see them, but she could hear them. Moans, curses, weeping. She could almost bear the sounds of their misery, but not those of the demon who occupied the cell with her. A violent wave of nausea ran through her when she glanced to his side of the space. Lying upon a hard pallet and still strapped down by chains of gold, he shook along the whole of his lean body as he stared blankly up at the ceiling. His teeth were clenched and bared, and white fangs cut into his bottom lip until blood rolled along his chin and pooled at his neck. Holly doubted that he was aware. He simply shook as if nothing would ever again warm him. His muscled torso shone pale, nearly luminous in the dimness, an uncomfortable contrast to the purple bruises mottling his chest and the ugly, ragged scar that ran down his sternum. Thick, awkward stitches held his skin closed, puckering his once smooth flesh and sticking up like thorns in a briar patch. The memory of witnessing his heart being ripped from his chest to be replaced with a clockwork one would haunt Holly for the rest of her days. She couldn't stand to look at him now, nor could she stand to look away. If she looked away, he might die. Alone. She couldn't allow that, not when it was her invention clicking away in his chest. Holly pressed her knees harder into her breast and let the numbers flow through her mind. 6 squared is 6 and 30. 7 squared is 9 and 40. A long, agonized groan tore from her cellmate's lips, and his body bowed off the pallet, restrained from falling by the chain across his shoulders and thighs. As if hit, he slammed back down and began to thrash and groan. A childish urge to cover her ears had her arms twitching, but she crawled to his side. She extended a hand to touch him, then stopped when he bucked again. It's all right. Feeble words. He didn't hear them anyway. Unfocused eyes stared wide, his mouth hung open as if locked in a scream, but no sound came. Sweat rolled down his temples and pebbled on his torso. Would he die? Was his body rejecting the heart? She could not tell, but something was changing. From the edges of his wound, little rivers of shining platinum began to creep along his skin. No, not along, but through his skin. Oh no! Her platinum heart was a failure after all. Holly watched in horror as the gleaming metal rapidly spread outward like the root system of a tree. Up over his chest and down his side it went,
and all the while he thrashed as if it was agony. Heedless of the danger, she reached out and touched his shoulder, so cold and clammy with sweat and shaking violently. But she smoothed her hand down his arm in a slow, gentle caress. Strangely, the metal's progress stopped, but not on the other side. Platinum twined and writhed down his left arm and twisted along his fingers. The demon clenched his fist and sobbed. A trickle of blood leaked from the corner of one eye. The sight sent a ripple of disgust along her skin. She hailed from a family of logical inventors, yet some deep-seated part of them maintained a vigilant Irish suspicion of blood drinkers. Derek du, achratach. Reviled creatures who lusted for blood, ungodly fiends. As soon as the thought entered her head, shame chased it out. Holly touched his cheek, and he leaned into it with a whimper. "There now, big man," she whispered, as she covered him with her blanket. "You're not alone." With a hand that shook, she ran her fingers over his brow and through his damp hair. The white strands clung to her hand like spider silk, but the demon calmed. No, his name was Thorn. He was not some nameless demon, but Thorn. His eyes were closed now, long bronze lashes lying against unnaturally pale cheeks. "You are not alone, Mr. Thorn." At the sound of his name, his eyes flew open, no longer simply black as onyx. A starburst pattern of luminous platinum radiated around his pupils. His head turned toward her, but not a flicker of recognition or sense lay in his strangely beautiful eyes. Holly opened her mouth to say something, anything that might offer some comfort, but a massive bellow rang out, echoing off the stone walls. "Evernight!" She jumped back, her bottom hitting the floor just as the door to the main cellar smashed open. Master surged in on a tide of rage. Open sores and great gaping wounds once again held dominion over his flesh. Holly cowered as he strode forward, seething and growling. His wild gaze landed on her, and she knew she was dead. While Mary went home to reconnect with her body, and Jack had no doubt she was desperate to give him a thorough tongue-lashing, Jack went to Thorn's house. He'd put his friend at risk for selfish reasons, and though they worked on opposite sides, it did not sit well with his conscience. Thorn needed to know with what they were dealing. A mad fallen was a menace to all. The Nex was insane to think it could control Amoros. But the moment he stepped up to Thorn's townhouse, Jack's skin prickled along his neck. All appeared quiet, but a thick fog of dark power hung over the air around the place. The broken door lock did not ease his worry. Slowly Jack entered the main hall, taking in the destruction and the carnage of slaughtered help. Sliding out a knife, more for a sense of security than for actual protection, Jack made his way down to Thorn's subterranean lair. More destruction. Blood splattered the walls. The furniture was broken down to kindling. Regret sucked at Jack's gut as he made his way home to Mary. For Thorn alone he yearned to kill Amoros. So great was his ire that it took him a moment to realize something was wrong as he entered Mary's flat. It was too quiet, and her scent was not strong enough, as though she was gone. Then he spied the message written in blood upon the blue-lacquered wall. Jack's knees hit the floor, his head going light, his limbs ice-cold. And then came the rage, powerful and welcome, and running like lightning through his veins. "If you want her, come and get her." Chapter 33. Having her body stolen was certainly a new experience. Mary had returned home only to find it gone. Fortunately,
Gim could always locate her body. Unfortunately, she knew quite well that she would not like where it was, and she was correct. Following the pull of her physical flesh, Mary soon found herself in the cellars beneath Lambeth Palace. Gold torchlight flickered off mouldering damp stones. She kept to the upper shadows, where the ceiling curved low and rough. She glided over a number of well-armed guards, each of whom wore a neck's tattoo upon his left hand, and a tattoo of a chain about his neck. A blood-bonded slave. Mary wondered if any of them wanted to fight their servitude. Mary also wondered exactly how Amaros had discovered her home, until she entered an underground chamber and spied Totty O'Brien seated at a table covered with food and drink. Totty, who had claimed to see Jack abduct Holly Evernight. Totty, who had access to Poppy's files. Totty, who would live in a world of regret as soon as Mary got her hands on her. But for now, Mary hovered. Her body lay on a blood-encrusted trolley. Not a pleasant sight. Nor was that of Amaros bending over her. Augustus had been correct. The fallen was rotting again. His robe gaped and revealed his cursed flesh. A faint, almost sweet stench emanated from him, but the power radiating from him belied his decrepit appearance. Grabbing hold of her bodice, Amaros tore it in two. Mary supposed she ought to feel humiliation upon seeing her body exposed. Anger came instead.
"Quite lovely, no?"
he said to no one in particular, but Totty answered quickly enough. "If you're going to shag an empty body, tell me now, and I shall leave you to it." Her pert nose wrinkled in disgust.
"It will not be empty for long."
With brutal efficiency, he reached down and ripped the key to Mary's heart off her nipple. Blood welled from the torn tip, and Mary gave a mental wince. That would hurt when she came back to herself, and he now had the means to stop her heart.
"I'll do worse," Amaros said to the room. "I can last all night."
He turned, and with unerring accuracy focused on her.
"Fallen sea spirits, Miss Chase. Now get back in this body before I have at it."
It was a chilling thing to face him. She knew he'd make her suffer before he was through with her, but she couldn't hover like a coward. Gathering her courage, she dove into her flesh. It hurt, just as she'd suspected, her breast burning with pain, but she did not let it show as she rose and pulled the ragged edges of her bodice back together.
"So glad you could join us."
Amaros inclined his head with a smirk. Mary slid a hand along her thigh and felt the throwing knife still strapped there. "The pleasure is all yours." Curling her legs up on the trolley, she turned to face him, and in the same movement slipped a hand into the hidden opening of her skirt. Her fingers grasped the knife's hilt. Amaros gave her an amused look.
"Are you planning to use that weapon on me?"
"No. It would be useless against him, but against others?" In a smooth glide of movement, she pulled the knife free and threw. It hissed through the air and landed with a juicy thud deep within Totty's eye socket. Totty screamed, her body arching against the pain. "Traitorous bitch!" Mary snapped, as Totty flailed about, and Amaros laughed with delight. Mary ignored him and watched Totty. While Gim could heal, they could not regrow limbs or eyes. "Think on your deceit every time you look in the mirror."
"You are a savage little thing,"
Amaros said with a wide, insane grin. He snapped his fingers, and a pair of guards took hold of the still screaming Totty and dragged her out. When she was gone, and her cries had faded, he turned back to Mary.
"I do believe we shall get on well, Miss Chase."
while we wait for Jack to come to my rescue. She suffered from no illusion as to why she was here.
Yes.
All humour left his face, and he bared his teeth in a grimace.
Have you not seen?
He waved a hand over his body, gesturing to the sores.
It appears that I am not healed after all.
In a violent blur of motion, Amaros grabbed a goblet from the table and flung it against the far wall. The pewter exploded upon impact, sending thick shards of metal across the room. He kicked a heavy wooden chair over and stalked toward her.
I want my body restored, and that little bastard is going to give his blood to me. I am going to suck on him until he begs for mercy.
And Jack would let him. Mary knew it to her core. He couldn't kill Amaros, or he'd be cursed to the same fate, but he'd do it for her. Well, Mary thought, she wasn't going to let him. There was one game she knew how to play quite well. I would like a new gown, she said calmly. Amaros visibly paused, frowning at her as if she were touched in the head. But then he gave her a patient smile.
Of course. No need to sit in discomfort.
Very kind of you, she murmured, all the while letting her full Gim nature free. Beguilement, seduction. It swirled in the air and throbbed in her skin. She knew she'd gone luminous and that her eyes softly glowed. Interest lit in the fallen's gaze, as she'd known it would. Good. Let him want her. A man led by his cock was a man who did not use his brain.
Now what are you planning, Miss Chase?
Amaros drawled. To kill you. I have a proposition for you.
Oh?
He loomed over her, his rage a seething mass of dark energy that affected her heart's rhythm.
Other than a nice long fuck, what can you possibly give me?
Ignoring the flutter of anxiety within, Mary moved with languid grace to the table to pick up a goblet. Slowly, she poured a glass of wine and raised it to her lips, Amaros tracking every move. Holding his gaze with hers, she let the glass play along the curve of her bottom lip, noting the way his own lips parted and his body tightened. A better existence. He paused, his mouth turning down.
Pardon?
One that doesn't leave you beholden to another's blood. She said it calmly, but Mary knew her ploy could turn down a wrong lane in an instant. But it couldn't be helped. Jack needed her. She glanced at the table. Might we discuss it? Amaros smiled, the very picture of geniality and good breeding, a veritable wolf in sheep's clothing.
By all means, please, do have a seat.
His black robes gave his movements a flowing quality as he gestured to an empty chair. Once Mary sat, he righted his overturned chair and followed suit. Jack's blood heals you, she said, but it does not last, nor will it restore your heart. Amaros's eyes narrowed in impatience.
The Evernight girl has made me a new heart. It will work.
It will turn you into a shadow crawler, decaying ever still, dependent on blood to stay whole, but I can make you a ghost in the machine. A true Gim, born from magic, pure and restored. Suspicion clouded his eyes.
How is this so? Only Adam is known to have such power.
In an effort to hide her clammy hands, Mary adjusted her skirts. It was a gift, bestowed upon me by Adam.
And why would he do such a thing?
That is my business. Amaros's nostrils flared before he got his temper under control.
I think you had better prove your claim, Miss Chase, for I remain wary.
Before we go any further, if I agree to this pact, then you agree to leave Jack Talent alone. You must swear to never pursue him for blood or harm him in any manner." A moue of resistance marred Amoros's face. It was clear that he did not fancy this part of the bargain. A calculating look came into Amoros's eye, and Mary decided to nip it in the bud. "This gift can only work of my free will. It cannot be made under duress." She held his dubious gaze with one of cool authority, as if she weren't lying through her teeth. She had no idea how the gift worked, or if it even would. The corner of his eye twitched, and he offered her a tight nod.
"Very well. I agree. I shall not pursue Jack Talent for his blood or seek to harm him. Easily done," he added, "if you can do what you say you can."
"A blood vow, Amoros. I believe fallen are just as beholden to those as sanguis, yes?" It was said that the fallen had given birth to the sanguis line, hence they both had a taste for blood. Once a vow was made, he could not go back on it or his soul would crack, an irrevocable break that would leave him senseless. He did not flinch from her demand.
"Blood oath it is, dependent upon your ability to turn me into a gim."
"Then we have an agreement." Silver flared in his eyes at the words, and that slightly off, tilted smile returned.
"Not just yet. I'd have assurances as well, Miss Chase."
Her heart slowed. "Which are?"
"What is to say that you will stay loyal to me? What is to say this isn't a trap?"
"Right." Mary smiled, her eyes glowing with the light of the gim and all the persuasion it afforded. "Because I love Jack Talent. I would die to protect him." It was the truth, and if it came to that, then so be it.
"Not good enough."
A movement by her side gave her only enough time to steel herself. Then a guard was there, holding an electric prod against her side. Mary stilled. She remembered the pain of that prod. "Not very hospitable of you."
"Apologies,"
Amoros said. "Nor is it a good way to get what you want," she added.
"I'd rather kill you and risk becoming a crawler than be betrayed, my dear."
His smile was a parody of a kindly gentleman's. "Then what do you suggest?" she asked, as if her heart weren't stalled within her breast.
"I give you my bond, and you give me yours."
Mary did not like the lascivious look in his eyes, yet her voice came out smooth. "I'm afraid a blood bond won't work on me."
"No," he said, "but a slave bond will."
Bound to do as he willed. She'd never be able to harm him. Worse, once bound she could not leave her body in spirit form unless he willed it so. Her mouth went dry. She'd be his slave for the entirety of his life or hers. Mary took a steadying breath. She had no other choice. She knew perfectly well that if she backed out, he'd kill her anyway. That truth was written in the steadiness of his gaze and the small but smug smile playing around his lips. She needed to believe that when Jack came for her, he would understand enough to do what was required. Together, they were strong enough to defeat the fallen. She knew it within her soul, and it gave her the courage to forge ahead. "All right," she said, with a calm she did not feel. Again came the mad gleam in the fallen's eyes, and the disturbing smile of triumph.
"Then let us perform the bond, and complete our bargain."
A knife appeared in his hand, the move so quick she didn't see it. He sliced through his palm and then hers, the burn of the cut but a blink in her mind before he grasped hands with hers and held tight. As their blood mingled,
Amaros gave his bond.
"Now," he said when he'd finished, "give me yours."
The words tasted like filth in her mouth. "By this blood, I am your slave." Instantly something snaked around her neck, coiling tight and choking off her air. She struggled for a breath, and then the tightness eased until it felt as though she simply wore a collar, which she did. Unable to resist, Mary touched her tender neck. It was smooth, but sensation rippled beneath her skin. Her hand shook as she let it fall.
"Lovely,"
Amaros breathed as he fingered the hollow of her neck. Mary's skin crawled, more so when he leaned in, his lids lowering with lazy intent.
"Let us see how well this bond truly works."
His tongue ran over the tip of one fang.
"Kiss me."
The demand punched through her like a fist, and she could not stop from leaning forward and putting her lips to his. A sob of despair stuck in her throat.
Like you mean it,"
he said, as his hand slid inside her torn bodice. "Go numb. Do not think." Numbness was not so easily achieved as before. As his thick tongue filled her mouth, she felt the humiliation of the act down to her soul. Jack walked into the ancient crypt alone, his footsteps making a hollow sound against the stone. Not a soul moved out of the shadows to stop him. He was, after all, expected to plead for Mary's life in exchange for his. But Jack was not so naive as to think either of them was walking out of this hell unscathed. Jack would plead, and Amaros would taunt and torture. Their mutual hate was too deeply rooted for any other outcome. Physical torture Jack could take. Hell, he'd prefer it. But Amaros would know that as well. What Jack could not stand was the thought of Mary being harmed. His love for her crippled him here. Only hours ago he'd been swimming in her sweet scent, drowning in her tight heat. Hours, the difference between dawn and dusk. Piss and shit. He halted, unable to take another step. How could he be strong and still keep her safe? He couldn't. The realization surged through him. He had to rely on her strength to get her through. He had to believe in her, just as she believed in him. Following her scent, Jack ended up before a pair of massive metal doors. Iron. Lovely. On either side stood a guard. They did not look at him, but immediately opened the doors. A vast underground hall spread out before him, and, in the flickering light of torches, sat a court of demons, raptors and sanguis. His skin crawled. They eyed him with greedy intent as he strode forward. Sitting at the far end like a puffed-up king was Amaros, and he was no longer an injured fallen. He was a Gim, his golden clockwork heart proudly displayed behind the glass window in his torso. Glowing with health and vigour, his Gim eyes gleamed topaz like Mary's. How the bloody hell had he managed it? But Jack knew, and it drained the blood from his head. Mary. She was at Amaros's side. Jack had expected it, but not to see her in a blood-red gown whose bodice was so low that the swells of her breasts spilled over. But that was not what curdled Jack's blood. It was the chain tattoo around her throat. A bonded slave. What had she done? The floor beneath his feet seemed to sway as he forced himself closer. That chain tattooed about her neck. Blood pooled in his mouth as he bit down hard to keep from shouting. But Amaros knew too well how it affected Jack, and he draped a lazy arm around her slim shoulders, his fingers dangling just above her breasts. Mary stared at Jack,
her eyes haunted and her skin pale. No longer could she pretend indifference, and the knowledge broke his heart. Jack stopped before them. "I've come to offer myself in her stead."
Murmured Amorous as he began to idly stroke Mary's shoulder. "Well, that is a problem, for you see, I do not need you any more." His fangs flashed, "and I am rather enjoying my new pet. Perhaps I'll let my court use her too."
Bile burned up Jack's throat. He wanted to scream, to lunge and kill the bastard, but he had Mary in his grip. Her gaze burned as though she willed Jack to understand something, but she wouldn't speak. Likely couldn't. Claws dug into Jack's fists. Jack took a slow look around the room. He knew these fiends. They'd been party to his greatest humiliation. They'd been necks. But if Will was correct, they were no longer.
"You've broken from the necks," he said to Amorous. "I was never with the necks."
Amorous waved an idle hand.
"I used them. Never think otherwise."
"And yet you have recruited their agents." Jack glanced pointedly at them. "The necks will not simply let that go. Once necks, always necks. Isn't that what they say?" A soft grumble went around the room. "They will come at you with everything they've got," Jack said. "I give you free use of my blood. You may no longer need to restore your health, but it still has power."
"So you would join my merry band, to cut ties with your new little family, with the SOS that you hold so dear?"
"They will understand," Jack said quietly, as though sweat were not pouring down his back, as though the sight of Mary being debased did not drive him to one breath away from insane rage.
"What makes you believe you are even worthy of their regard?"
Amorous sneered.
"A thief, a killer, a sullen boy who hates the whole world."
All of it was true. At one time or another he'd pushed away everyone and everything that mattered to him. He could be a right bastard, and knew full well when he was acting the part. Was he worthy? He glanced at Mary, a fleeting look. He didn't need it, really. Every inch of her was committed to his memory. She'd live there until the end of time. "She loves me," he said.
"What?"
Jack's conviction made him strong. "Because that woman loves me. Because my family, my true family, loves me. That is why I am worthy. Because they are the most worthy, brave, loyal people I know. And if they see something in me that is worth loving, despite my many flaws, then that is all the proof I need." He took a step closer. "It is all I need." He was loved, and it wasn't going to be taken away.
"She is my slave,"
Amorous grinned.
"Any loving Miss Chase shall be doing will be with me."
Jack laughed without humour. "Bloody hell. I never thought I'd see the day a fallen was led about by his cock." Amorous leaned forward in his chair.
"You're here because of your cock, boy."
"No, I'm here because of love." "Do you love her?" Amorous snorted. "I did not believe so," Jack said. "So now I'm wondering why you hesitate to take my blood. Tell me, Amorous, are you afraid that it will harm your new Gim body?"
"A nice ploy, my boy."
Amorous leaned back in his chair and hauled Mary closer.
"However, since you insist on taunting, I believe we can accommodate your desire to give up your blood. Call your sacrifice a gesture of good faith. Then I shall consider the matter."
Jack stood still as two raptors approached him, one female and one male. They hummed in appreciation as they drew near. The first touch crawled over his skin. He kept his gaze upon Mary. "I remember you," said the male. A cold tongue touched Jack's ear, and he flinched. "Do you remember me?" Nausea rolled within him. Yes. Too well. A little laugh rumbled in his ear. Then those vile lips were on his neck. He did not cry out as fangs broke his skin and the taut pulls began. He kept his attention on Mary. For her, he could endure anything. But he had underestimated his resolve in one fatal way. Amarosa's hand dug beneath Mary's bodice, and Jack's world went red. Chapter 34. The moment the fallen touched her, Mary knew what would happen, but she hadn't expected the ferocity of Jack's response. His nostrils flared wide, and in the next instant he burst free of his tormentors with a roar of sheer rage. His blood-stained shirt fluttered to the floor as a pair of massive black wings appeared on his back with a crisp snap. There was a moment's silence, and then chaos as Jack ripped into the demons with fangs and claws. None of them had a chance. They were paper dolls in his hands, torn asunder in a blur of fury. Beside her, Amaros simply laughed as the blood flowed and the demons scrambled to get away. She had to get to Jack, tell him what needed to be done, and then she needed to die. She'd known that the minute she'd made her bargain. Unfortunately, since she was a slave, there was only one way to get close to Jack. Mary eyed Amaros. Arrogance had been the downfall of many a better male than this one. Mary would use it now, and pray that he took the bait. "He'll be coming for you," she said to him. God, she wanted to claw the fallen's eyes out, slice into him the way Jack was cutting through those who'd tormented him. "Oh, yes," Amaros said with another chuckle, "and I'll suck him dry and eat his marrow." "You promised not to harm him." "Tell me to do it. Make me suffer." She knew Amaros was cruel enough to consider pitting Mary against Jack. He only needed a little motivation. A sly smile twisted over his face. "I may have neglected to tell you, my dear, but blood bonds will not hold me, for I am already mortally cursed." Her hopes plummeted for an instant. Then she changed her course, trying again. Whatever it took, she would get to Jack. "He did this for me." She glanced down, letting a tear fall. With wide eyes she looked up at him, even as she struggled to evade his touch, which only inflamed him. His grip grew painful, and she flinched again. "Please," she begged in a breathy voice, "please stop this. I cannot bear it. I will do anything." "You will do anything regardless." As if he heard them, Jack's wild gaze focused on them, and he bared his teeth in a snarl. Gone was any trace of the man she knew and loved. He was pure rage now, and when he stalked toward them, his massive fists curled tight. Still smiling, Amaros let her go and stood, predictable in his arrogance. "You can't kill me, boy, but I am happy to play." They crashed into each other with a loud smack and tumbled to the ground, and Mary waited for the perfect moment to strike. Jack relished the pain of Amaros's hit. His body absorbed it, and then he lashed out, smashing into the fallen's face with all his strength. Bones snapped and blood sprayed. He did not wait, but hit again, aiming for the fragile glass window that protected the fallen's heart. But Amaros was quick and countered with an uppercut. Jack's head snapped back, blood filling his mouth. He swallowed it down and whirled, jabbing Amaros's exposed ribs, hearing them crack, before he ducked under an oncoming blow. Not fast enough.
Amaros caught his arm and, in one move, broke it at the elbow. Jack bellowed, pain slicing through him. His useless arm flopped down, and the fallen's eyes shone bright with victory. Jack lashed back, realizing that it was his wing he'd used. The massive appendage caught Amaros on the head, and he staggered. Jack used the moment to bring his knee up, hard, into the fallen's bollocks. A low move, but he didn't care for shit about honor. Destroy or die trying, that was all that mattered now. Not a bloody curse. Mary's freedom meant more than any suffering he'd face. The fallen crumbled, and Jack launched himself onto him, grabbing hold of one glossy feathered wing and pulling with all his might. A meaty, tearing sound filled his ears as Amaros screamed and the fallen's wing ripped free. Hot blood sprayed Jack's face as he landed a sharp kick to Amaros's jaw. "Jack!" Mary's shout halted him. She was striding toward him, something metal in her hand, her face a mask of determination. "Stop!" Stop! Not bloody likely. Something deep within told him that the loss of the fallen's wings would be fatal. On the floor, Amaros stirred as though trying to shift, or fade away. "Attempting to turn into shadow," Jack taunted, for he remembered that cowardly trick from the fountain in the square. "I think your new Gim nature ended that power." Maybe it hadn't. Jack wasn't waiting to find out. He growled, reaching for the fallen's other wing, but the hard press of cold metal and Mary's arm wrapped about his neck had him freezing. "I needed you to fight him so that I could get close to you," she said against his ear. "But I will not let you kill him." He balked, not understanding, until he caught her gaze. She'd only be able to come near in defense of Amaros. All the more reason to destroy the fallen. She was not going to be enslaved a moment longer. Heart thundering and blood boiling, he glared down at Amaros. "Let me go, Mary. I will finish him." "No! Not when it means seeing you become what he is." The curse. He didn't care. Not if it meant Mary was a slave to this bastard. The moment he moved, she tensed, pressing the metal more firmly under his chin. "Do not make me hurt you, Jack." On the ground, Amaros lay panting. His colour had turned an ugly white, his skin sweating and blotchy as his blood ran blue-crimson over the stone floor. But Jack could see that spark of vitality still within him. He would heal. Unless Jack tore the other wing off and beheaded the bastard. The truth of it was a whisper in his head. He would obey it now, for only he had the strength to do it. The fallen's eyes held this knowledge, and the realization that Jack had no hesitation. Amaros lifted his gaze to Mary.
"Kill him!"
Chapter 35. At his back, Mary went stiff, drawing in a sharp breath. Jack knew she'd be compelled to act or suffer, and his heart squeezed tight.
"Now!"
Amaros rasped as his lids began to flutter closed. Jack turned, capturing Mary in his arms, and her wide, pained eyes looked up at him. If Mary did not kill Jack, she would die in agony for disobeying her master. "Do what you must," he whispered, holding her steady as her heart clicked away at a frantic pace. He could see her struggling to disobey, and the wash of pain that accompanied her defiance. "Do it, Angel." But she shook her head abruptly. "Kill me," she managed in a gasp. The length of metal she'd been holding found its way into his hand, and he realized it was the electric prod that had stopped her heart before. "Hurry!" "No, I will not." She touched his cheek, and her fingers curled as if she wanted to rake his flesh. Mary gritted her teeth. "Trust me, Jack. I will end this." His throat tightened,
the pain in his chest branching out along with a sick sense of dread. "I cannot!" Her body twitched, her mouth growing tight and pained. "This is the only way, Jack." She shuddered, her hands coming up and around his neck as if to choke him. "Please! Mary, love, I can't." With a gasp of pain, she grabbed his wrist and forced the prod upward, determination making her stronger than he. His vision blurred. He could not hurt her, take her life. What if she didn't come back? He couldn't live. Beneath them, Amaros was stirring, trying to rise, his mouth moving as if to speak. Another order from him, and Mary would likely break. Sweat dotted her brow, and her body convulsed. "Together, Jack," she whispered. "We are stronger than you know." Trust. He had to believe in it. In her. Stifling a sob, he held her tight, tight enough that his arms would never forget the feel of her body. "I love you," he whispered. "Come back to me." And then he pressed the button. Electricity surged through Mary's body with razor-sharp pain. Her heart slammed to a halt, and she fell to the floor just as Jack roared. Free! She was finally free of Amaros's bond and command. All her focus went to him. Being both Gim and fallen, he could see her clearly. His eyes widened as she rushed toward him. Finally she had him where she wanted him. "You may have owned my body," she said, "but I own your spirit." He heard every word and scrambled back on the floor. "The Creator giveth life, and the Creator taketh away." She reached for him. Amaros's soul was black and yellow, a muddy slime, horrid and foul, and it was bound to her immediately. Blackness and terror surrounded her, Amaros's soul tainting hers with each moment they were connected, and then she tugged the fallen into hell. The moment Jack saw Mary's spirit merge with Amaros's, he understood perfect terror. Her clean, bright soul was turning black, becoming diseased with the fallen's evil. Above him, Amaros's soul thrashed, desperate to return to his body, and yet she stayed connected. For them. She mouthed the words, "I love you," and then, as if a light had been doused, Amaros's spirit simply vanished. And so did Mary's. "Mary!" But she was gone, disappeared as though she'd never been. She'd taken Amaros's soul, which meant Jack could destroy his body without fear of being cursed. With all his strength, Jack lunged, his claws slicing through Amaros's neck in one swipe. Jack ripped the fallen's remaining wing off with one pull, just as the severed head toppled to the floor. Cursing, he leapt over Amaros's body and ran toward her prone form. "Mary!" She'd return now. She had to. But her body was cold when Jack gathered her up. "Merrily! God! Come back!" Tears blurred his vision as he stroked a hand over her cheek. Her wide golden eyes were open and void of life. Viciously he ripped open her bodice and went for her key. But it was gone. Shit! He eased her down and scrambled back to Amaros's body. He had to have taken Mary's key. Already the fallen's blood was disintegrating. Foul clumps of flesh stuck to Jack's fingers, and he tore about, trying to find the key. His vision blurred, his movements too frantic. Shit, shit, shit! Taking a breath, he forced himself to think, to go slowly. He'd have worn it, or risked losing it, Jack muttered to himself. Jack reached for the stump of the fallen's neck, and his pulse leapt. Dangling from a black cord lay the key to Mary's heart. Too much time was wasted reaching her again, inserting the key and turning it. Sweating and shaking, Jack sat back as the heart began to start, and her body closed, but nothing else happened. "Mary!" He gave her a gentle shake, but she remained silent and staring, her eyes void of life. "Merrily, wake up! Wake up!" Still nothing. "Fuck!" Tearing at his flesh, Jack held his wrist over her parted lips. Blood poured into her mouth, but it merely ran over her lips and down her cheek. She was gone. He'd destroyed everyone who had hurt him, and it meant nothing. Not without her. Mary. She'd died for him. Chapter 36. She was in nowhere. Mary would rather call it hell. Attached as she was to Amoros's soul, she had known she would be dragged with him. It was not a physical place, but one of spirit. No fields of ice or lakes of fire. There was simply sensation and reflection. Every deed, experience, regret, every small secret part of her soul reflected back at her. She felt it all magnified to such a degree that her soul yearned to shatter, if only to end the overwhelming barrage of emotions. Hell, indeed, but for Amoros it was agony. The instant they entered nowhere, his terror and suffering rippled through her like the recoil of a gun. But while hell wanted him, began to feed on his soul with greedy pulls, it seemed to know this was not Mary's place. Their souls divided once more, and she was cast out of nowhere. With dizzying speed, she hurtled through the dark void and then slammed into her body with so much force that she lurched upward. Air rushed into her lungs on a great gasp. Her eyes focused. Jack Talent scowled down at her. And wasn't that a lovely sight? His blazing green gaze travelled over her face, and then, with a sob, he hauled her close. "Piss and shit and buggering bloody fucking hell, Mary! Don't you ever scare me like that again!" He buried his face in her hair as his thick arms tightened around her and his ribald litany continued. She snuggled in closer, letting him curse, letting him pet and kiss her, because Jack Talent in all his imperfect glory made her perfectly happy. Something stirred from without. Holly could feel it as much as she heard it. So could her fellow prisoners. The quick, clipped sound of the approaching footsteps sounded nothing like those of her jailers, and though every inch of her was battered, she hauled herself to her feet and pressed her face to the bars of her cell, straining to see what she could. Across the way a pair of dark, glittering eyes peered out from behind thick glass, watching, waiting. Holly looked away. At her side, Thorne lay still and quiet. Too quiet. Were it not for the slow, even breaths he took every few seconds, she'd have believed he was dead. At the turn of the lock upon the outer doors, her icy fingers gripped the bars tighter. As if flowing on a wave, the sound of her fellow prisoners beginning to move filled the cellars. Locks clattered, a man's murmur of reassurance following. A giddy sort of hope grew within Holly. And then he was there. Jack Talent. Holly reared back, her nerves destroyed. "Easy now," he said softly. "You're safe." As if he knew exactly how frayed and open she felt. He glanced at Thorne, and horror darkened his face. Uttering a ripe curse, he opened the door and hurried to him. Then Mary Chase appeared. On a sob, Holly flew into her friend's arms, and Mary held her fast. "It's all over now, dearest." Mary and Holly went to help with Thorne when a commotion broke out in the cell across the way. A violent darkness swarmed there, and the unsuspecting man who'd been opening the glass cell leapt back with a yelp as 100 spiders scurried past and out the door.
Chapter 37. Mary woke to find the space next to her empty. Cool, rumpled sheets told her that Jack had been gone for some time. Pushing her hair back from her face, she sat up, and the sound of crinkling paper alerted her to his note. In true Jack Talent fashion, it was brief, though the words were surprisingly formal. I apologize for my absence. I had to see about a matter of great importance. Would you do me the honour of meeting me at headquarters at 4 o'clock? Yours, J. Mary let the note fall to the bed. What matter was so very important that he could not wake her? Her curiosity stirred higher when, having dressed and ventured downstairs, she encountered Jack's day housekeeper, who brought her a fine breakfast and news that Mr. Talent had sent for a few of Mary's gowns in order that she be properly attired. Indeed. She was still perturbed, hours later, when she arrived at headquarters wearing her best day dress, for Jack had only selected her most formal gowns. A sleek creation, with a pale bronze silk bodice and overskirt, and a rippling underskirt of deep, luscious wine satin. Her trepidation only heightened when Inspector Lane met her instead of Jack. Where was the blasted man? Her instinct screamed that something was afoot. "Mistress Chase," said Lane, "you look lovely." He offered her his arm. "If you would come with me?" His blue-grey eyes twinkled. "And before you ask, I'm not at liberty to divulge any information. Master Talent's orders." "Since when do you take orders from Jack?" she asked, as they made their way up a narrow spiral staircase. Lane grinned, and the scars along his face wrinkled. "Since he asked me to return a well-earned favour." Without another word, he led her through Holly Evernight's laboratory. The lofty space was abandoned and too quiet, and the click of her heels echoed against the marble. With the bearing of a duke's son, Lane stopped at a pair of massive doors hung on rollers and pushed one wide. Sunlight poured through the glass ceiling and bathed Holly's dirigible with brilliant white winter light. Standing at the prow, his form just visible behind the wide glass windows, was Jack. Mary began to smile, her heart wearing just a bit faster. Seeing her, he moved away from the window and emerged a moment later to deftly descend the dirigible's ladder. Mary barely noticed Inspector Lane stepping away. Her attention was on the man walking toward her. And then Jack was there. Neither of them spoke. Mary, because he'd struck her dumb. The man who stood before her was the Jack Talent of old, impeccably dressed and groomed, so very stiff with formality, and yet he was also the Jack she'd become close to, large and vibrating with strength and energy. He was utterly gorgeous. He wore a charcoal-grey morning suit that hugged the broad strokes of his torso like a second skin. The cutaway coat emphasized his strong thighs and long legs, encased in dove-grey trousers. A smoky green silk tie was knotted beneath his pristine white collar, the contrasting hues emphasizing the colour of his eyes and the golden tone of his skin. "Well, look at you," she finally managed. A tinge of colour washed over his broad cheeks. It was past time. His voice was subdued, almost hesitant, and Mary wondered again what he was about this day. Jack took another step, then planted his feet and linked his hands behind him. Such a stiff pose, yet his eyes roamed over her with a kind of hunger that made her flush. Why wouldn't he embrace her? He stood as though he were afraid of her, but looked at her as though she were the only person in the room. Mary did not know what to make of this change, nor did she know how to act in the face of it. "You are beautiful," he blurted out, then took a deep breath. "Truly." "Thank you,"
It almost came out as a question, because she still could not fathom what reason he had to be nervous. Gently, as though she might break, he took her hand, engulfing it in his big, warm one. "Come for a ride with me?" A flush of pleasure washed through her. "Up? In the air?" He grinned, that brilliant, glorious grin that made her knees weak every time she saw it. "That is the idea." He tugged her forward. Excitement mounted as Mary climbed the ladder into the dirigible's cabin. Smelling of polished wood and motor oil, the cabin gleamed in the sunlight. It was an open space with large windows on 3 sides. A group of armchairs had been bolted to either side of the cabin floor, each chair facing a window. To the fore, a wall cut the pilot's booth off from the main cabin, and the door to it lay closed. "Do you know how to pilot this thing?" she asked Jack, who stepped in beside her. "No need to." Jack reached out and grabbed a brass cone that came out of the wall. He spun a small lever next to it, and the air crackled with sound. "All set back here, Charlie," he said into the cone. Before she could question, a great shudder ran through the craft as the engines roared to life. The cabin vibrated, and Mary took a step nearer to Jack. Laughing softly, he cradled her close and drew her to the window. "Look," he whispered. Below, Inspector Lane was now at the control box. He fiddled with the dials and knobs, and a loud clattering followed. Mary and Jack craned their necks to see the massive iron chain dangling from the hangar walls start to move. Far above them, the glass-panelled roof pulled back. Jack's lips grazed her ear. "Off we go." The craft lurched, and Jack braced them. Mary's insides dipped. She clutched Jack tighter and looked out. "Scared?" he whispered, a note of concern in his eyes. "No," Mary grinned. "Thrilled." They laughed together as the airship rose up, up, up. London seemed to sink away, falling farther and farther below. A lovely illusion. And beneath her feet, the wondrous ship swayed and surged, a thrilling combination of power and buoyancy. "You said you wanted to know how it felt to fly," Jack said to her, as the craft turned east and billowy clouds pierced by sunbeams rolled past. "Jack," she cupped his cheek, "it is perfect." A flush worked across his skin, and his lashes lowered. Strangely bashful, he studied the floor before him. "Your scent," he said abruptly. "Your voice, your humour, your kindness." He glanced at her, then away. "Your smile." Taking a short breath, he faced her, his shoulders back and square. "In that order." Mary blinked at him. "I'm sorry?" His flush grew. "Damn!" Jack's mouth firmed. "Those are the things I first fell in love with about you, when we met that night on Lucian's barge." "Oh, well..." A lovely warmth spread over her skin as she stared up at him. "But what captured my heart," he swallowed quickly, his eyes not quite meeting hers, "what stole my soul was your mind, that sharp, twisted, utterly lovely mind." He looked at her then, brows raised a bit, his expression soft. "I didn't want you to think it was merely physical, you see." She did see, and the warmth in her bloomed bright. He opened his mouth to speak, but she beat him to it. "Am I not allowed to give my list as well?" "Oh, yes, of course." Jack shifted his weight, bringing his hands back before him like a pupil facing a headmaster. Mary's lips wanted to twitch, but she kept her expression neutral. "The impeccable cut of your suit, your gorgeous eyes," he flushed at that, "your voice, smooth as cream sherry, your wit, And your smile, like the sun on the sea." Jack cleared his throat, a gruff male sound that made her smile. "But what captured my heart, stole my soul, was the dark, twisted, ridiculously blunt," he scowled, though humour lit his eyes, "wonderfully loyal man inside that delicious package. Mary." He took her hand and led her to a chair. As she sat, he made that nervous sound again, his skin ruddy against his white collar. When he sat in the chair opposite her, his spine was stiff. Behind him, framed by the windows, endless blue sky opened up. Large blocks of sunlight drifted across the floor and landed upon his shoulders. Hints of bronze glinted in his dark hair as he bent his head and stared at his hands. "The thing is, we're not like other people." She nodded, still at sea with this whole strange conversation. "We'll live forever," he went on, his colour high and his voice growing increasingly strained. "Societal laws don't truly touch us." Jack's head jerked to the side as if he found his collar too tight. "You and I, we might go on just as we are now, and be content." Mary's heart clicked. What was he trying to say? But before she could ask, he was moving. Her breath caught as he knelt before her, taking her hands in his own. His fingers were ice-cold and trembling along with his voice. "The thing is," he whispered, keeping his eyes on their hands, "while I'll have you any way you let me, for however long as I can, I want—" He took an audible breath and then raised his gaze to hers, and Mary's throat closed. The whole of his soul was reflected in the green depths of his eyes, utterly, perfectly beautiful. "I want the pomp and circumstance. I want to vow before our friends and family that I shall love and protect you. I want the world to know that you are mine and I am yours. So then," he licked his lips and quickly hurried on, "Mary Chase, would you do me the great honour of becoming my wife? I know that I'm not—" She grabbed hold of him and kissed him silent. "Yes," she said against his lips. "Yes, to all of it." And he fell into the kiss, his mouth desperate, his tense body letting go with a shudder. "Thank God," he breathed, then kissed her again, quick, loving kisses that had her laughing. But he soon jerked back. "Damn it!" Jack let her go and fumbled about in his coat. "I knew I'd get it wrong." His ears grew red as he pulled a gold ring from his pocket. "Now, I've heard that women fancy diamonds, and I'll go back and get you one if you desire it, but—" He shook his head a little, his brows furrowing as he took her hand in his. "I saw this ring and thought, that is us." Mary bent forward to see, and when she did, a happy laugh broke from her. Coiled around each other to form a ring were two stylized golden snakes, their little heads tucked close to form the ring's face. Prince Albert had given Queen Victoria something similar. Snakes for immortality and eternal love. "It's perfect," she whispered. Slowly, and with a bit of difficulty, for his hand shook, Jack slipped the ring onto her finger. The light caught it, and the tiny emerald and topaz stones that made up the respective snakes' eyes flared. Another wave of giddy laughter surged through Mary, and she wrapped her arms around Jack. He pulled her close, rising and then settling back on the chair with her in his lap. The cabin dipped and swayed as the airship changed course, and Mary's heart felt buoyant. Together they watched London roll away, all dark shadows and hard angles. Ahead of them lay an expanse of green with the blue sliver of the English Channel just beyond. "It's all right, then?" Jack asked after a moment. Still worried. Dear man. She glanced down at the little gold snakes on her finger. cold-blooded creatures whom most thought unable to love. And yet there they were, coiled about each other in perfect contentment, stronger together than apart. "It is us, Jack, to a T." Mary cupped his cheeks. "I love you." She kissed his nose, his chin. "I love you, John Michael Tallant." She kissed his mouth. "I love you, Jack." He let go of a long breath. "Don't ever stop." He kissed her back, softly lingering. "Never." Jack's hands slid to her shoulder blades, holding her against him. "Don't ever stop telling me," he demanded softly against her mouth. "Tell me today, and tomorrow, and all the days after." She sighed into him, taking his breath, giving him hers. "You'll grow weary of hearing it." His hand eased down her back. "You'll have to test the theory and see." Then he flipped her, so quickly and easily that she could only squeak before she was on the chair and he was blanketing her with his body. She loved the size of him, and that he could move her about as he willed. "And what of me?" she asked, wrapping herself around him. "Am I not to receive such verbal admiration?" Smiling, he kissed her. "That and more. I'll tell you until you think it your name." His lips found her neck. "And every look I give you will say the same. I love you. Wholly, utterly, completely." She chuckled, nuzzling closer. "But those words mean the same thing." "Precisely. That I love you." He raised his head to glare at her, though not very effectively. "Stop trying to distract me, Chase. I have an objective here." "Which is?" A silly question. She could feel his objective rather insistently nudging her thigh. A low, pleased growl rumbled in his throat as she shifted her leg, and he nipped her shoulder. "Demonstrative proof." Epilogue. He died. He remembered that clearly. Died in pain and degradation, his body taken and torn asunder. He remembered the pain, how the jagged blade had carved into his chest, and how they'd ripped his heart out and replaced it with one of metal. Strange that the pain hadn't left him. He'd fancied that once dead, one would feel no pain. Apparently that was not to be. "You're in it now, mate." Unending agony that he couldn't get away from, couldn't catch his breath between. Should he be able to breathe if he was dead? He stopped to think about this, and realized he didn't know his name. Didn't know who he was or what he'd been. Panic surged, and he tried to focus. But there was only that heart, so heavy and unwelcome, clicking and whirring within his breast, and blackness, all-encompassing, black, pitch, tar, raven, wings. Words bounced about in his mind like water over a rocky path. Focus. He would remember, and when he did, the one who had hurt him would pay. Jet. Sable. Ebony. Night. His eyes snapped open. Evernight. This has been a Hachette audio production of Shadowdance, written by Kristen Callihan, read by Maura Quirk, produced by Dennis Kao, directed by Kate Winslet, post-production by Jennifer Nix and Jeremy Wesley, Production supervised by Elise Green. Text copyright 2013 by Kristen Callihan. Acknowledgements. My editor once told me that, to her, working on a book with me was akin to a pregnancy. Months of gestation to grow the story, an intense period of hard labour during which one fears the story will never come out, followed by a great reward, the birth of a new book. I suppose she is right, so I thank those who help me along the way. Kristen Nelson, the hard-working staff at Forever, my editor Alex Logan, and my family. I'd also like to give a huge and heartfelt thanks to the readers, bloggers and reviewers who have supported this series and helped spread the word about it. First and foremost, I write these books for you. Thank you.